go for an ODI. Yes, sir, ODI, and we are underway. How guys, how you going today on BK Sport? We are live as Sri Lanka play host to England in the decider. Yes, we have had 2 games already, and whoever wins this one is the winner of the series. We did see New Zealand go to India in a 3-game ODI series and pick up the win there, 2-1. Well, can we see England do the same thing here in Sri Lanka? Maybe not as overall impressive, but still very impressive. Any away series victory against anybody is always impressive on the basis that you are playing on some different fields. You are playing on some very, very different grounds. Is this on KO? Hold on a second. Let me just make sure. Otherwise, I will have to go across and get onto the old VIPbox.tv, which we do use from time to time. I don't know if this is actually on here, to be fair. I don't think they are. I don't think this game is. All right, I'm going to have to go to VIP. Well, there you go. The old KO doesn't even have this game. Do they not play any cricket games? Maybe they don't have the rights to England, not cricket games, the rights to the English cricket team. Maybe that might be the case. I'm not too sure. When they play Australia in Australia, I guess, but probably not when it comes to England in general. So, yeah, let me just quickly go get this up. Lucky I saw this before. It does start in a couple of minutes' time. Look, I'm looking forward to this. I think that the Sri Lankans have a pretty difficult ground to win on, and we haven't been seeing too high of scores. And England have won the toss and have elected to bat, which you usually do see the team who bats first here go on and take the dub. They usually do come over the top there. And look, so far this series, let's go quickly have a look at the previous 2 games. We weren't able to stream those because I was travelling. So unfortunately, I haven't been able to watch those 2. But in the first game, Sri Lanka did win. It was a massive, massive collapse from England. They were like 1 for 118, chasing 271. And they ended up losing by 19 runs. They only scored 252 in the end, so they really fell apart, and Sri Lanka got the dub. And then in the second one, we did see England actually chase down a pretty difficult 219, which, look, 219 is low, but in the conditions in Sri Lanka, it was a difficult chase, and they won 220. They got 223 for 5 and won by 5 wickets with 22 balls left. So, look, England coming through there at the very least, and I do think they win here today, especially with them batting first. I feel like that is probably the best bet. I would be looking towards England there. They do have a strong team, but you know, whether that comes together or not is another story in itself. You know, we know how England do operate. Their team today, you've got Rehan Ahmed, Ben Duckett, Joe Root, Jacob Bethel, Harry Brook, Josh Butler, Will Jacks, Sam Curran, Jamie Overton, Liam Dawson, and Adil Rashid. And I think Adil Rashid's going to have a big game here today. The spinner is going to come in, he's going to slap it up, and especially when we know Sri Lanka is just built for spin pitches. Man, it's a beautiful day there. Apparently there might be a little bit of rain around. Let me just have a look. Sri Lanka weather, or I should go Colombo weather. Colombo weather. So the Colombo weather does say there is a bit of rain around. It's meant to be like now-ish, and you know, the later it goes on, then it does peter away. It doesn't look too bad, though, overall. It really doesn't. It doesn't look like it should have too much of an impact, but it potentially could have a bit of an impact. But, look, England are going to be the ones to set the pace here today, and let's see how much they can obviously get to. And then in regards to Sri Lanka's lineup, we do have Patham Nisanka and Kamila Mashara, then Kusal Mendes, who you probably would have heard of, Dhananjaya De Silva, Chalith Asalanka, Janith Lianaje, Pavan Ratnayaki, Wanindu Hasaranga, Dunith Welalange, Jeffrey Vandasay, and Asita Fernando. So that is their team. Look, I did my best in regards to pronunciations there, so if I got some wrong, I do apologise, but I did my best overall. Let's hope for a good game here today. Let's hope for a good close to this series, and like I said, I do feel like the English are going to win it, but these pitches are very, very difficult to bat on, and that's why I said I think Adil Rashid will have a really big one here for the spin department for England. I think he's actually picked up about 5 wickets across this ODI series so far. England cricket, the first ball is about to come down here. In 6 seconds, they do say. In 6 seconds. They've got a T20 series come up against them right after this as well. And 2-1. Okay, first ball is coming in. I just want to quickly go see Adil Rashid's numbers in the first couple. All right, so and the audio of the TNT Sports has just gone real low. Okay, first bowl coming up for Sri Lanka, and then I'll update this scorecard. And that is going to be a double to start us off today. So in the first game, in the first ODI, we did see Adil Rashid pick up 3 wickets. There you go. So he picked up 3 wickets in the first one. And then in the second game, there is no grass on this pitch, eh? Deary me. And then in Sri Lanka, in the second one, we saw Adil Rashid get another 2 wickets. He's got 5 wickets across the 2 ODI so far, so you're pretty happy with that. Let me just put my phone onto Do Not Disturb, and we're good to go. All right, next bowl, and that will be a dot ball. This is going to be a slow game for mine, guys. So do put your feet up and get ready for a long one. Obviously, this is a one-dayer, so 50 overs apiece. 50 overs apiece. Let's move that there. There we go. Tatted this morning. All right, Tatted. Get around it. Let's see how the English get on here today. K Sports says, I doubt it. You doubt what? What do you doubt? Kato Sports says, no, I was watching the England versus India test series. Well, what are we talking about? What had the test? What are we talking about here? I don't understand what you're referring to. I don't know what you said by I doubt it, and then I was watching the England versus India test series. What do you mean? Okay, next bowl here from Asitha. And it is going to be, whoa, good fielding there. Should be a single, but good fielding. They will get off the old, they should get off the single. They should get a single here. Did they get one? No, they didn't. They didn't go for a run. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Okay, let me just fix up this scorecard over here so you can see exactly what's going on. Scorecard. What time is it over there for you guys? And I was about 8 o'clock, I reckon, in New South Wales, yeah. Jeez, this is a difficult pitch, bro. This is a difficult pitch. Spin bowls are really coming clutch here. And we all know that, though. We do know that is always going to be the case. And I'm just going to fix this up here as well, so that we are good. I think tomorrow we're actually doing the New Zealand versus India T24. Now, I tell you what, India have been on form in that T20 series. They destroyed them. But I think by like 8 wickets in the second game. That is going to be probably a 4 if that goes. Will that go to the boundary? Yes, it will. Rehan will get 4 runs. It's a good start there for the English. Sana Tajak says, hi sir, how are you? I'm going all right. Beautiful day here in Vietnam, and this is a great time slot for me. If I was in, Australia or Fiji, this time slot would be absolutely awful. That would have me finishing up at about 4 a.m. But for me here, it'll probably finish up at around about maybe 12 o'clock, midnight or so. So you Aussies, if you're watching this game with me, well, good luck to you, because I know the feeling. I did that for the India versus New Zealand ODI series, but I do know it's going to be a rough one for you. Aspect says, cricket not my sport, but keen for this because I go for anyone not named England. Yeah, I get it. I do understand it. I do completely get it. It'll be another dot ball. Look, I think that give cricket a chance here. Like, it's going to be a massive T20 World Cup series, T20 World Cup coming up in just a couple of days' time, or just a couple of weeks' time, sorry. And it's going to be absolutely huge. The whole month of February, we've got NRL pre-season that we're going to be streaming every game of, but we've also got the T20 World Cup. It's going to be, I think we counted, out of like the 28 days, we've got like 56 streams or something in February. So it's going to be a hectic month here on the channel. Plenty of rugby league, plenty of cricket, and we've actually got a video for you coming out tomorrow with the NRL as well. Aspect says, because you said, is this game on KO? He said, doubt it. Oh, okay, fair enough. Then you said maybe KO doesn't have the rights to England, hence he said the comment about him watching England versus India. Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you for letting me know. And that will be a double. KO Sports says, England is so overrated. Well, it's interesting because in the ODI, they were unbelievable in the late 2010s. They were really good. They ended up winning that controversial World Cup final in the ODI against New Zealand. Sorry, Kiwis, for mentioning that. But, they had that controversial victory, and they were awesome. They were really good. And then they've completely fallen off, and I don't even know where they're ranked now. That will be the first ever done. They got 4 runs from that boundary. ICC ODI rankings. Alright, so the ODI rankings, England I think are around 7th or something. No, wow, they're in 8th. They're below Afghanistan. Oh boy, that is low, man. That is low. The ODIs at the moment, rankings-wise, you've got, wow, India stayed on top after that series. That's pretty crazy to mine. That's pretty wild to me that New Zealand went over with a very weakened team, and went over and beat India 2-1. New Zealand are in second, India in first, but India still maintained top spot, which is odd in my opinion. But then we've got Australia in third, Pakistan in fourth, who Australia versus Pakistan later this week. We have the series come up against them in Pakistan. So good luck to everyone with the Bubba Razan stands. That's going to be interesting. Okay, next bowl here, second over, and that will be just a single there for Duckett. Benny Duckett. Coming off a pretty rough Ashes series, so he really needs to improve. Then you got Sri Lanka in 5th, South Africa in 6th, Afghanistan in 7th, and England in 8th, and then West Indies in 9th, and Bangladesh in 10th. That is extremely low. You would never, ever, ever expect to see England below a team like Afghanistan, and that's with all due respect to Afghanistan. I don't want to sit here and disrespect them, but England are a historically cricket culture team. You know, they are a part of the big Donnies, but to see them below Afghanistan, it just shows, well, the improvement of a team like Afghanistan, but also shows the complete fall off that we've seen from the English, who were very good in like 2010. So yeah, very interesting, man. Very interesting that far down. Next bowl, and that's going to slice on through to the outfield just for a single though, just for a single. Duck will be on 2. Even said this is going to be a long night. It's going to be a long night, but hopefully it's going to be a good night. This is going to be an interesting chase, man. Obviously, I don't know what England are going to put forward, but you know they've got Joe Root coming in next, and he's a real good stabiliser. He is, just an unbelievable batter. So I would fully expect him to come in and really stabilise this team whenever he does. I want to see what Ben Duckett's opening numbers are, though, in this series so far. Oh, that might be 4 here for Duckett. No, good fielding out in the boundary. It should be just the 2 runs. All right, so they're on 8 for nada. All right, so I want to go and have a look at the old Benny Duckett. Okay, so in the first ODI, they were chasing. That's right, and Ben Duckett got out for 62. So really good numbers there. 62 is a really good slog. And then in the second ODI, he got out for 39. So he's actually he's already over 100 through the first 2 games. You're pretty happy with that, to be honest with you. You are. You're pretty happy with that from Duckett. That's going to be a dot ball from him right there. We fell off so bad. Yeah, very much so, Tatted. Aspect says this may be a bold prediction, but Dragons and Titans can go undefeated and split the premiership in. 26 and the Broncos will do the opposite and not win a game. Really odd one there. Yeah, really, really odd one there. But sure, Aspects. Sure. You got a lot of confidence, I'll give you that. Sean says we can only hope, mate. Oh, will we see any Harrison tonight? Oh, there's a slight chance. He does follow me on Insta. Oh, I don't think I didn't actually post about it. I should have posted saying that I was going to be doing this game. But he'll probably pop in at some stage, maybe. But then again, ODI cricket isn't exactly what the English are wanting to be watching right now with how lowly ranked they are. Actually, where are they ranked in the T20s coming up? Because they do have a couple of games against Sri Lanka in the warm-up games of the T20s. No, I'm looking at T20 batting rankings. No, I've clicked the wrong... No, I've clicked ODI team rankings now. Okay, there we go back. And that'll be another dot ball. All right, so England are actually ranked 3rd. Interesting. Okay, so England are looking really solid in the T20s. In the Test matches, they're shocking. They're even way worse here in the ODIs. So they actually do have a chance there. I think that New Zealand were originally above England in 3rd and England were 4th until this recent series from New Zealand against India where they're down 3-0 in a 5-game series. The next game is tomorrow. New Zealand have really, really struggled, so England have been able to catapult them, and they play Sri Lanka in these T20s. And where is Sri Lanka? Sorry, Sri Lanka is 8th, so you would fully expect that England should come through in that series, which will catapult them there. Australia are obviously in 2nd, and look, there's a chance. There is a chance. But Australia play Pakistan, so as long as they do, reasonably well there in Pakistan. Oh, nice shot there from Rehan. Wow, that was a nice shot. It's just going to be a single out to the boundary, but good play. Very good play. 9 runs so far through 2.1. So that's Australia versus Pakistan, then England versus Sri Lanka. It's in Sri Lanka and it's in Pakistan. Pakistan T20-wise, they sit in 7th, so it's same position as Sri Lanka, but we've got a really good team at the moment, man. I'm really excited about the potential of what this Australian T20 team can do this year. It's my owl, mate. Ooh! Ooh! Get around the owls. Get around the owls. I'm pretty much in the same time zone as you now, Sean. Aren't we only an hour in front of you? Or are we same time? No, we're not same time, are we? I think we're an hour in front of you guys in Thailand. Okay, next bowl from a Sitha. Whoa, that's going to be a shonky one. Wow, you better. He's got there. Wow, that was a good throw from the man in slip. That was really weird from Ben Duckett. He didn't start running until super late. He's lucky that the ball was thrown to the batting end, and luckily for Rehan, he already got there. But, geez, Duckett, what's he doing there? He took ages to take a bit of a run. It was a scuff shot. Yeah, he's taking a look. Well, Duckett, just listen to your teammate there. Let him make the call. He's the one who's got it in his vision. 10 runs. I'm feeling like we're probably going to see a similar-ish score to what we saw in the second ODI rather than the first ODI. I don't know if we're going to be seeing up around that 270. But then again, 10 runs to 2.2 is pretty positive. Oh my gosh, that's a massive inside edge there. Wow. Do you think Webster should have been picked over Green for the start of the Ashes, or do you think they made the right choice? I think it's all great in hindsight to say this. Before the Ashes, no, you pick Cameron Green. I think he probably came in a little bit too late, though. I wouldn't have only put him in for the fifth Ashes test. I would have probably put him in after the first two. Or maybe even if you win the third, you're already up 3-0. Okay, slap him in for the fourth one. Especially considering I believe he is from Melbourne. I could be wrong there. But, chuck Slug in for the fourth one. We've already won the series and Cameron Green is disappointing. I get the thought process to just let Cameron Green play himself out of it, but obviously he wasn't playing himself out of it. But at the end of the day, they decided to play them both in the fifth test. Well, Ibrahim, you say Ben Duckett, Ben Shit is nothing new. In ODIs, he's a bit of a different breed, man. He got 69 runs in the first game, and then he got, I think, 36 or something in the second. So he's already above the 100 runs for the first two games. So he is... This is the interesting thing about cricket. You watch one series, Australians will watch one series of England in Australia, and they'll make their mind up. I'm not saying this is a bad thing to you, but they'll make their mind up about a player. But then you'll watch them, and they'll play, say, in England, or they'll play in Sri Lanka, or wherever, and you'll get a much more improved thought process of him, because he can play pitches better outside of Australia. He obviously cannot play pitches well in Australia, that's for sure. That is going to be a single for Rehan, and they'll be on 11 runs. 4-11. Yeah, okay, so you're the same. You're the same time zone as me. That's so weird considering how far away you are. There's a whole country in between us. The whole of Cambodia and arguably Laos. But the whole of Cambodia and Laos are in between us, and yet you're on the same time zone. That's odd for mine. England ends 168 runs. Sri Lanka wins with 169 runs. Put your private island on it. Don't have a private island aspects. No, don't have a don't have an island like certain people in this world. No, I do not. But I do think that we'll see England get more than 169. If they get less than 200, then pack it up, call it quits, and let's go off. Let's head home. By the way, Olivia, I don't have Jay's here. Hello, hello, son. Beautiful. Oh my goodness me, he's flying. Oh, he's flying. Well, we changed the overs. And Duckett isn't facing Stark and bowling. Exactly right, KJH. That's the thing that is another thing to really take note of. We have the best bowlers in the world. Argue with the wall. Anyone wants to argue that, argue with the wall. We have the best bowlers in the world by country mile in the likes of Scotty Boland, Mitchy Stark, Paddy Cummins. We just have some incredible bowlers. Nathan Lyon, Josh Hazlewood. No matter who is in or out, we just have brilliance there. Jai Richo is great. We've also got the Nice show. It was unbelievable. Michael Nisa, fantastic. So it's a very big difference between the bowlers here for Sri Lanka and the bowlers for Australia. And also the pitches are completely different as well. Sniffy Joe's back. Sniffy Joe's so back. It is so back. So back. Damn, I currently don't have a private island too, unfortunately. So, Aspects, how are you going to put a private island on when you don't have a private island? The Joe Biden... Come on, man. Come on, we've got someone talking about private islands in the chat. You're going to say that, Jay? Come on, man. Deary me. Deary me. You're out of control, mate. So, Leonage is the one bowling. He's got 4 runs. That was off that first over. 1.2 gone. Do you reckon customers will let me take it into the UK? Absolutely. Yeah, it's not drugs or anything. It's literally just a herbal inhaler. Absolutely, you can take it. If yours is this size, right? If yours is this size, I feel like maybe if it's, I don't think they give a shit. Like it's not. Oh, if it's the big one, maybe. But this one should be completely fine. Should be completely fine. You can't let anything in right now. So 3.3 overs down, 11 runs scored, and they will end up getting a single. Like, spicy stuff. 773 Sean says, who's your favourite team in this match? It depends on the thought process, man. Who do I want to win? Well, I don't really care who wins, but who do I think will win? I think England should win this game. They should. Despite the fact their ODI team ranking is lower than Sri Lanka, realistically speaking, based off of the second ODI, they actually, realistically, after the first two games, they should have won the first game, but they completely collapsed, which is what England do. You know, they're looking good, wait for the collapse to happen. And this is a difficult pitch to play on, but they are batting first, which is a likely sign of a team winning here in Sri Lanka and Colombo. And I just feel like they're so low down the ODI rankings right now that surely they need to find that something, that oomph to put a bit more pride back in the name of England and the ODIs, which was just unbelievable 5 years ago, 6 years ago. Because 2019 they won the ODI World Cup. So, look, if I was to make a prediction for this game, I am going England. But winning an away series is super tough, man. It is super tough. It is super tough. Next bowl. Good bowl, but it will end up still going. Oh, wow. Actually might go. No, it will just be a single. 15 runs scored. 4.1. You know, I think that this is really going to come down to the spin bowlers here, man. You know, they've been playing the paces at the moment. The spin bowlers is what's really going to change this up. I was hoping to borrow yours. Yeah, I don't personally have a private island just yet, mate. Just yet. But one day. How much Fiji, you reckon? Random question, are you going to commentate the Oz Open final? No, sir. I haven't done cricket streams in a dead set like 4 years. Oh, he's back, Jay. Your mate's back, Jay. It's the only language he speaks. It's the only language. Yeah, I knew that was coming, Jay. It's the only language he speaks. He doesn't say anything except for Zimbabwe. I don't know. Just time him out every time he comes. It's too funny. Like, don't hide him because it is very funny when you just see that one random Zimbabwe comment, but not the whole stream. Oh, geez, that's a shot. Oh, but he doesn't get a hold of it, and it's gonna be a single. He was going for a 6 there, Rian. He was going for a big one. That'll be 16 runs now, I think. 16 runs for the English. Who the hell is Rian? Rian's on 10 runs, mate. That's as far as I can take you there. That is as far as I can take you. I'm not too sure. So it's Rehan Ahmed, who is the opener. Now I'll see more about him here. Let's go have a look a bit more about him. Right hand bat. ODIs, 8 matches, 7 innings, 372 balls, 320 runs, 12 wickets, and that'll be a dot ball. 12 wickets, average of 26.66 and economy of 5.16 with a strike rate of 31. Okay. He's taken a 4 wicket haul. He's taken a 4 for in one game. He hasn't taken a 5 for or anything like that. First class, he's taken 4 fifers and one 10 wicket. Wow. But that's in regards to bowling. And then in regards to batting, you've got 8 matches, 6 innings for 75 runs, average of 12.5, which is not great. So he can bowl, but he's got 8 fours. So he doesn't really bat too much, but he is opening, and that's going to end up being 2 runs here for Ben Duckett, who should get up to 6. So it'll be 17 runs now for England. Yeah, so his bowling is pretty decent. His bowling, well, bowling you can argue, but in batting and fielding, geez, that 75 runs through 6 innings is pretty rough. Average of 12.5, and he's an opener. Interesting. So I'm just listening to the best commentator of all time to go. I tried looking on KO, I couldn't see it. Yeah, Olivia, it's not on KO. I was going to watch it on KO too. I'm watching on VIPbox.tv. So if you want to jump on there, you can watch it on there. He's gone for a slap, and it will go straight to the fielder for a dot ball. 4.4 overs down. Like I said, guys, this will be a slow match. It's not going to be a high-paced, fast slap up. Josh Minoff says, how do you watch this in Australia? I've been looking for it. Yeah, Josh, I'm watching it through an illegal service. I'm actually in Vietnam, mate, so I can't. I'm not even technically allowed to watch it on KO, but I have a VPN. But I'm watching it on VIP Box, mate. That's how I'm getting a hold of it. I feel like, I don't know why Australia or KO doesn't have the rights to this. They have the rights to India versus New Zealand. They have the rights to most cricket, but they don't have the rights to Sri Lanka versus England, apparently. Can't believe my goat Cast isn't in the team. Oh, that's going to be another dot ball. Is he not? I think he played the first two, didn't he? I think he did play the first two, didn't he? Yeah, no, he's not here today. He is not here today. Did he play the first two? No, he didn't. He did have his name on the team sheet that I did see. But obviously he must be just kind of on the back burner. Yeah, he must be on the back burner of the old ODIs. Next bowl. And that will be, I think, a single. Did they get a single out of that? No, that is just 17 without loss. Well, the no loss is huge. They haven't even needed to see Joe Ruchis yet. Has Duckett scored 100 runs in any format since the Harrison comment? Ibrahim, Duckett has not scored 100 runs in any format since the Harrison comment. To be fair, he has played since then 4 tests against Australia and 2 ODIs against Sri Lanka. This will be his 3rd. So far, 6 matches, still no ton, no horny hunch from Benny Duckett. No horny hunch from the big man. Will he get there? So 17 runs for England through 5 overs in the 3rd ODI. Yeah, you need more South Africans in the team. Maybe that is why England aren't actually doing too well in the ODIs, because they actually have more English players in it. Is that the case? Is that maybe it? Maybe we've figured it out. Maybe we've figured the conundrum out. Maybe we have deciphered the issue. And that is that they've got too many English players in the English team in the ODIs. Okay, so Sana, when you ask a question, just say the question. Like, you don't need to ask about asking a question. You just need to drop the question. That's all you need to do. Just drop the question. You don't need to say, hey, listen, one question here. we will answer the question if I can, but also, if it's about Babar Azam, I don't want to hear it. Because I know it's about Pakistan cricket, so for the love of God, please. I don't need to hear about Babar again. Don't need to hear about Bubby. No, because I know I'm going to hear all about him. Every game. For the whole game. In the series coming up, we will be live for it. Yeah, this is a hard pitch to get runs on, man. I thought someone was knocking. So I don't think they're knocking on my door. Maybe just somewhere else. Something they will lose. Absolutely, Sean. Australia's coming in red hot. Got a good team. We have got a good team. So live from Pramadasa Stadium. I don't know if I've ever seen a view of like a Sri Lankan city before. I've seen the beaches. I saw actually a video on Instagram before when I was scrolling through of Sri Lanka, and like the beaches there are actually quite beautiful. I'm considering, rather than going to Laos at the end of the year, I'm actually considering doing Sri Lanka. And not because of anything of this, but because I was looking at Instagram, I was scrolling through, and this person was swimming at the beach, and there was just a turtle just swimming alongside, just on the beach. Beautiful stuff. Cricketers on aspects, you ain't funny. Oh no, what's he said? I didn't even see this. It's going to be another dot ball. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Like, I haven't, to be fair, I haven't watched a game in Sri Lanka for a very, very long time. It's going to be interesting on the old mindset. I'm thinking that Pakistan beat Australia in the upcoming series. I'm thinking you're crazy. How about that, Sana? How about that one? How about that one? I think you may be crazy. Because Australia might be the greatest team that ever did greatest team, son. Also, not a question, Sana. That actually is not a question. You said you were going to ask me a question. You saying that you're thinking that something crazy going to happen is not a question. That is a statement. Yeah, it's not a question. Yeah, can't say the question mark there. 6 overs gone, 17 runs. Really finding it difficult for runs at the moment. I wonder how Harry Brooks can play on this pitch. Harry Brook playing on this pitch is going to be quite interesting. Pakistan made a corny ad with Pakistan players for the Oz series. You should watch it. I'm going to politely decline your offer, but I'm going to appreciate you for letting me know. Thank you for letting me know. But I'm going to have to politely decline your offer there and say, look, I don't know about it. Don't know about it, mate. Don't, don't know about it. All right, so Dananjaya De Silva coming up for a bowl here. Bit of spin. This is what we are waiting for. This is what Sri Lanka is known for. This is what, and they will get a single out of it. So it'll be 18 runs for England. The spin is what's going to break through about today. That's why I think Adil Rashid will come in and kill it for the English. You need the spin to work if you're going to do anything well here today. Don't encourage him to. That's a great point. Yeah, the question book can stay closed. Question books do come open. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of question books throughout that T20 World Cup series. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of question books open during the Australia vs Pakistan series. It's going to be another single. So the beauty of spin bowling is that you can usually get some pretty easy singles out of it if you connect with it. You can usually get some pretty easy singles. But obviously it's difficult to get in contact with it because it is a difficult ball to read. So I don't understand English, but struggle to improve your English. Well, they're going to go for a swing there, but it will be a dot ball. I don't understand English, but struggle to improve your English. Well, it's very difficult learning English through Australians because we speak very fast. I obviously don't speak. What do they speak in Pakistan? They don't speak Hindi, do they? Is it Hindi? I don't know. What language do they speak in Pakistan? They speak. Oh, it's Urdu. Of course it is. Yeah, Urdu is the national language. Oh, duck it. Yeah, you can get some freebie runs, but you can also get out pretty quickly. So the England are 19 for 1. 19 for 1. Back in the 80s, Pakistan were pretty good. So were the West Indies. Not anymore. That's the problem with your team. Yeah, West Indies were very good. They were very, very good. Yeah, that's an awful shot choice there from Duckett. And that is very reminiscent of his Ashes series. He just skews that one straight to the man in the field. And that is a early wicket here. So 19 for 1 through 6.5. Joe Root will come in now for the English. And he's going to have to be the stabiliser. But they're also going to have to start putting a few, move a little bit on the scoreboard. Because they need to... I'm going to quickly just check the door, guys. I don't think anybody's knocking on my door, but I'm just going to quickly check the door. Give me 1 second here. Hit that thumbs up button, subscribe. There's a change of the battery. All right, we're back. We are back at Mundos. Yeah, no one was at the door. I think someone's just doing some hammer in another room. But no, the West Indies back in the day, they used to be mad. All right. Next bowl, and Joe Root comes up to it. He does love playing a little bit of spin, actually. He does, and that's going to be a single for Joe Root. Men from the boys in those days, Jay, imagine facing that type of bowling. Yeah, no, well, we all know about a guy like Muralitharan. That's how you pronounce it, right? Muralitharan? How many non-English players are there in this team? It's a great question. Let's go have a look. England cricket. England cricket. So obviously, Joe Root is. Ben Duckett is. Rehan Ahmed was born in the UK. He was. So he is English. Jacob Bethel, who comes in after this actually, he is, I think he's Caribbean, isn't he? Yep, he was born in Barbados. And then Harry Brook, yeah, they've brought in spin during the power play here, which is interesting. Harry Brook is England and Keeley. Joss Butler, you get to see him again. He's the wiki. He was born in England. That's what I'm saying. There's too many English players in this English team. That's why they're struggling. That's why they're struggling. Too many English players. Sam Curran was definitely born in England. I'm pretty certain that they're pretty much all of them except for Jacob Bethel. Hammering or hammering? I may have said hammering, but you're the one who took that down a dirty path. Two are not born in England. Who are the two? So Jacob Bethel, and who's the other? For the last time Pakistan beat Australia, yeah, but contextually look at the team, bro. That was not Australia's first team when Pakistan played Australia in Australia. One Day Series 1 and Pakistan will be able to beat Australia in T20 because, for starters, that wasn't anywhere close to a first string lineup for Australia. But also, secondly, this Australian T20 team is really solid. We do have a really good team. Sure, Pakistan can do it. It's going to be a difficult series for Australia, but I absolutely do believe that we're going to be seeing Australia get the W. But yeah, no, that was not a first string lineup by any means. By any means. Oh, I know we're going to put this on charge. This light on charge. Here we go. Oh, yeah, I knew that was going to fall off at some point. That'll be a dot ball. 21 for 1. Right now, a pass score here is looking around that 220, 210. Maybe 200 as a pass score. No, Carsey's not playing. Yeah, Cars isn't playing, Kraken. Cars isn't here, so it is just Jacob Bethel. He is not playing. West Indies has a shot in the Super 6 this year. I'd love to see the West Indies get back to the force that they are. Get Jofra Archer on the team. How about that? How about that? How about England, you release Jofra Archer from the pain of having to play for you and let him play for the old West Indies. Another dot ball. 21 for 1 through 8 overs. So right now they're pretty much just on target for 200. They really are. They got that boundary in the first over. Haven't seen a boundary since. And it was Rian. He's on 11 from 26. Root is on 2 from 5. Root's going to be the guy, but I'm really interested to see how a guy like Jacob Bethel is going to play on this pitch. And the same goes for Harry Brook, especially Harry Brook. Actually, I'm sure that... Let's have a look at what he's got in these first 2 games. I'm sure it's not going to be spectacular. Knowing how he plays. Okay, Dhananjaya. Whoa! That's up in the air! Oh my gosh, that was a real wild shot, but they will get a single out of it. Yikes. Joe Root going for the ramp over the top and just puts it up into the air, but luckily it was just away from the wicket. Goes into the glove and goes up, but just gets away from him. Yikes, that was a rough shot, dude. That was a rough shot from Joe Root. Alright, 22 for 1. Okay, so ODI 1. Harry Brook ended up getting 6. There you go. I knew it. And then ODI 2. Next bowl here. And that will be hit straight up Broadway. Will it go for a 4? No, it won't. The man on the boundary. It will be 2 runs. It'll be 24 for 1. And then in the second game, you saw Harry Brook get 42. So at least he got the 42. He did get 6 in the first one, but he got 42 in the second ODI. Joe Root got 75 in the second ODI, and the first one, Joe Root got 61. So he's been having a pretty good series here. Pretty good series. Next shot. Oh, that might be a 4. That might be a 4. That will go for a foul. That will be a boundary. There we go. Brenton says, how was your movie date, Blaze? We didn't actually go to the movies, mate. Didn't actually go to the movies. No, just chilled out. No, we just chilled out, mate. I do want to see that movie, though. I think it's a real interesting movie concept because it is based off of the real-life trafficking in Cambodia of Vietnamese people and Thailand and Laos and whatnot. Next bolt. Oh, he's gone for a slap over the top, and he's going to hit another boundary. Rehan opening up here, and now they're 32 for 1, just like that. They've really upped this run rate. It was really slow, and now Rehan seems to have found his business, and he's slapping some fours left, right, and centre. That is another boundary. Sana says, the trump card for Australia is Pakistan spinners, especially Abra and Usman Tariq. Yeah, but what are you saying? So I understand English isn't your first language, so I am doing my best to reply to you. But I also need you to, yeah, I do need you to kind of maybe jump onto a translator or something to get your point across there, because I'm not too sure what you mean by that. Because you kind of said you said the trump card for Australia, which means a good thing. That'd be a good thing for Australia. But then you referred to 2 spinners. And that would make me think that you're saying that's a bad thing for Australia, that those spinners are really good and should kill Australia. So I don't really know kind of what you're saying there. Ooh, that's over the top, and that is going to be another 4, but Joe Root this time. Wow, 1, 3, 7, 11, 15, 16 runs off of this over. Wow, Dhananjaya, he did get that wicket in his first over, but gives up 16 runs in the over there. 4-8-12, 15-6, no, 4-8-12. 14, 15, 16, yeah, 16 runs off the over, and they've gone from 21 for 1 to 37 for 1 in 1 over. Yeah, I heard Beak talking about that movie. He said if you have kids, you shouldn't watch it. Really sad or something. Oh, true. Okay, so this is actually a thing that you guys are hearing in Australia. That's really cool. Yeah, no, that's really cool. No, I definitely. Why would you watch it with kids? Oh, if you have kids, you shouldn't watch it. Okay, no, I get it. No, I agree, because I obviously know the complete concept of it. But that's really cool that you guys are hearing about that in Australia. All right, next bolt. And that will go to the fielder, but it should be a single here. Yeah, they will. Yeah, it'll be a misfield, and Rehan will get off strike. It'll be 38 for 1. Yeah, you'd be a little bit more confident in England now. The first 7 or so overs, you wouldn't have been confident at all with how England were batting. But since that 7th over, they've really started to be a lot more confident after that Dhananjayan first over. And like that, they're going to get another single here. So it'll be 39 for 1. So I'll talk about Sri Lanka instead, at least they're playing. Yeah, look, we're happy to talk about Pakistan when we're playing Pakistan, and I don't mind a comment here or there about Pakistan, but also you're not going to get the circle jerk that you probably want from us here, especially when you're playing, the Australians. But I'll give you an honest viewpoint, and I'll talk to you about it, but just not every single comment needs to be about it, because, they're obviously not playing. That's going to be a dot ball, and we can talk plenty about them later on. Yeah, no, it's... I don't know if I would... I get where he's coming from. I don't know if I would agree with him in regards to not watching it. I think that it is... Again, I haven't watched it, but I know about it. And I know it's a real thing. That's going to be another dot ball. I'd probably say based off of what I know about it, again, he would know more about it because he's at least seen it. But I think it's a real solid warning for how the world can operate and does operate. So it's probably a good thing to see before you go overseas and travel the world. Like when you go overseas and travel the world, you realize it's not all hunky dory. If you go to a place like Fiji, you'll see the positives of it. If you go to a place like Vietnam, you'll see the positives of it. But these things are happening. Fiji has a massive drug issue. Like it's serious. You know, there is a lot of really bad things that do happen in Fiji, but it's a beautiful country and you're not usually going to see it. However, it can happen to you, so it's good to be aware of what happens. And especially, big swing, big miss there from Joe Root. Wow, dot ball. 10 overs down, 40 for 1. So on target for 40, 80, 120, 160, 200 right now, but you add in a little bit for the last 10 overs. So you'd probably be looking around that 220. That's what I was saying. Yeah, the world's a messed up place, man. And I feel like if you're ever considering traveling to places around here, this area of the world, just be aware. So I feel like it's probably, don't watch it with your kids, but I feel like you should watch it. 5 T20Is would have been better than 3 ODIs and 3 T20s 8 days before the World Cup. I agree, Kraken. I don't really know why they've decided to go the ODI route here. We do see the 3 T20s incoming, but first power play has concluded. Confirmation of the first power play being concluded. Yeah, I would say that their best bet would have been to just smack out 5 T20s, like you're seeing with India versus New Zealand. Oh no, I don't think so. I think that's missing. No way. Now they're all up in it and celebrating it. He goes for a big swing there, Rehan, and misses. Don't review that. You know that's missing. You know that's missing. Yeah, there's no way you review this. There's no way. That's going down. Yeah, they won't. Okay, so that'll be a dot ball. Santa says, a couple of years England playing baseball kind of cricket, but I've seen that this is no baseball in this series. Well, you can't really play... you mean baseball is what you were trying to say. But I guess you could link up with a baseball terminology in a lot of ways. But baseball, yes, they do play that high intensity style. You can't play high intensity, just smack around cricket here on a pitch like this. You just can't. You just can't. Yeah, definitely going down there. There's good that they didn't review that. You could see it immediately. Goes for a swing. Oh, is he out? Oh wow, that's a good catch. Hasaranga has got a wicket there. Wow, I thought that was bouncing, but obviously not. It goes straight to Hasaranga gets the wicket. Yeah, Epstein Island was a small portion of what's happening on a broader scale in the world. Yeah, it's all part of it. Yeah, geez, that's a huge catch, man. That was whacked. That was absolutely smacked. How has he caught that? I tried doing the Perth test. Well, they did it at the MCG. But the ODI here in Sri Lanka is a very different pitch. Very, very different pitch. But that is going to be a wicket. And England 2 wickets down for 40 runs. And now we're going to see, Jacob Bethel come in. And then Harry Brook. Oh, let me just shrink this a little bit so you can see a little bit better. There we go. All right. So Ahmed, but at least he went over his average. I feel like the main portion of their batting is now, though. Those 2 openers will duck it. Again, he scored some runs in this series, but Rehan Ahmed, that was his best there with 24. But Joe Root, Jacob Bethel, Harry Brook, and Josh Butler, this is where they really start to get into their order. Australian T20 squad is the best, in my opinion, for the World Cup, and England looks terrible. I agree with Australia. I think India look really good, though. If you've seen them in this New Zealand series, they've looked really good. I watched their game the other night, and they just whooped them. First ball wicket for New Zealand, and you would have thought, okay, here we go. New Zealand might be on for something here. They're already down 2-0 in the series. First ball, they bowl him, and then they go and get beat by 8 wickets, and in 10 overs. They beat him in 10 overs, 8 wickets. That's how big the Indians beat New Zealand by. They do have a good team in the T20, and it is in India. What will happen, though, if Australia do end up knocking India out, they will never forgive us, because then we would have done them in the ODI, and then if we beat them in a World Cup final in the T20, they're prime time. Like, that's what they care about the most. They care specifically about the T20. If we went and beat them in a final in India for the T20 World Cup, my gosh, dude. Like, that would be filthy. That would be filthy. I can't get over how good that catch was. That was just whack to him. And that's going to end up being a single here for Jacob Bethel, so we'll get off the duck. Sean says, Brenton, I'm sure he didn't let boat people turn up like the rest. Okay. Not going down that path. India is more of a 250 and 20 overs, and then next match 70 all out type of team. Sure, but they have really cleaned the park with New Zealand. Would have loved to have seen them up against a bit of a better T20 team than New Zealand. But then again, I think New Zealand are ranked. I think they are ranked number 3, aren't they? Or they were ranked number 3. Oh, reverse shot there for a 4. Very risky, but it does come off for Joe Root, and he's on 12. And that is a boundary. So 45 for 2 here for the English. That is a risky shot. Jeez, he has played some risky shots here, Joe Root, but luckily he's still there. Price to pay for that ticket? No thanks, not my style. The ICC won't let that happen. Yeah, but they didn't want that to happen in the ODI World Cup final, and yet we saw Travis Head absolutely slaughter. ICC rankings. T20I team rankings. That's right, New Zealand were 3rd, now they're 4th. England are in 3rd. I do feel like a final between India and Australia, unless they come up against each other earlier, I do think a final between India and Australia is on the cards. I think that is probably the go. Alright, so Jacob Bethel, he is on strike. To be fair, I'm actually enjoying how this game's going. I am enjoying it, regardless of how slow it is. Like, I am enjoying it. It is very technical, which is, what you see in the subcontinent. Maybe not as much India as previously, but definitely places like Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. Next bowl. And it's going to go straight back to the bowler for a dot ball. Dot ball. Look, I think if they can get something like 250, that would be just unbelievable. I think it would be unbelievable for what we're watching here. And that's going to go up Broadway for a single. Probably could have got 2 out of that, but I think they're only going for a single. Yeah, they do. It'll be 47 for 2. Wow, Sri Lanka have gone to favouritism. I don't know, man. I feel like this is the real peak of the order. I think Rashid's going to have a really big one. I think he is. I think he is. I think he is. Next bowl. And that's going to be a single. Crackett says, why are the stands empty? Isn't cricket a huge thing in Sri Lanka? It is, but you've got to remember it's also a Tuesday. And in the middle of the day, it might get a bit more the later the day goes on. But it is a Tuesday. And they're probably all paid for tickets to the T20s, I would assume. Cricket is big in Sri Lanka, but I don't think it's as big as it used to be. I think it used to be well bigger than it is now because Sri Lanka aren't as good as a cricket team in any format as they used to be. So maybe that is the reasoning behind it. I would assume anyway. I don't know. But I will go and say it because it's a Tuesday. Wow, that was a good bowl. But it'll be a dot ball. Yeah, he didn't go on with that shot there, Bethel. Otherwise, he was gone. If he goes through with that shot, he's gone, dude. Massive inside edge there onto the pad. Oh, but he goes to this one. But it goes straight to the fielder. Good placement. Straight to the fielder. So 12 gone, 47 for 2. Yeah, you hate to be down the 2 wickets here, England. But again, they've got some pretty big time. They've got massive batters here in the middle of the order. I'm more interested in how this middle order goes than there's 2 openers. Way more interested. Sad to see that my goat Jack Leach isn't playing. Jack Leach, for him not to be playing tells me England should lose this. They should lose every single format for the rest of history based on not playing Jack Leach. It's the greatest bowler of all time. Might be the greatest bowler of all time, just behind a guy like Bryden Cast, maybe. Bryden Cast, pretty spectacular. Pretty spectacular stuff. And they will get a single here for Joe Root. He'll be on 14. 48 for 2. Joe Root needs to be that stabiliser, and Bethel and Brooke. Dude, Brooks are either going for 2 or he's going for 50. He's either going for 2 or 50, no in between. England has one of the best looking ODI jerseys. Let me have a good look at it again. Next bowl. Ooh, another sweeper there, and Bethel is going to get a 4. Good shot, Jacob Bethel, the young blood. I'm really excited. I think everyone's really excited about Jacob Bethel after his 100 against the Australians in the 5th test on debut in that game against the Aussies. Oh, no, sorry, he wasn't on debut. It was a debut series. He played the MCG, but it was an unbelievable 130, I think he got in the end. 130, 140, something like that. It was ridiculously good and so impressive, and hopefully here he can prove it in the ODI format. He's a good kid, good head on his shoulders from the Caribbean. Of course, that's why he's good, because he's not English. Because he's not from England. He's from Barbados. Barbados. No, I do like the English kid. I do. Next bowl. Oh, that's a big full toss there. Bit of a risk there. Massive risk there with that shot. He hits it straight towards the bowler. Luckily, it just bounces before him, though. He's still so inexperienced, though, Jacob Bethel. And these places are... This is where the men become boys, playing places like this. On the basis, men come boys in Australia or India, but maybe not now, but before. Australia specifically, that's where men really become... so boys become men. Geez, not men become boys. Or you could argue this is a place where men become boys because it's so difficult, and even the best batters of all time usually, find it quite tough. So 5 off of the over, 13 overs gone. They got past the 50 bomber. They're 52 for 2. You want to be seeing them around that by the 20 over mark. You'd want to be seeing them around the 80, 90, 80. Another 28 runs, 7 overs is pretty slow, but still, no, you want to be seeing around that 90. Based off of an expected score around that 220 or so. Hasaranga, 1 wicket, 10 runs off 2 overs. Pretty happy with the economy there of 5. It's the beauty of cricket. It just, oh, that isn't charging. I just realised this light turned off. I don't know how long this light's been turned off, but it has been turned off. Hold on. Yeah, it really needs to be bloody shoved in there, son. There we go. Now it's charging. Alright, Vandasay comes in. A bit of spin, and it will be a dot ball. Dot ball. 13.1 overs bowled. Next one. And that's going to be shot out to the boundary just for the single. About to be on 7. What do you think is a good score for England on this pitch? Well, like I was saying, I think that a pass score here is really around that 210, 220 with the way it's playing. I think it's definitely a difficult pitch to get a huge amount of runs on. I will say that I'm expecting them to get a great score would be 250. Like a great score. But I would be fully expecting them to go around that 220 odd, which is what we saw in the second ODI that they won. They got to 223. Oh, that's going to go through for a single. 54 for 2. Actually, and they won that with quite a few balls in hand too. 28 balls or something like that. They've won it pretty well in the end, I'm pretty certain. ODI 2. Okay, next bowl. And that's going to be another single for Joe Root, so he'll be on 16. They ended up winning by, with 22 balls left. They won by 5 wickets, 22 balls left. Sri Lanka set a target of 219, and England chased down 223. Again, difficult. 219 is not easy, but England made easy work of that game. 219 is not easy in this context. That's the thing. Don't take this context and place it into an Australian pitch or place it into an Indian pitch. That's another single here for Jacob Bethel. He'll get on to 8. So 56 for 2. The context of this pitch comparatively to other pitches, and that's what, when you watch more cricket, you start to understand that, say, in India, you're needing a minimum of like 300. 300 is a minimum score in most of India, which is what we saw from that New Zealand versus India ODI series. That's going to be a single for Joe Root. So 57 for 2 through 14 overs. You're looking for 300 in India, and you're looking for a similar margin, a similar amount in like Australia and whatnot. Sri Lanka has a habit of getting all out at 50 to 60. Yeah, Sri Lanka, you wouldn't really be backing their batting in too heavily. You wouldn't be backing in the batting too heavily. Australia under-19s team has again made it to the semis. Oh, good stuff. I haven't been keeping up with that under-19s competition at all. They killed that Sri Lanka under-19s team. Let me have a look. Do we have... Is a guy like... Wait, how old is Sam Costas now? Is he like 20? He's 20 years old. He can't play. Australia under-19s. We play the West Indies. Well, there you go. So the under-19 Cricket World Cup. So we beat South Africa by 6 wickets. We beat Sri Lanka by 9 wickets. What? They're all out for 58. Sri Lanka. What? All out for 58 is crazy. South Africa all out for 118. Australia beat Japan by 8 wickets. Wow, Japan hit 201. Is Japan a good under-19s team? Japan. Are they going for a single here? Yeah, they did. They went for a single. And the bat is down. So that'll be 58 for 2. They went for a single, yeah. I swear they did. Maybe not. Japan on a 19s, 201 for 8 is actually really solid. And that's definitely going to be a single. So Beth will be on 9. Yeah, it was 58 for 2. Yeah, I was right. You didn't know Japan had an under-19 team? Casual? Listen here, Jacko. How about you casual these nuts, son? What you mean? How am I meant to know about Japan's under-19 team? I don't watch the under-19s. I watch every sport in its main division, but I don't keep up in regards to the younger divisions and whatnot. I didn't say that I didn't know they had an under-19s team, but I didn't realise that they were actually pretty good. Like, that's good. 201 for 8 is a good score against Australia, especially when we're clean sweeping, actual cricketing nations of Sri Lanka and South Africa. Beat Ireland with 8 wickets, 62 balls left. 62 balls left. Beat India by 79 runs. And then Japan, they're getting... Oh, but to be fair, Japan did 201 runs in 50 overs. We did 204 runs in 29.1 overs. So their batting's not bad. Their bowling is atrocious. Nope, not on, buddy. Well, hey, listen. Well, what are your thoughts about the Gold Coast under-16s team in Australia? What are your thoughts? You got good thoughts on them? Who's your favourite player? Who is your favourite player from the Robina Raptors? Jacko? The Robina Raptors under-16s. I'm pretty sure 99.99% of Japanese don't know they have a cricket team. I'm pretty certain that 100% of Japanese don't know they have a cricket team because I'm pretty certain the players are probably not going to even be Japanese. They're probably going to be from, say, India, or, you'll see an Aussie who's gone over there to because he knows he's not probably good enough for the actual Australian national teams, who's gone to Japan. You see this a lot in, like football or rugby union, for example. And I don't even think that Jacko knew. To be honest with you, I don't even think Jacko knew. He doesn't know Jack. Jacko doesn't know Jack. He's bloody talking, didn't know Japan. I didn't say they didn't have a team. I just said I didn't know they were any good. And it doesn't look like their bowling's any good, but their batting's pretty good. I'm going to have a look at this game, actually. Alright, so Malashuk got 102 runs. Nitesh, so this is for Australia. Nitesh Samuel, 60 runs. Stephen Hogan, 15. Tom Liang Hogan got 27. So Japan on the 19s. So Hugo Kelly, very Japanese name. Niha Palmer. Nikhil Paul. Charles Hinds. Here we go. Kazuma Kato Stafford. There we go. But he got out for a duck. Kasei Callum Kobayashi Doggett got out for 1. Taylor Alexander War got out for 1. Montgomery Hara Hins, 29. Gabriel Mukarami Hins, 0. And then Chihaya Sakin out for 4. All right, 63 for 2 here for the English. Hello Madrid says baseball and football in Japan. Rugby union isn't really a popular sport in Japan. Not exactly will I agree with you. Rugby union is popular. It's just not as popular as baseball and football. But rugby union definitely has become more popular ever since they beat South Africa. That's going to be a single here. So it'll be, I think, 64 for 2. It has become a lot more popular when Japan's national team is playing. So, again, no. You're right, it's not as popular as those, but it is popular. I did my CPR refresher course today. Staying alive is stuck in my head again. Staying alive? Why staying alive stuck in your head? Did they play that the whole time? Sean says, I disagree. Rugby is massive in Japan. It is. It's not as big as baseball and football, but it is their third biggest sport. It's become massive there. They defeated the Springboks. Yeah, in 2015. Yeah, they beat the Springboks, brother. How do you not know this? Wait a second. How do you have an opinion on rugby union in Japan if you didn't even know they beat the Springboks? It's the biggest upset of all time. It was in the World Cup. They beat the Springboks in 2015 in the World Cup. In the last seconds, they scored a try. It was insane. How have you not heard of this? 65 for 2 through 16 overs. 65 for 2 through 16 overs. Joe Root, he's got 158 runs in this series so far. 79 average for 250 pluses. Most runs in a 3-match series. Oh, this is the most ever. Joe Root in this series so far has already gone past the most runs ever in a Sri Lanka versus England 3-match series. The next is Marvin Atapatu with 115 back in 2001. Joe Root against Sri Lanka, 147 back in 2021. But Joe Root in 2026 with 158 already. Double. G'day, sir. Lagan says, G'day all. Got bored, so I decided to watch Bulldogs vs Eels 2024 with that Blake Wilson try. Now I'm here. Yeah, didn't need to know about that first part, but thank you for letting us know. Yeah, didn't need to know about... Look at this Englishman. He's got the red tear coming down from his painted face with the flag on it. That's going to be a single here for Joe Root to be on 23. 66 for 2 through 16.2. Joe Root. Rudy Skirty. Skirty Rudy. Skirty Rudy. Not a big Union fan. Don't really follow the Rugby World Cups. Exactly. No, that's fair enough. You don't have to. But that's why when you have an opinion, a statement like that, it don't really make sense because obviously you don't follow it enough to actually understand it. And that's not an insult to you, but it's more to kind of give you advice for the future. If you're going to have a statement like rugby's not big in Japan, well, you kind of need to know about rugby union to have that thought process. You were right in regards to baseball and in regards to football, which I'm sure you probably know about. You definitely know about football because your name is Hello Madrid. And in regards to baseball, I'm sure you have at least a decent idea about guys like Shohei Ohtani and Yamamoto and all these kind of guys. But with rugby union, it's big. Yeah, it is big. They do love their rugby in Japan. Bethel definitely can be the next big thing from England. He probably will be the next big thing from England, Kraken. I thought Duckett was just shit against Australia. I didn't realise he was putrid in general. He's actually had a pretty good series so far, just not this game. This game has been awful, but he actually had a pretty good first couple of games. It's going to be a dot ball. This is also a very difficult pitch to play on here today, but he got like 65 in the first and then 36 in the second. It's just this one here, he's gotten out for close enough to a duck. I think you should watch the Panthers vs Bulldogs semi-final game this year. Yeah, it's a good one. This is the good part, but it's a good one. Definitely was one. So it'll be a single. 17 overs gone, and the English will be on, I think, 68 for 2. I don't know if they've adjusted that yet. Chuck says, hi, I thought I'd say hi before I go to sleep. 2 questions. Why was Butler not playing the Ashes? I'm assuming he's retired from Test. Surely he's better than Jamie Smith. No, I think it was valid at the time. I think it was valid. Actually, aren't you in England? Surely, I thought you were based in England, Chuck. Um, so this would be what, like midday for you? Even no, maybe beforehand. Maybe like 10 a.m. Something like that. I don't know. But anyway, Josh Butler, I think was a good selection if he did get in, but Jamie Smith warranted it. It just didn't work out. I think that the most important one actually that was a big miss was Johnny Bairstow, because I think he would have solidified England's innings a lot more and has history with hundreds in Australia. So I think that was the biggest miss. But I did understand why Jamie Smith, his form did warrant it, and he is a good wicketkeeper. But obviously they've gone with Josh Butler here in this ODI series. Are Test and limited overs matches no longer in the same series? Sometimes, but right now we've got a lot of teams, playing the ODIs and T20s, and you've got to remember that the tests have slowed down this year because we've got the T20 World Cup coming up next month. So you've got your typical, but we won't see any more tests until, I don't know if we see many more tests until super late, like May, June, or something like that. And I think it's England versus New Zealand, maybe. Maybe. Jaggers, we love Bethel straight out of Bridgetown. Yeah, no, fantastic stuff from the Caribbean. That'll be a dot ball. 68 for 2 right now through 17.3. You definitely want to be seeing England up at least at that 80-90 after 20 overs. I don't think they're in a bad position, though. I don't think they're in an amazing position, but I don't think they're in a bad position. You will see Sri Lanka struggle here on their own pitch anyway. And they will not get a run there. It was nice seeing us in the finals. Yeah, no, welcome back, son. Welcome back for the first time ever. Kraken says, I guess South Africa and India just had a test ODI and T20 series. South Africa and India? Did they have a test series, did they? Oh, were they playing when Australia was playing England, were they? And, ooh, that's going to go through, but it's just going to be a single. It's going to be a man in the boundary. It is so difficult to get boundaries here, which is why it's such a surprise when we did see Rehan open up and get some big boundaries, but also in that first over when he slapped a boundary. Don't know much about England cricket. Which English cricket legend does Bethel show of? Well, that's a great question. I'll pass that question back to the English here. Jacko, you're a good one to ask here. Who would you put as the biggest comparison for Jacob Bethel? I hate doing this shit because it really it puts too much pressure on a kid. But obviously, it's not like he's going to see this. But who would you say? Who would you say is his English equivalent from what you've seen so far on a potential level? 69 for 2. We love it. 69 for 2. Still 32 overs to go here for the English team. So basically, for people who don't know, you get to the 25 over mark. Let's assume they're at 90. Let's assume they get 21 runs. No, they're not getting. They're not getting 21 runs in 2 overs. No, sorry, that's in 7 overs. Okay, let's assume they're at 90. Okay, after the next 7 overs, that's only 21 runs in 7 overs. You'd like to see more than that. Let's go with 100. Okay, so if they can get to 100 before the 25th over, that's 31 runs. Then that means they've still got another 30. So you got another 25 more overs. So based off of the pure, just half to half, you would go 200. But you do add on a good 20, 30 runs for the last 5 to 10 overs because the pressure is on you. Start to hit a little bit more freely. So right now, if they can get up to that 100 marker by the 25, which I would assume they do because they're about to get to 70 here through 18.1. If they can get to that 100 marker, you're probably aiming them towards that 220, 230, which I feel like might actually be enough here. It's going to be weird, bro. It's going to be weird. 10 in the morning. So what do you mean going to sleep, Chuck? It's 10 a.m. and you're going to sleep. Have you been up all night? Top ball. Isn't this kind of slow batting totally against the whole Bazball idea, or is Bazball just a test cricket gimmick anyway? No, they've kind of been utilising it across all formats, but you can't play that way here, otherwise you would get done for 100. There'd be 8 wickets down now, and they'd be at 50 runs. They'd be 50 for 8. You can't play it here in Sri Lanka. The pitch is nowhere, but that's a risky shot. We'll go back, I don't know, for a single. Yeah, it will be a single. No, it won't be. It won't be a single. They'll get a dot ball. Rory Burns, Jacko says, you're out of control, mate. You're out of control. I don't even know if Lagan knows Rory Burns. But yes, you would expect England on a overall basis to play that style. But I think the Test series has really has really hurt their mindset there in a lot of ways. That's going to be a single for Jacob Bethel, so on 71. Right at this moment of the game, they do just need to kind of get through. That's why I said Rehan getting 24 is actually really strong. Duckett getting out is kind of expected, even though he's had a good series so far. This is where their real batters come into play. This is the place, because not only do you have Root and Bethel, but then you do have Harry Brook, who's going to find it interesting here. He did get out. He did get at 45, but he also got a 6, which is what he can do in the series so far. But, Harry Brook is good enough. Josh Butler is good enough. Will Jacks, that'll be interesting. Overton can have a bit of a slap at times. Sam Curran can can hold him well, but overall, hold on. Overall, England still, for mine, are looking for a decent enough total. There'll be a single here. It will be a single. 73 runs now. Bazball is not a thing for spin-friendly pitches. Yeah, if you use Bazball on spin-friendly, you're going to get done very, very quickly. But that's going to be a drinks break here. 9 turnovers down, 73 for 2. I think the wickets may be a little bit frustrating for England, but I think the runs, I think they're okay with right now. I do. I think they're okay with as we currently speak. But obviously, guys, hit that like button. Subscribe if you're new around here. Tomorrow, we will also be live as New Zealand take on India. New Zealand take on India in the T24. And if you want to watch a dominant display, check it out with us, because India have been playing some pretty dominant cricket in regards to T20s. And it'll be a good, England back into favouritism. It'll be a good kind of preview for this T20 World Cup that's starting up. So if you don't know much about cricket, it is at a late time for you Aussies. It will be an awful time for you. For England, a great time for you. For me in Vietnam, and for you, Shauno, in Thailand, it's on at 8:15 p.m. So great time slot. Basically finishing around the same time as this game here finishes today. But for you Aussies, that 8:15 p.m. time slot in New South Wales, that'll be 9, 10, 11, 12, 15 p.m. start. And in Queensland, I think that means 11:15 p.m. start. 11:15 p.m. start. Chuck says, my routine's a little different of late. I'm usually a night owl anyways. Yeah, I'm a bit of a night owl too, Chuck, to be fair. 10 a.m. is ridiculous for mine. 10 a.m. is wild. Like, when I say I'm a night owl, I don't mind having to sleep at like 4 a.m. kind of deal. Obviously, when I was doing the India versus New Zealand ODI series when I was in Fiji, I was going to bed at 5. That's super late for me. But yeah, 10 a.m. is, you've taken it to a new level here, Chuck. You've taken it to a new level. The only time I've ever been up until like 10 a.m. is when I've been on my drinking crusades when I was like 20 years old in Fiji. Dragon says, that's right, yeah. Bethel does show glimpses of Ollie Pope. Oh, I want to time you out so bad, mate. So bad. You just know how to grind, eh? Ollie Pope. I love Jacob Bethel. I think it's really good. The time zone here is very good for sport. Not good for English Rugby League. I thought I was going to do the Super League this year. I actually can't really, because it'll be on at like 3 a.m. in the morning for 4 a.m. in the morning kind of deal. It's sometimes 2 a.m. It's a shit time, and I've got enough cricket on, so I can't do it. I was going to do the Super League, but it's not good for the English Super League. In regards to the to American sports, it's not that great. But for the sports that you enjoy, you like your cricket, like rugby league and whatnot, maybe a bit of AFL, I don't know. But if you like those kind of sports, yeah, brilliant time slot in Asia. India is even better, because you can watch it in the morning. You know, the NRL games on Saturday would start at 9 a.m. in the morning. That was brilliant. And then, you'd smack out 3 straight streams, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. and then there'd be about a break of half an hour, 11:30 a.m. till 1:30 p.m. and then 1:30 p.m. till 3:30 p.m. You've gone through the hottest point of the day. So the part India is so hot, it's like 45 degrees. So you don't want to leave your apartment. You don't want to leave it anyway. So you smash out the streams, you watch some rugby league, you enjoy that. And then at night time, you go out and you have a nice dinner and have a nice little mass or something, out looking over it with it being nice and cool and the cool as India can get, but nice and cool in the night time. It was brilliant. You could do so much when you could, but you're not actually going to leave your apartment during the day. So India is a perfect time slot for rugby league. Perfect. Kraken says, call me delusional. I see England touching 300. You reckon England getting 300 here? Wow. That's a bold call. That's a bold call. I'm not going to necessarily say you're delusional, though, but I think it's delusional. And look, I'm not going to say it's illusional. I think it's a very, very tough ask. I think they'd be super happy with 250. They'd be super happy with 250. I think that would be an amazing score. Like, they're 19 overs down, 73 for 2. But Colombo is very well known for it being harder to bat in the second innings. It's very well known for it. So the first thing, that's why England chose to bat immediately. They didn't have to think twice about it. They chose to bat, set the foundation. We're just waiting for the end of the drinks break here. Set the foundation and then come in with a bit of Al Rashid and whatnot to bowl. So, yeah, this is going to be very difficult for Sri Lanka. If they get 300, England win the game already. They've already won. England, 100%. If they got 300, they would already have won the game. There'd be no point. I'd honestly just say forfeit Sri Lanka. If England got to 300. Friday the 13th of Feb, I leave. I know, awful day to fly. No, it's completely fine. I've gone on days like that. I know that thought process always comes in before you fly, but no, you'll be right. So it's going to be a single there to start off for Joe Root. That is a single. So Joe Root's on 26 and Bethel's on 16. It's 74 for 2 here for the English. Sean says, mate, it's 5:15 p.m. I've been kidnapped by my granddaughter and I'm sitting in a pink castle having a beer, listening. Sensational. What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. All you need is the pink tutu, and then you're really raring to go. That's another single here. It's actually Bethel who got a single. Now Joe Root got the single. So Bethel back on strike. Chuck says, start my new job next week, 6:30 p.m. 7:30 a.m. Yeah, fair enough. Like, I can, if your job is like that time slot, then that completely makes sense why you're kind of going to bed at 10 a.m. That completely makes sense. Ooh, they're going to be a misfield there, so it'll be a single. So getting a couple of freebie singles here to start off this 20th over. 19.3 down. Van der Say is going to have 13 runs to 3.3, so he's not giving up too much in the economy. Will you be live that night? On the 13th of February. I'm sure I would be because the T20 World Cup will be in full swing. 13th of February. Wow, yeah, we got Raiders versus Storm in the NRL preseason, and also the Cowboys versus Panthers in the NRL preseason, and then the USA versus Netherlands in the T20 World Cup. So yeah, I'll be live. I'll be live for pretty much the entirety of the rest of my life with that T20 World Cup coming up. ODI World Cups will be a killer. Oh, I think he's gone. I think he's gone. I think he's gone. No. No, the umpire doesn't go up, and I don't think they're going to review it. I think it's the outside off stump. Yeah, they're not going to review it. Jeez, that was close, though, for Joe Rudy Scooty. That is close for Scooty Rudy McJoe Rudy. Oh, they are reviewing this. They are reviewing this. This is a huge wicket if they can get Joe Root here. If they can get Joe Root here, this is massive. They weren't confident on the review. And, ooh. Ooh. I don't think it hits bat. Okay, they're showing us someone in the crowd right now. We want to see we want to see the review. Why are we looking at people in the crowd right now? The Ultra Edge, and it will no. Oh, it hits glove. Well, it hit glove. There was a noise when it went past the glove there. I think that's going to be outside off. That is not out. That is not out. Impact outside, pitching outside off. That is not out. I think it's rough because I think that if you're just purely going off what we saw, it probably does go and hit the old stumps, but I know the rules of cricket. Someone do a workshop on taking reviews. Yeah, that was an interesting one. Like, I think on a technical basis, like if you're watching that ball and you're assuming where that ball's going, it's going to hit the stumps. But also based on the rules of cricket, it is clearly not out, and it's a wasted review, and they will get a single here. They had their hearts in their mouths, though. England 77 for 2. After that single, that's 20 overs gone. Hit that thumbs up button, subscribe. 77 for 2. Starting at control center, 24 hours, 4 on, 4 off. I'll take it. Yeah, you take that. You take that, son. So that's the end of the 20th over. I think if you're England, you're pretty happy right now. I don't know if you're extraordinarily happy, but I reckon you're pretty happy. But no, Olivia, like I said on the previous stream and now on this stream, I think we counted 56 streams in the next 28 over the 28 days of February. I think it's 56 streams. I'll do it quickly again. I'll count because most of them are T20s and pre-season. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62. 62 streams in 28 days. Yeah, it's going to be full on. Forget the 56, it's 62. Double. How were the mighty United flying, son? How good, Jacko! Oh, how good, son! Oh, my goodness me, you get around him. Hey, Shauno, how's the old Arsenal? How's the old Arsenal, Shauno? Jacko called it with that Man United win. And I'll be double. Picked England, then it was 20% or something like that at the start. That surprises me. I feel like you get a lot of Aussies here who'll vote Sri Lanka just for the sake of it being England. I feel like it. So we're on 28. Oh, that's going to be buys. No, just a single from leg buy. Single on leg buy. The old United, eh? Keeping the comp alive. Keeping the Premier League alive. But City have a much tougher run in. We got Tottenham next, and then I think we play Liverpool. If you come through with 6 points there, title's on. Wow, that's a big swing and a big miss there. Oh my god, that's going to be a single, but yikes. 86 minutes to screw up. Great goal to screw up on. Yeah, but Arsenal have been well known as... Oh no, it's Liverpool is known as the last minute kings. Yeah, the old set piece merchants got done over. It's a great goal too. 79 for 2 here through 20.5. What's happening right now? We're looking at security. I don't know what was happening there with security. Next ball. Oh, shot over the top, and that's going to be a boundary. Yes, it is. Scooty Rudy with the 4. He's on 36. Scooty Rudy gets the boundary. That's the first boundary we've seen in a while. No way they bottle it, but it's Arsenal, so you never know. Well, we've just seen them lose to United 3-2. Dude, there's so many games you look back on for Manchester City this year and you go, if they hadn't have lost just some absolute bottler games, oh, there's just so many, like, what-if games, you know what I mean? So many what-if games. Brutal stuff. Jack, I was hoping I could sneak through with the Gunners' loss coming up, but no. Can't sneak through here, son. Cannot sneak through here. Oh, bro's got the old sandals out over there. I haven't seen people wearing sandals in ages. That should just be a single for Jacob Bethel. Actually, no, that won't be Bethel. That'll be Root. No, it was Bethel. How is Bethel on strike after the 4? Jeez, that's a good shot though from Joe Roy. He really needed to time it correctly over the top of the fielder there, but it was exactly what you would expect from Scooty Rudy. Next bolt, and that will be a single. 85 for 2. Like I said, you want to be at least at that 100 mark from where we're at now with 3.3 overs to bowl. You'd like to be seeing at least into the 90s. But I think 300 is pretty bold and crazy cracking. That would mean they'd have to go for a real big slap at one point. Dot ball. Good fielding. We've got a set piece to equaliser just for Gunyard to slap them up 2 minutes later. Love to see it. Beautiful to see, really beautiful. I could still see 250 here. I could still see a 250 bomb. Dot ball. But it would rely on them really opening up late on in this innings. I just don't back in Sri Lanka's batting. I really don't. I don't back in Sri Lanka's batting. Especially if they can get Mendes pretty quickly, England. That should just be... They will think about a second. They would have got done very quickly if they went for a second there. Just be a single. It's 86 for 2. 14 runs in 3.1 overs. That's what you're looking for here. Oh, he's gone for a slap, and that's gone through. But there will be a man on the boundary. It should be 2 runs there. So it'll be 88 for 2. 22 overs down. 88 for 2. 22 overs down. Oh, I just realised I haven't done the innings break picture yet. So that when there's the innings break, we have the half an hour break. I'm going to run down and get a bummy. A bummy. Or maybe spicy noodles, son. You don't know. Just don't know. Maybe spicy noodles are a bummy. So 88 for 2 from 22, and Bethel will now come up on strike. This is a good partnership here of 48. But you do need these kind of guys to settle in. Hunter says, I was watching the TalkSport football comments on Arsenal vs Man United. It seemed that almost all of their panellists were loving an Arsenal defeat, then United shocker. Well, yeah. Everyone loves it. Everyone loves it, son, because their fans are intolerable. It's crazy how Arsenal fans, for doing nothing, they haven't done anything yet, for doing nothing, have just become the most delusional fan base on the planet. You know, you've got everyone supporting against them, even teams that don't care. You know, you've got Liverpool fans going for City. You've actually got United fans going for City a lot over Arsenal. Obviously, you've got the London clubs. It's crazy how delusional they are. This is why you see this. Oh, it's safe. Jeez, that was a risky shot from Bethel, but he'll get a single there. He'll be on 20. This partnership is going very dangerous for Sri Lanka. It absolutely is. Especially when you're seeing Bethel swing like that. He's breathing heavily there because he knows that was a rough one. Grab me one, thanks. Maybe a bum my bit chili. Ooh. Bum my bit chili. Ooh. Now we're talking. The problem is that everyone is talking about them. That's the team's problem. That's hit well, but there is going to be a man on the boundary. Just a single for Joe Scooty Rudy. He'll be on 36. That's the team's problem. Stop listening and play football. Agree. But also, City have had everyone talking about them for 15 years, and they come through usually. Liverpool had everyone talking about them. The issue with Arsenal is not that everyone's talking about them, it's that their fan base is deluded. And then they listen to their fan base. He's in. He's safe. Wow, that was close. When they get a single, that was so close. You can't get run out here, lads. You can't get run out. Not with this kind of partnership. You can't be having... That was a really odd choice of a single, but they do get there. That was so close. Yeah, he was already halfway down the pitch. He had to run. If he didn't make that run, Oh, dude, if they didn't complete that run and try to turn around, he would have been gone. They use Kupi Mayo on their banh mi and Via. I don't even know what that is. Kupi? I don't know what that is. Maybe. So punch for 51. Next bowl from Sri Lanka. And an easy little single there. Make it 9-2 for 2 through 23. So they are definitely on target. You would assume to get to where at least around the 100 mark. Well, they are around the 100 mark, but you'd be getting them to... I'd give them 8 runs next 2 overs. Japanese mayo, it's good. Well, then yes, because it's amazing. Banh mi in Vietnam is amazing. A month ago, they'd have Declan Rice over Prime Zidane. Zinedine Zidane, sorry. There was a video with Angry Ginge and one of the guys from the Bob Boys, and he said that Declan Rice is a better set-piece taker than David Beckham. And Ginge told him to get out. He told him to get out. He literally told him to get out of the room. Pack your shit and get out. They use it on bail buns as well. Well then, yeah, probably. Probably it's used. Alright, so Hazaranga, change of ends, and he's in. Oh, that's gone over the top. Is it going to go for a 4? Is there a man on the boundary? There will be a man on the boundary. So it's going to be 2 runs here for Scooty Rudy. He'll be on 39. Current run rate is 4.06. I'll bump up to about 4.10. I'd be happy with it. I'd be happy with it right now. I would be happy with it. Oh, he's hit that one well to a 6. Joe Rudy, Scooty Rudy, get that slap up into his thumb. Boosh, boosh, boosh. Oh, and they've hit the hunch. Wow, 8 runs off the first 2 balls, and he's whacked a 6, and he said, get that shit out my face. That is a 6. That is from Scooty Rudy. I actually love that I'm able to watch this and just enjoy it from a neutral perspective, rather than when England's playing Australia, I would be pissed off at watching that, and now that's super exciting to see that. You know, and that's the great thing when you're not watching your team play and you're just watching as a neutral, you're able to really appreciate what you're watching. And that from Joe Root is such a great shot in tough conditions here. He's earned the right to hit, and that's fantastic stuff. Especially considering he's got 8 runs, now 9 runs off of the over, and they'll be at 101 for 2 through 23.4. They got past the 100 mark. So I'd be pretty happy right now to say they are looking at 250. I think they could still get 150 in the next 26.2. It will be tough, but I definitely think the 220. But then again, they did absolutely collapse at 118 for 1 in the first game. Oh no, Bethel. Oh no. Oh. They've only got 1 review here. This could be gone though. I don't think they'll risk it. Oh, they are going to review it. Bethel could be gone here. This is their last review. They better hope it's right. The ump has said no. Umpire on field has said no. Fair deliveries, that's fine. This is a risky review, though. They better hope it's a guarantee. And... ooh, that might be missing. This is close. That actually may be going down. Here. That spins real late. Pretty strong. It'll be interesting, actually. It'll be interesting. Does he get any bat on it? I don't think so. No, ball's nowhere near the bat. Nowhere near it. No bat and ball involved. Okay, let's look at the tracker. This is interesting. This could be out, but it also could be going down. Great insight there. They still would rather Joe Root be the big wicket, but still they need a wicket. Still waiting to see any footage of it. Remember, the on-field call was not out. Oh, review lost. Oh my gosh, it's pitching outside. Oh, they've got no reviews left, Sri Lanka. Oh my gosh, they've got no reviews left. Oh, dude, that's painful. That is painful. So England have got both their reviews still. Sri Lanka have lost both their reviews. I thought it was a risky one. You've only got one review. It wasn't a guarantee. The umpire called it not out. It wasn't. You need to be reviewing a basic guarantee when you've only got the one review remaining. Just ask England in the Ashes series. Next bowl. And now Bethel, he tries to open up. He'll get a single out of it. This has been an expensive over from Hasaranga. 102 for 2. 24 overs down. Jacko says, one told me if you put Rice in the 2004 England team instead of Lampard, they win a trophy. I want to time you out. I'm not going to do it. I want to time you out just for putting that into the air and making us listen to that. I really would like to. I'd like to time you out for a good half an hour, but I'll leave you be. I'll let you be. I'm a gracious man, compassionate, very sympathetic that you had to listen to that, and that's why I won't do it. But next time you don't need to tell us that, dribble. 26 people in here and only 18 likes. Hit a like on or your NRL team won't win a game the whole season. Well, not everyone here would know rugby league. We're watching cricket, so they won't know. But your cricket team will lose in the most excruciating fashion in the Cricket World Cup if you don't hit that like button. You better hit the like button immediately. So Bethel on 22, Root on 46 from 49. Bethel on 22 from 41. Out of the pink castle into the fire, Grandpapa's homemade whiskey. Kicks like a horse. Homemade whiskey sounds pretty good. So 102 for 2. If they could get... Jeez, that'd be pretty okay getting 250 here. I ask you, do you think Sri Lanka can come back and win this from 250 down? I don't know. Oh, that's a swing. That's a swing, and that's a boundary. Wow, Jacob Bethel. That's a good fall there from Jacob Bethel. He's on 26, and it's 106 for 2. If they can get 4 more runs here, they're at 110 by the 25 over mark. They'd be very happy with that. Bushka. Yeah, good sweep. So the Under-19 World Cup is underway. New Zealand are all out of 110, and they're... Oh, Jay, we're back to Pakistan. We're back to Pakistan. Oh, Pakistan might be the death of me, lads. Especially full well knowing that next week, or no, the end of this week, we have Pakistan versus Australia. It might be the death of me. Oh, how are we going to survive? Because I don't like the video of Pakistan might win. Oh, boy. Next bolt. And good shot through. I think that's a 4. I think that's a 4 as they round a boundary. It is a 4. It is a 4 for Jacob Bethel. He'll get to 30. And that's 110 for 2 with a couple more balls left of the over as well. They'd be happy with this, England. They would be happy with this. This partnership has been really good. It's been spectacular. He didn't mention Baba yet. Yeah, but again, Brenton, mate, you mods are going to have it in for you because Australia play Pakistan in quite literally 3 days. No, 2 days. We have India and New Zealand tomorrow, and then Pakistan, Australia on Thursday. Oh no. Yeah, the runs are starting to flow here for England for the English. Hey, maybe we might be onto something here in regards to that 3 Angie. I don't think so, but they've been starting to get a lot more runs. Next bolt. And that will be a dot ball, son. Sneaky little dot ball. Sneaky little dot ball. There we go. Jago says Sri Lanka have no chance. Rehan's going to take 6 wickets in his first over. Dude, I think Adil Rashidi is going to kill it here today. He got 3 wickets in the first ODI. He got 2 wickets in the second ODI. I think Rashidi is going to love this pitch. Love it. God Elvis mods. Jay will carry us like a Stevie Schmidt. Oh, Stevie Schmidt, what a carry job. What a man that bloke is. It's actually disgusting. It's disgusting how much of a carry job he is. Take him on his back. Pause on that one. Shit's going to go crazy. He's going to get like 700 wickets. He might get like 900 wickets. Sometimes it's hard to soar like an eagle when flying with turkeys. That is true. That is true. It's all about who you surround yourself with. You don't want to surround yourself with turkeys. Surround yourself with eagles. Not sea eagles, but eagles. Now we're talking. So Hasaranga is bowling again. 1 wicket for 27 runs. Very expensive last over. Oh, and he's going to keep up with the expense. That's a boundary for Jacob Bethel, and he is opening up now. 35 runs for Bethel, and they're at 115 for 2 through 25.2. Wowee. But it's quite funny because, again, typically, traditionally, at Colombo, you will see the team who bats second face harder conditions. It's quite funny that it was way more difficult at the beginning of this innings, and then England have really opened up here. I guess that it's because they've earned their right to hit, but the pitch is seeming a lot easier to hit now than it was at the very beginning, which, yeah, is an interesting thought process. Single there for Bethel, he'll get 36, that'll be 116 for 2. I just don't back the Sri Lankan bat. I don't. Kraken, were you the one who said the 300? Were you the one who... Yeah, you did. Yeah, you said it. That'd be a crazy call if you get it. If you slap that one down, that'd be a good call. And that's going to be a single. So that'll be 6 runs off the over. Again, another expensive over coming up. That's going to hurt Sri Lanka. Bethel is really getting into his zone. Well, this is the thing. Joe Root has been the stabiliser through the series. Joe Root is a stabiliser. He gets runs. He is, one of the greatest batters of all time. Like, he's a fantastic batter. And, he's able to help out guys like Bethel getting into his zone. He is into it. 36 from 50 balls. He's pretty happy with that from Bethel, a young kid. This is his first series in Sri Lanka. A difficult pitch to play on, and he's getting into his business now. He earned his right to hit, and now he is hitting, and that's going to be another tight single. Wow! Oh, are they going to get another run off of the missed throw? No, they won't. But it'll be a single, tight single. I think 275. I think 275 is a fantastic score on this pitch. I do not think Sri Lanka chase it down. I don't think they've got 276 in them. I'll even admit I rated that smudge moment when he sent Babar packing. Jacko, you have a shrine of a smudge. You love Stevie Smith. There's no way you don't love Steve Smith, because it's impossible to not love Steve Smith unless he's South African. And if you don't like Steve Smith, then you're admitting you're South African, which means there's another English person who's not actually from England and they're from South Africa. So you're in checkmate, mate. You're in checkmate. You either love smudge, or if you don't like smudge, you're South African, and that's justified, but that also means that you can't be an English fan. Being South African, you should be a South African fan, which would make more sense because they at least win. You are in checkmate. You are in checkmate. I've just moved my castle in. You can't move. You can't move. What do you take? Are you getting done this side, or are you getting done that side? Which one are you getting done with? Oh no. Sean said something, but it hasn't come through for me, so I have to refresh this chat. Why is it Sean's comments that get hidden more often than not by YouTube? They're scared of Sean's power. Sean says, Jay, surrounding by gobblers, you would have... Okay. Didn't need to go and refresh through that one. It's a single there for Joe Root to be on 48. Well, Steve Smith is a top 10 Australian, so it's a take it or leave it sort of situation. Are you saying top 10 Australian in general, or are you saying top 10 cricketer? I need clarification before I respond to this. You can't tell. Yeah, don't disagree with that. That's going to be a dot ball. Jacob Bethel on strike on 38. I did actually go to an Australia versus Sri Lanka test game in Australia quite a few years ago. I vlogged it. It was so much fun. I actually sat with the Sri Lankans. It was so much fun. They were partying the whole time. Australian person. Okay, we got Steve Irwin number 1. We're not even We're not even moving past Steve Irwin. Who's your top 10 Australians of all time? And I want them in order. I want them in order. Give me your top 10 Australian people of all time. Alvo is definitely not in the top 10. Just want to put that out there. No, he's in the worst 10 people of all time across the world. Not even just Australia. Not even just Australia. So 123 for 2 here for the English. And that was a wide one. Wide one. Scooty Rudy on 48. It's going to be a single for Jacob Bethel. He'll get into the friggin' 40s. The friggin' 40s. 125 for 2. No, it's 124 for 2. So because of that wide, he's still got one more ball here. Jeez, Hasaranga gave up a lot of runs, man. He's bowled the most overs, but he gave up a lot of runs. And that's going to go through for just the single for Scooty Rudy. He'll be on 49. Lagan says, mate, making your top 10 Australians is not something you can do on the spot. It needs a deep analyst. Lagan, I don't think I asked for a here, there, and everywhere. I think I asked for your top 10. And if you're going to be un-Australian, unpatriotic, we're going to have to time you out for 10 minutes if you don't give us your top 10 right now. You've got 10 minutes. I'll give you, because it's top 10, I'll give you 10 minutes. It's 5:47 p.m. here, so it's 9:47 p.m. for you. I'll give you 10 minutes. You've got exactly until 9:57 your time to give us your top 10 Australians, and it better be a good list. You got 10 minutes to be patriotic. You got 10 minutes to be patriotic. So 125 for 2 through 27 overs. And Sri Lanka will come back for a bowl. I've seen a few blokes lose their shit the next day because it was surprise in the morning. I think it wasn't surprise, man. I feel like most of them. I honestly believe you know. I do. I honestly believe you know, but some people are just too drunk and they don't care at the time. I genuinely believe that. I don't believe the guys who say they didn't know. Well, we haven't seen the top 10 yet, Jacko. We haven't seen the top 10. I'm expecting to be in the top 10 from Lagan. But then again, I'm not actually in Australia, so you might be able to get away with it there. Tame Impala needs to be there. We're talking top 10 Australians of all time here. We're talking Steve Irwin category. And if Steve Irwin's not number 1, I am timing you out for half an hour. I'm not even timing you out for 10 minutes. I'll time you out for half an hour if you don't have Steve Irwin number 1. Unless you make a good enough argument for whoever goes above him, but it better be a good argument. It better be an amazing argument. That's going to be a single, and Joe Root with the 50 bomb, 50 bomb, 50 bomb. Ba ba da ba da ba da ba ba ba. 50 bomb, 50 bomb, 50 bomb. Ba da ba da ba da ba da ba ba ba. Scooty Rudy. How about the bomb, son? Clive Farmer. I'll never forgive him for what he did to the Gold Coast United. Sana says, today was another series is on the line. South Africa versus the West Indies will face each other. Oh, yeah, I did see that's on. Yeah. His number 1 is Shannon Knoll. I still can't believe I saw Clive Palmer's name. Clive Palmer, that's crazy. Gold Coast United would still be a thing without him. No, I think that's a fair comment from Sana because it's not just about Pakistan the whole time. At least it's just kind of talking about cricket in general. That's a fine comment, but it's just the constant Pakistan stuff. That's the one we kind of lock in on. Tata says, as a Brit, Steve Irwin is undoubtedly number 1 Aussie full time. 100%. 100%. I've been spruiking the word of Steve Irwin here in Ho Chi Minh in Vietnam. I'm letting them know. Let them know to goat. You know, a friend of mine was telling me about, was showing me a video of someone grabbing a snake out of the Mekong, and I said, Steve Irwin would have eaten this snake in front of you. He would have grabbed it, eaten it in front. Like, obviously, I didn't say that, but that's the kind of thing that he would do. He was a madman. He wouldn't eat a snake. I shouldn't say that, but he would grab that and he'd caress it and love it. It'd be awesome. Steve Irwin's just amazing. By the way, Lagan, you have got T minus 6 minutes. It is 5:51, so 9:51 p.m. your time. You have got 6 minutes here, Lagan. 6 minutes. No, Zach, you're getting a 1 minute timeout for saying Julia Gillard. You've got to be shitting me now. That's a 1 minute timeout for sure. And I don't think you're going to argue it. I think you're going to come back in a minute and you're going to say, I can't believe I messed up. Can't believe I did that. I can't believe I said it. So Jacob Bethel on 40, Joe Root on 50, and that's going to be dot ball. Yeah, good choice for no run. Mate, no, I personally know two blokes from the Northern Hemisphere. It broke them. When you see what happened that night and find out the truth the next day, learning curve I never expected. I guess maybe were they were they on drugs? If I feel like when it's just alcohol, you have a pretty good idea. But maybe if they're on the hard stuff, then I could assume why. And I don't do it. I don't do hard stuff. I never really have, because unfortunately I've known people that have gone down a pretty dark path in that way, so that's why I've never really gone down it. A recent friend of mine actually passed away last week because of it. One of my best mates from my childhood, so yeah, not my kind of deal. But I would assume when you're on that kind of hard stuff, then maybe that would be the case. Maybe. Should be 5 minute timeout for Zach. It should be, Brenton. It really should be. But I'm a gracious man, very compassionate, very sympathetic. Jeez, Joe Root, he's been absolutely slaughtering it today. Look at him. Look at the wagon wheel. But of course they're from the Northern Hemisphere, Shauno. I'm assuming that they're probably from somewhere near Jericho. Working on it. Just give me the 1 minute heads up. It's currently, you've got 4 minutes. You got 4 minutes, son. 4 minutes. And good shot there from Scooty. He'll be on 51. 128 for 2 through 28. They're pretty happy with this, England. How generous can a man be? I know it's actually wild to me. You know, you've really got to take your hat off and maybe put me in the top 10 list. You know, I'm just thinking about the people. I'm a man of people, you know. Just Brenton, listen. That is nearly worthy of a timeout. That is, and I don't think you realise I still can time you out as the owner of the channel. I can still time you out. Ivan Milat, top 10 all time. That is just ridiculous. Piss dads and playing pool, 2 week millionaires. I couldn't tell at this bar for my first 2 beers. Gotta love the Poms. Was the English. Jacko, was this you in Thailand? This was you, wasn't it? Didn't know that Jacko and Shauna knew each other. Brevis scored 100 in South Africa 20 finals. Stubbs and Britsky also were great. South Africa is going to smash the West Indies 3-0. Is it the first game of 3, is it? Or have they already played already? Ooh, that's a cheeky shot from Scooty. Is that going to go for 4? Is it going to go for 4? No, it probably should just be maybe 3, maybe 3, maybe 3, maybe 3. Definitely 2. I think they got 3. Did they get 3 here? The reverse sweep them from Root. He knows how to do them. I don't know how many runs they just got there. It's not showing on the screen. I'd like to see how many runs they got. Still not sure. Still not sure. I was 3. I was right. They did get 3. From 1 to 10, Irwin. Okay, here we go. From 1 to 10. So that's going to be a single for Jacob Bethel. So that'll be 132 for 2. Lagan says, from 1 to 10, Irwin, 1. AC/DC as a group, 2. Bob Hawke, 3. Eddie Marbo, 4. Kathy Freeman, 5. Chris Hemsworth, 6. Jimmy Barnes, 7. Heath Ledger, 8. Kieran Foran. Kieran Foran's a Kiwi. You're gone. I'll let the moderators decide on you. Kieran Foran is a Kiwi. Kieran Foran is from New Zealand, you idiot. What do you mean, Kieran Foran? What do you mean, Kieran Foran? He is a Kiwi. The moderators can decide the length of your timeout. The moderators can decide the length of it. It's going to be that's going to be good fielding. They'll get 2 runs out of it, though, so they'll be 135 for 2. Bro went away. You had an extra minute on the timer slot, by the way, Logan. How long do you time out for, Brenton? I don't get to see how long the timeouts are for. Kieran Foran's crazy. He literally, full well he plays for the New Zealand international team. Paul Hogan there. Kieran Foran. I know you were trying to go a Titans player just so that I'll be gracious, but well, that's a good shot. It's good fielding though. It's great fielding, and they will get 2 runs out of it. 137 for 2. 5 minutes. Oh, you're lucky, Lagan. You're lucky. 5 minutes. So Jacob Bethel on 46. This has been another expensive over. Danan Jaya. 3, 1, 1, 2, 2, 5, 7, 8, 9 runs off the over so far from Danan Jaya. Next bowl. And that'll be a single. For Bethel, it'll be on 47. Sakio says, types up a list for 9 minutes and puts a Kiwi in his 10. All he had to do was name Australians. Exactly right, because you can argue whatever you say. You can argue it. Can somebody else do a better list than Lagan without Kieran Foran? I love Fozzer. Fozzer is in my top 1 Kiwis of all time. But he's not Australian. Can somebody please, for the love of God, as long as you don't say something ridiculously, as long as you put Australians in it, I'm happy. Just put Aussies in it. Yeah, and he didn't even say Donald Bradman. He deserved the time out. And also, he said Steve Smith was in his top 10 before and then has left Steve Smith out of his top 10 here. But he didn't even put Donald Bradman. Wowee. He didn't even put Donald Bradman. That is just something else, Lagan. You're lucky it's only 5 minutes. Could have named himself and he wouldn't have got timed out. No, he would have got timed out for naming himself. No, 100%. No, 1,000,000,000% we would have been timing out Lagging for naming himself in that list. And it would have been longer than 5. It would have been longer than 5 for sure. Russell Crowe, jeez, he's good. He's good, Russell Crowe. Okay, Asitha, we're going with a bit of pace bowling now. And just like that, Bethel gets past the 30 bomber with the 4. 30 bomb. 30 bomb. 30 bomb. Ba-da, 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 ba-ba-ba. 30 bomb. 30 bomb. 30 bomb. Ba-da, 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 ba-ba-ba. That's huge from Jacob Bethel. Scotty Rui on 55, Jacob Bethel on 51. He earned his right to hit, and then when he's hitting, he is hitting, son. Last 20 overs is going to be very interesting, Sana says. It is going to be interesting. England have really opened up here. They're getting some huge runs. They've still got 8 wickets in hand. This is good cricket from England right now. And they did struggle at the start. They were looking really worrying at the start, but again, the openers aren't the guys that I look out for here with England. They're not. Next bowl. Oh, yeah, they've dealt with the spin, and now they're going to slap the pace. Another boundary here for Jacob Bethel. He's on 55. Wow. They have dealt with the spin, and now they've said, bring in your pace, and we're going to punch in the mouth. And they punch him in the mouth. I wish I could buy a vape for you, Bethel. Yeah, he is a big vaper, isn't he? I hear this a lot. I haven't seen it, but I hear this a lot about this vape joke. That's a spectacular shot from Bethel. Bit of Kevin Proctor about him. Jacob Bethel. We also would have accepted even damn well Stephen Bradbury. How can you not add in Stephen Bradbury? I still need somebody else to give me a top 10 though. Someone needs to make up for lagging with his absolute travesty, and someone needs to give us a top 10. And then Lagan, we do want an apology when you come back for adding in a Kiwi. Not only this, you added a Kiwi in before Paul Hogan. That'll do me. That will do me. And that's going to be a dot ball. You are correct, sir. As he does like a good sack whacking, he's getting ready for the footy season, building some colours. We are getting ready for a bulldoggy doggy season. God help us. They were early 20s, first time in Thailand. It's happening to many humans. Yeah, look, valid. I think maybe because I don't get, like, when I drink, but I still have a pretty good awareness about myself for the most part. In Fiji, no, I wouldn't have a great awareness, but in general, I wouldn't go to an international country that I don't know of and drink to the same point you wouldn't say Fiji, where I'm very well aware of. They're slapping them now. Bethel with another boundary. Dude, this is ridiculous. There's 12 runs off the first 4 balls here from Bethel against Asitha. England are really killing them now. 150 for 2 through 29.4. Let's just remember, before the 25 over mark, they were struggling to get to 100. Well, no, they weren't struggling. They, at the 24.3, the 24... Yeah, I think it was 24.2. They were at 97, and then now, after 5 overs, they're at 150. They're flying right now. Yeah, so about 5 overs, they've gone 50 runs in 5 overs. Just crushing it. Absolutely crushing it here, England. And that's what it is when you earn your right to hit. They've earned their right to hit, and now they are absolutely hitting. Dot ball. Where's Dad so he could make one? Well, yeah, I don't expect you to make one, Olivia, because I know you're a Kiwi. You'd put Kieran 4 in your top 10, though, wouldn't you, Olivia? You would. Don't be silly now. Okay, I didn't even get the chance to explain myself. Foreign has an Australian citizenship and has lived in Australia more than New Zealand, but the Steve Smith mistake was an honest one. I'll fix up that list, though. Well, listen, your explaining still is needing more explanation. Does Kieran Foran play for Australia or New Zealand when it comes to rugby league, which is what he's known for? Does Kieran Foran play for Australia or for New Zealand, which is what he is known for? Ah, beautiful shot from Bethel, and it's another 4. Oh my gosh, that is 4, 8, 12, 16 runs off of the over. Bethel has just crunched him, and he's 63 off 69. The strike rate's phenomenal. 154 for 2 through 30 overs. Unbelievable stuff. Taylor says, if I ever see Pope over Bethel ever again, I will lose it. Pope absolutely should never be seeing the light of day over a guy like Jacob Bethel. Bethel has been a brilliant find, and I hope that he continues with it, because there's no guarantee with that, but I hope he does. If he keeps playing like this, man, you'll never see him not in a lineup, because he just is really, really quality. Top 5 Crims. Crims. Chopper, Chappelle Corby, Lenny McPherson, Carl Williams, and John Ibrahim. Okay, so you said Ivan Milat before, and you're not going to add Ivan Milat inside that? For gosh sake, Brenton. Have a word to yourself. Sean says, advice, don't drink out of a shot glass with a coloured dot on the bottom. It's going to be prickly, guaranteed. What do you mean, Shauna? What does that mean? Irwin, Trav, Smudge, Steve Irwin, Travis Head, Steve Smith, Tino Fasil Malawi. I grant you it, because he was born in Orange and he does play for the Australian team, but if he was playing for Samoa, then we'd have to question it, but fair. Clayton's World. Bradman, Rod Laver, Margot Robbie. Yeah, Margot Robbie's got to be up there. She has captivated the world, bro. She captivated the world. Shane Warne's a great one. BKR. But Clayton's World, that's an interesting one. Do love the Travis Head shout. Spike drink with something you can't taste or smell. Oh, there you go. Well, if it's got a dot at the bottom of it, does that mean that it's the bar doing it? Surely that would mean that it's the bar that would be a part of that. The 300 could still be on, Kraken. Ibrahim, you're right. Like, it is still on with the way that they've been batting. Obviously, a wicket changes it, but I think if you're England right now, I hate to say it, but a collapse would be the only thing that would kill you. I hate to say it, because you guys are very well known for it. You are very well known for it. We've literally got merchandise on this channel. Speaking of the England collapse. It's famous around the world. Well famous. Well famous. And that's going to be a single here for Joe Root as we get back underway. 30.1 overs gone. Actually, I do need to do this innings break thing. England love a good collapse. That was a fantastic collapse. Spectacular collapse. The greatest collapses of all time. And it's going to be a single. So they'll get to 156 for 2. Alright, I need to get the old Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka. I'm going to get their logo up. Oh, do I not have their... Oh, at least I've got England. I'll get England's one first. We've still got 20 overs to go here, but... Oh my gosh, the boundaries are flowing, bro. That's another boundary here for Joe Scooty Rudy. He is now on 60 and it's 160 for 2. I think that was a Super Bowl call from Kraken, and I think he might be on the money. I think if they keep playing like this, dude, they are well and truly on target for 300, and I don't think there is a possibility of a comeback if they do. I really don't. I think Irwin's son is on that Celebrity Get Me Out of Here show. Yeah, Robert Irwin. You know, he's pretty good. Yeah, he's taken over the mantle of what Steve encapsulated. Single there, so we'll be on 161 for 2. Like, games can change big time in this part of the world, but England look good right now. They look real solid. They look really solid. And that's going to be a single from Jacob Bethel. He'll be on 65. Am I putting the Hoodoo Guru curse on you, though? Is that what I'm doing? Maybe. Maybe. Okay, so there's England's one. No, I'll put a red background. Next bowl. Oh, shot. Over the top. Up and over. And that's going to be a boundary. 166 for 2. 31 overs down. Sri Lanka have no answers for this right now. They have absolutely no answers currently. And England are just crunching them left, right, and damn well centre. Sean, it's very easy to take shot glasses into a bar. You buy the rounds when you're playing pool. You give you the glass from the chick at the table playing pool with you, not the bar stuff. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, see, most people won't know this kind of stuff, man. Forgot your mate Mick Taylor in that top 5, Blaze. Mick Taylor? Is an English guitarist? Mick Taylor? Oh, the Outback Killer. Oh, okay. Why is it my mate? I didn't even know who that was until I googled it, and now I know who you're talking about. Wasn't Mick Taylor based off of, like, loosely based off of Ivan Milat? Yeah, Wolf Creek. Oh, that's in the air. I can't even see it because they're showing us footage of... That was really weird. Jacob Bethel is gone here, by the way. He is. That's a great catch out there. But the broadcast was just showing the tuk-tuk drivers when that wicket was just taken, which is very, very interesting broadcasting. But there is a wicket gone. Jacob Bethel. Now, you can't have the collapse here, son. You cannot have the collapse. You just cannot have the collapse now. 31.1 overs gone. Massive wicket for Sri Lanka. I thought you said you'd never watch that movie. I would never watch it in its entirety. I haven't seen the movie, but I know of it. I know of it. Oh, jeez. He goes for 65. What a knock, though, from Jacob Bethel. Love a good tuk-tuk cam. Yeah, I do usually like to see the cricket over the tuk-tuk cam. I do usually like to see it. I just realised this is... Actually, it's the service. Because it's super behind. The sound is super behind. The Snowtown movies is a cooker. I don't even know what that is. I don't watch horror movies. I have no interest in it. I would really like and appreciate this cricket to get back on the way. Obviously, okay, it's back on now. I don't know how far behind it is, but it's back on now. Well, whilst it's the switching of the wickets, I can go and get this Sri Lanka Cricket logo. While we're waiting for, I think it's Harry Brook to come in, isn't it? Is it Harry Brook in? Yeah, it is. Harry Brook will come in. Joe Root on out 65. Jacob Bethel just got out for 65. So you're expecting Joe Root to top the runs scored. That's for sure. Number 2 is shit. That seems like it would have just been a money grab, no? Probably would have just been a money grab. Most, like, for example, Hangover 3 was a money grab. Yeah, geez, like he was going for a 6er there. It's still a great catch out. It is. It's a great catch. So I'm just saving the Sri Lanka cricket logo. There we go. But England are in a fantastic spot regardless. You know, it's a great knock from him. That's a 126 run stand there from England as well. 126 run stand. From 1 to 10, Irwin, ACDC as a group, Bob Hawke, Eddie Marbo, Donald Bradman, Steve Smith, Kathy Freeman, Paul Hogan, Chris Hemsworth, and Shane Warne. Honourable mentions, Margot Robbie, Hugh Jackman, Curtis Stone, Vincent Lingiari, Heath Ledger, and Kathy Freeman. He didn't even give an honourable mention to Steve Bradbury. Oh, that's going to go through for a 4. That's going to go through for a 4 from Harry Brook, and he's gotten them underway early. That is a good boundary there from Harry Brook, and he's already on 4. 170 for 3 after 31.2. Well, you'd hope that that's a good sign that the collapse isn't on here. You'd hope that's a real strong sign. Which would be such an England thing to collapse here. It would be. They've probably got enough runs on the board already that protects themselves from a collapse, because you would assume that they would still get to the 220 odd, regardless, in my opinion. But we'll see. Never count the English collapse out. Brenton's timed him out. Valid. Valid. That's valid. Okay, so it is Van der Say who is bowling. There you go. I'm just removing the India logo. That's a better bowl there. It'll be a dot ball. Put the background. I've got to change the stadium. Jeez, it was a great catch out there, because it was a hard hit and it was real direct. It wasn't like it was just loopy. Hard hit, super direct. Fair call, Zach. What did Zach say? Zach said, timeout, he put Freeman twice. Oh, it's the Brenton you've timed out because of that, have you? That's a dot ball there. Yeah, you had to really keep that down. Good fielding there to stop it, though. Oh, wow, that was close. They've got no reviews anyway. You got to remember, they've lost both of their reviews. So even if there was a close shout, they do not have a chance to review anything. And that was close, but he doesn't hit it. I can't believe Sri Lanka's still at 67%, by the way. Nah, that's missing. That's missing. No way, bro. No way are they all celebrating that. No way. That was missing by a mile. That was missing by about 34 years, that bowl, and they all celebrated it like absolutely crazy. England would have reviewed that immediately, and it would have been not out before we even looked at the review. That's how bad that was. I'm telling you from my experience, twice it's happened, but I'm old school. Ministry of Sound in London, late 90s. Fair enough. So current run rate, 5.31 is 266. At a 7 run rate, they get 296. At a 9 run rate, they'd be 332. 11 run rate, 368. That's not happening. So 7 run rate is not out of the equation if these guys can stick in. Especially if Harry Brook can stick in. We know that he likes to go for a hit. And he will get a dot ball here, Joe Root. Projected score is currently 264. I still think that's going to be too good. I really do. I think that's going to be too good. I think it's going to be very good. Where is this? Where is this damn well? I don't know where the stadium is. Where is the stadium? I don't know. Yeah, weird. Okay. Fair enough. I'll have to go get the stadium again. That's probably the most logical thing Lagan has ever said. Lagan said, screw the list. All that's important is that Australia is the greatest country on earth and Irwin is at the one. That's getting a pinned comment, Lagan. You've really brought yourself back in. You've had the comeback of dreams there. You've had the comeback of dreams there. That is a comeback and a half. So Harry Brook on 4, Joe Root on 66, Harry Brook on strike. And they will get a single out of that. So Joe Root will come back on strike and be 172 for 3. Okay, Paramadasada Stadium. I must have deleted the photo. Because it makes no sense why I don't have it. And there'll be a double. Double! This is in reasons, maybe. No, don't know. Okay, I'm going to go save that photo again. Oh, shot. That's a... Oh, no, it's not a boundary. Should be 2 runs, though. No, they only get a single. Good fielding. Now I realise because I actually put the thumbnail up on my other computer. That's why. So 33 gone. It's 173 for 3. That's why. So the Panthers vs Broncos 23 right there. It was pretty Panthers Broncos 2023. I'm telling you from my experience. Oh, I already read that comment. Freeman twice is hilarious. Oh, it's Web P. Still 17 overs to bowl here. 17 overs. Soon, you'll probably see the Aussies kind of stick through until, as in the Aussie viewers stick through until maybe the end of the English over, end of the English innings, but I don't know if they'll stick through for the entirety of this game because it is a rough time now. It is, what, midnight for you? No, 10:18. Actually, well, you've got... Don't be cats. Stick through. Oh, beautiful shot there from Joe Root. It's going to go for a 4. He's into the sexy 70s, son. He's into not only the 60 Schlammers, he's past the 60 Schlammers. He's now at the sexy 70s, 71. How good's he? How good is the big man? Scooty Rudy. What a man. Without him, if Scooty Rudy wasn't here, they'd be done. They would have got done over. I know Jacko loves the ifs. No buts or maybes, though. So Root on 71. And he will think about a single. Don't go for the single there. How long would you say this stream goes for? Well, we're in the first innings, mate. So there's another 16.4 overs to go here for England, and then it comes down to how quickly England bowl Sri Lanka out, or if we go for the full 50. Oh, beautiful shot. Joe Root with a 4. He's on 75. Long story short, you usually find that first innings, if they go for 50 overs and don't get bowled out, first innings 50 overs goes for roughly 3.5 hours. So we started at 3:45 p.m. my time, so it's 4:45, 5:45, 6:45, which is in 25 minutes, and then add on the half an hour. So we've probably got another hour or so left, or so, it could be longer, but an hour or so left of the first innings. Then there's a half an hour break, and then you get that potentially 3 hours 45 for the Sri Lankan innings if they go the full 50. But if they don't go the full 50, it could be done in 10 minutes, it could be done in 20 minutes, it could be done in an hour, it could be done in 2 hours. You don't know, because it just comes down to how long they do last. But also, Brenton is right until it finishes, Logan. And it will finish at some stage. It will, hopefully. But it's very difficult to tell you how long a game goes for because it comes down to over rates and how quickly teams are bowling, how quickly teams are getting out, you know, what kind of shots are being taken. There's so much that goes into it. So you usually aim for around the 3.5, but sometimes you can go 4. Actually, no, normally it would be about 4, actually. Between the two. He's already an immortal, mate. He can do everything. Yeah, but Keanu Kenny's going to be the next immortal. We all know that. That's definitely going to be the case. Yeah, I would say actually 4 hours is probably more so than normal. So we've probably still got an hour and a bit to go. So we'll go until the morning. Well, yeah, it's like the India versus New Zealand series. That started at 8:15 p.m. Fiji time, which was 7:15 p.m. your time. So a similar time slot to here. Well, that was actually earlier, that start, because 3:45 is 7:45 for you. So that means that game started half an hour earlier for you. For me, that game finished at about 4:35 a.m., which would have been 3:34 a.m. for you. This is an hour later. So yeah, this will probably finish around the 4:05 marker. What time does the India versus New Zealand T20 game start? 8:15 p.m. my time. So that means for you in New South Wales, or if I don't know if you're in Queensland, New South Wales, but for New South Wales, it would be 9:15, 10:15, 11:15, 12:15, 12:15 a.m. tomorrow. Kraken says, a huge reason why cricket is not as famous as football or baseball is because of how long the games are. Yeah, that's why T20 became a thing. T20 became a thing because of that. Absolutely. That is the biggest reason. T20 would never have been a thing otherwise. But, people were tuning out of Test cricket because it was just too long for them. And that's why it's very difficult to actually... It's very difficult to grow the game in other countries because of the length of time that you do find for cricket games. Because baseball, that's a long game, and that'll probably go to a max of nowadays it's shorter. It used to be sometimes 4, sometimes 5, and people were tuning out. Now they've made the pitch clock and have made it a lot quicker, so it is more so going to 3.5, 3, which is a lot better. What's 3.5? $181 for 3. But also, a lot more countries do prefer the old physical contact. Physical contact is a lot more preferred in places like Australia, New Zealand, the Pacific. And you could even argue in North America. So 181 for 3 with 16 overs to go. They're looking at a really good score here, England. I want to have a look at the odds. I reckon England would be red hot favourites here. Like dead set under $1.20 kind of favouritism. I reckon that'd be super, super short. So I think this must be a drinks break that's happening right now. Yeah, $1.27. Yeah, they're heavy favourites now. They went to underdogs at one stage, which was wild. So 181 for 3. 34 overs gone. The lights are starting to come on here in Colombo. So yeah, because we've still got 16 overs to go here. We've already been here for 2 hours and basically 45. We've still got 16 overs to go. So probably we'll go more so around that 4-hour mark. We'll stream the Super Bowl. I haven't done any NFL, man. It'd be pointless. And also, that'll probably be... Oh, what time is the NFL Super Bowl over here? 6:30 a.m. No, I won't stream that. And also, that's on the 9th of February. What do I have on the 9th of February? Big Cricket World Cup peak. Wow. We have Bangladesh versus Italy, T20 World Cup, Zimbabwe versus Oman, and South Africa versus Canada. We've got 3 games that day. You do have an NRL video that comes out that day, though. NRL preseason week 2 video. Geez, Saturday the 14th of February. Is that Valentine's Day? Yikes. Warriors versus Manly, Tigers versus Roosters, Knights versus Bulldogs, Dragons versus Rabbitohs, and New Zealand versus South Africa. That's 5 streams on Saturday the 14th of February. You can have 2 games of rugby league compared to 1 game of gridiron. Yeah, NFL usually goes for what, 3.5? Whilst 1 NRL game goes for 2. So not quite, but close enough. 20 countries officially play ODI and 95 countries officially play T20. If cricket ever grows big, it's going to be T20. Well, I don't know if cricket ever grows big. It's the second most popular sport in the world, but it is because of the size of the countries that watch it. So Joe Root on 75, Harry Brook on 5, 16 overs to bowl here. I've actually got a coconut coffee in the fridge that I'm going to go grab in a second. I'm going to go grab it now. We'll be back in 1 second, guys. Thumbs up and subscribe. Be back in 1 second. We back. 1 run was what we missed, and they will get another single here. It's going to be 183 for 3. Coconut coffee. Oh, dude, Jacko. Vietnam, bro. Coconut coffee is the shit. It's iced coconut coffee, but it is the shit, bro. It is my favourite. I love coffee. And obviously, all Australians really love coffee. I'm not going to speak for everyone, but coffee is massive in our country. And it is just unbelievable stuff, man. Unbelievable stuff. And that's a good shot there from Brook. So he'll get just a single there. They just turn the strike over. Oh, it's so good. If you love coconut and you love coffee, you won't ever want anything different. You really won't. You won't want anything different. Oh, he lines up for a big shot there, but misses it. Sounds like a good coffee, mate. It's unbelievable stuff. It really is. And we've still got another 5.5 hours of this game to go. So I'm going to need this. I'm going to need this. Someone commented on my Titans Instagram post saying, wow, it's already holding forward here, Cuzzy, in Hong Kong. I'm going to do that once per week, every Sunday. I'm going to go around whatever city I'm in at the time. I'm going to take photos of myself in a Titans jumper, and I'm going to go around to iconic places and talk about how Titans now control the city or the country. I did it with Hong Kong. I'm about to do it with Ho Chi Minh this Sunday. Ho Chi Minh is now Titans territory, and you can't do anything about it. You can't. I am in Ho Chi Minh for 2 months, but after that, Manila will be Titans territory. And then it will cause a stir when I do Bali. When I go to Bali, that'll cause a stir for sure. You look more like a rooster right now than a Titan. Lagan, does this look like an almond latte? You disrespecting Vietnam right now? Are you disrespecting Vietnam? Don't disrespect Vietnam. Vietnam's a great country. Sydney Roosters. They're latte almond sippers. Almond lattes. They're not coconut coffees. Bournemouth is Titans territory too. Yes, shit, yeah it is, Jacko. Shit, yeah it is. England is Titans territory. Specifically Bournemouth. My gosh. I've never seen more Titans territory outside of the Southern Hemisphere. I had to label Southern Hemisphere there. And Blackpool. Look, it's not our proudest. It's not our proudest territory that we own. But we do still control Blackpool. Yeah, the Gold Coast Titans. But it's not our proudest territory. And that's going to be a single. My oldest order is a barista. Coconut with anything is bloody nice in Asian countries. It's so good. If I am drinking a coconut by itself, Fiji's the best coconut. Way better than Thailand for mine. Fiji's coconut is way better. But coconut in, like drinks and stuff like that in Asia, you can't go past it. It was what is Titans territory. A lot of places at the moment, but we're about to take over. We are taking over for sure. Like, we already got Jacko involved in Bournemouth. We've already taken over. We're starting to take over England right now. Now, we'll leave Blackpool for that wooden spoon team with the Eel. Well, you're applying to Brenton as a Knights fan who just won the wooden spoon. But I know you're referring to the Tigers who won the 3 previous wooden spoons. Yeah, look, Brenton, you know what? We'll be gracious. You brought up Blackpool. We're going to hand it to you. We also beat you twice last year, so we have the ability to do that. So we're going to pass Blackpool to you. Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate you. And, look, you don't have much of a say of it, really. Oh, Harry Brook for a 6. Oh my gosh, this is filthy from England. This is really good stuff. 194 for 3. When Harry Brook gets going, he gets going. Harry Brook slaps a 6. Have the Dragons ever won a spoon? Have the St. George Illawarra Dragons ever won a spoon? Because I don't know about Illawarra. I feel like Illawarra probably would have at one stage, or even St. George. But have the St. George Illawarra Dragons ever won the spoon? I don't know if they have. And that's going to be... Oh, another 4. Wow. Harry Brook's opening up, man. 10 runs off the last 2 balls there. 12 runs off the over, 11 runs off of the over for Harry Brook. England looking good. Sure, no. Listen, no, he's not a Doggies fan because he actually appreciates the beauty of the Gold Coast. Would you appreciate the beauty of Belmore or the Gold Coast? I think you're taking Gold Coast. I think you're going to take the beach there. If Jacko wants to support Belmore instead, be my guest, but I don't know if he's going to be too impressed. I don't know. They will this year. I actually don't know how to call your team this year. I don't know how to call them. I really don't. It's a hard one. Especially considering I think you're putting Fletcher Sharp to the wing. Which is an odd selection. I think he needs his hands in and around the ball. Buddy Doggies, wisher. You wisher. You look at how many English people are on the Gold Coast. There's no English in Belmore. Gold Coast is another England. Gold Coast another New Zealand, and Gold Coast another England. It's Auckland West and London South. That is a single for Scurdy, and they will get to a nice little, slippery little 199 for 3. I can't believe I'm saying this, but the 300 is still on. It is. Don't know if Sri Lanka can come back from him, man. Unless it's a collapse. And Harry Brook will hit a single. So they will get to the clean 200. We've already gone 20 past the 180. And they're 100 away now from 300. London South, what do you mean? So, Jacko, there's a lot of Kiwis on the Gold Coast, as in from New Zealand. So that means we call the Gold Coast Auckland West. And there's a lot of English people on the Gold Coast. So that's why I said London South. Dasmate says Drake May. Dasmate, I want to really put something into your mind here. Okay? You'll love this. Bulldogs fan mentality. You've got a friend here, Bulldogs friend, Lagan. Right? He's a Bulldogs fan. You know this. You're aware of this. Bulldogs fan. We asked him for his top 10 Australians of all time just before. I want your opinion on this. Harry Brook, miscue, but it will be maybe two. No, just single. 201 for 3. I want your opinion on this, Dasmate. So he gave us his top 10, and he put Kieran Foran at 8. I want your opinion. Obviously, Steve Allen was 1. We forced him into that anyway. But he put Kieran Foran at 8. What would be your thoughts, the fellow Bulldogs fan, on Kieran Foran going in at 8th on the top 10 Australians of all time list, Dasmate? Sean says, well, old mate that has my Dogs jersey didn't take the Panthers one that was hung up next to it. Lagan says, if Jacko decides the Dogs, he's plain English eating taste buds will fall in love with the food in Belmore. Feed him some za'atar. I think you've just convinced him to definitely not get on the Dogs. He's already a Titans fan, mate. He's already a Titans fan, and we've already apologised to him, but it is what it is. He can't change now. Don't be a Momo's boss. Don't be a boss. I was going to say, you've just insulted your city if you're saying South Londoners live there, places an active war zone. Oh, no, Gold Coast doesn't have anything like that. No, it's a good party place. No, a lot of the English come there and have a good time. Have a good time. 8, how's he in the top 10? Hi, Daz, mate. Kieran Foran is a Kiwi. He is from New Zealand. We did a top 10 Australians of all time. Round 6, Sand 7, Ponga Fletch 1. You know Ponga's going 1. Phoenix 9 or 13 or Fletch wing. Yeah, that's looking bottom 4 to me. But we'll see. We will see. Now, Gold Coast is a place where a lot of people come. It's actually quite interesting how Sydney get a lot of Lebanese, Asian. We were yapping. That's the first time it's done that in a while, actually. You'd think you've done some research before making a top 10 Australians of all time list. You would have thought we actually gave him 10 minutes time. He asked for research time. Gold Coast used to look like South London around October, November time. So he's referring to schoolies. So basically, when all of our, and schoolies when you're 18, 17, 18 years old was the shit. But different now, because now you've got Fiji and you've got Bali and you've got other places, Byron Bay. But the Gold Coast would be where when the Year 12 students would finish. That's our last year of school. It might be different for you in England, but when Year 12 would finish, every single kid in Australia who just finished their schooling, their secondary school, would descend on the Gold Coast for a week, and it'd be a insane, massive party. And you get some toolies, you get some foolies, but you don't go anywhere near Seven's Paradise during that. My bottom 4 is Manly, Titans, Dragons, and Cows. Yeah, we're gonna see you in 5 minutes, bud. We're gonna see you in 5 minutes, Brenton. We're gonna see you in 5 minutes. You knew it was coming. You knew it was coming, champion. You think I care? You're a mod. You think I care? You think you're gonna get away with that one, buddy? Gee whiz. How about ya? Well, look, England. They are crunching it right now. 3 for 205 through 37.1. No, I'm looking at there's an ad right now, so I can't give you the actual live one. I think that's a little bit behind. Blaze is definitely a toolie. When you're on the Gold Coast, you're a foolie, schoolie, a toolie. Absolutely. But toolie 1 year after, not like 10 years after, which you do see from people. It's actually 208 for 3 right now. 208 for 3. A party's nothing like South London. It's more of a funeral. Yeah. Look, valid. I wasn't saying South London the place. I was saying south of London. So it's like a London South because Australia is below England and below London, and so that's why it's London South. I'm not saying literally London South. I love the GC, always have, but it's north of the border. As someone that grew up near Byron, it's north of the border. Say no more because I won't. Well, north of the border is the champions of origin, is what we'll say, Shauno. That's what we'll do. I think that's what we'll do. Jacko, you should be actually very grateful that I've convinced you to be a Titans fan because now that's Queensland, and that means when State of Origin comes around, you are now officially a Queensland fan. And the Blues, they suck. Argue it, New South Wales fans. Argue with me, please. I beg you. I beg you. I beg you to argue. I'm asking. I'm pleading. I'm pleading you to argue with me. So 209 for 3 right now, 38.2. Because then I can rattle through all the stats of how I'm correct by a mile. Everyone says Queensland never won an Origin. Any proof is AI. Well, I'm not AI. And we streamed all 3 games this year. New South Wales. New South Wales, I don't believe have ever won Origin, no. Oh, good shot. That's going to go for... Oh, just a single, actually. I thought it was going to go for a 4. I meant to say New South Wales. Yeah, I'm sure you didn't mean Queensland, because Queensland always wins. Like it says, you're currently watching a Titans fan lose his mind. You will too if you support the Titans long enough. Jacko is an English fan. He has already lost his mind. He's already lost his mind. He's also a Chelsea fan. He's well and truly lost his mind too. Oh, Harry Brook. That's extraordinary. That is a shot. So that's a gorgeous shot of a 6. Wow, that is a big time 6 there from Harry Brook. And they're 217 for 5. 217 from 3. What's the nickname of the Origin team? The Queensland Maroons. To be fair, you are a Chelsea fan. You'd link up with the New South Wales Blues. But trust me, it's your worst problem. You don't want to do that. You're already supporting a terrible team in the NRL. You don't want to go for the 50-50 losers. You don't want to go for the 50-50 losers of New South Wales. Put it this way, it's a 50-50 competition between Queensland and New South Wales. And in the late 2000s to 2010s, we saw Queensland win 11 out of 12 consecutive times. So they won 8 in a row, lost 1, then won 3 in a row. That was in 12 years. There were kids who grew up that were born until they were 8 years old, had never seen New South Wales win. And then by the time they're into the double digits, they'd only seen them win once. Chelsea, Chiefs, we don't want you. Well, now you're just slapping Chelsea. Yeah, I don't actually... Like, what football team do you... Oh, no, I think I know who he supports. I'm not going to say it, though, just in case. No, I think, Lagan, you're United, aren't you? You might be United. Chelsea's a rough choice. It wasn't 10 years ago. It is nowadays. That's single, so it's been 219 for 3 through 39.1. Oh, yeah, there you go. That tells you everything. Yeah, that's right. Man United and Norwich City. What a duo. That's a duo. That is an absolute duo. Yeah, the fuck you mean and Norwich. We've gone over this before, Daz. Don't worry. We've gone over this. That's a single. So it'll be 220 for 3 through 39.2. Don't worry. We've knuckled down on that question, Daz, mate, many times with the old Lagan recently. And Norwich is so funny. It's so funny. And there'll be a single. Harry Brook will be on 34. Scooty Rudy, 86, by the way. Once the Dogs halves took over Origin, it was all over. Then some dickhead named Laurie thought it wasn't good enough. Oh, yeah, we win one series and you think Trent Hodgkinson and Josh Reynolds are the greatest ever of all time. Well, technically, Jacko, so there's actually a guy in Vietnam, I know. That's a single there for Harry Brook on 35. 222 for 3. No, so that was Roots. He's on 87. Now Brook's on strike. There's a guy who was a Chelsea fan. He's from London. Old generation guy. And he was saying to me, you know, he's like, we're the only team in English football that have actually won everything. Every trophy, because he won the Club World Cup. As a single for Harry Brook, he won 35. He won the Club World Cup. So I think you're the only team in English footballing history that have ever won every single trophy that there is possible. Is that correct? I'm pretty certain that's correct. And that's going to be a big shot out for a 4. Bushka! It's a boundary for Joe Royd. He's into the naughty 90s, baby. Woohoo! Naughty 90s. Temeris Termite, sorry if I mispronounced that, bro. So sorry if this has been asked already. Can this game be watched in Oz? Not on KO. It's not on KO. I'm watching it on VIPbox.tv. So yeah, Australians, you can't watch it on KO. Is this a drinks break? 40 overs down, guys. England 227 for 3. Hit that thumbs up button, subscribe. They are looking like they could still get 300, which would be wild. What happened to freedom of speech in this channel? Now, Brenton, look, one, there's never been freedom of speech, but also, secondly, there is freedom of speech, just not freedom of speech against the Gold Coast Titans. And that's been a thing commonly known for about 11 years now. That's been a thing for a long time. Current run rate is 284. At 7 and over is 297. At 9 and over is 317. At 11 and over is 337. At 13 and over will be 357. If they get above 300, Sri Lanka do not win this game. I still think 250 is good enough. I do. I still think 250 is good enough. They'll be under $1.15 now. Last 10 overs. What do you guys think England finish up on? Let us know in the chat. What do you think England finish up on? Yeah, $1.19. 227 for 3. Thought Lagan would change by that pin comment. Lagan's still Lagan. Lagan is still Lagan. Lagan is definitely... He has like... It's weird with him, is that he'll have like a random comment that really makes a lot of sense. You're like, shit, well, maybe he's actually learned. And then pretty much immediately he'll go back to being what we all know. I agree, Jay. They did get 270 in the first game, but this is a very different pitch. I feel like they will struggle to get 230. Club World Cup, 2 UCLs, 2 Europas, Conference League, 6 leagues, 8 FA Cups, 5 Carabaos. Only 6 leagues, Jacko? I can't believe I can say that nowadays. You wouldn't have ever thought... I never would have thought I could say 1, buddy, 20 years ago. Actually, next year is the 20-year anniversary of being bought over. I think we got bought in 2007, but it didn't really kind of take effect too much until 2008. Yeah, Shauno's an Arsenal fan, Lagan. We already got into him about the game recently. That'll be a single. That was a weird throw. Jeez. Gee whiz. 40.1 overs down. Oh, it was a dot ball. They didn't even go for a run there. Only 1 UCL. Oh, really? Only 1 UCL? Well, I'd take more emphasis in regards to Premier Leagues, to be fair. You know, I want to beat out our English competition rather than, you know, European teams. You know, I don't care about beating Bodo Glimt. You know, who cares about beating them? Because they're a very good team. They're like maybe, I would say Bodo Glimt actually might be better than Barcelona at their prime. You know, but who cares about beating them? That's why we lost them, because we wanted to make sure that people knew that we just don't care about that compared to, you know, winning the Premier League. Next bowl. And it's going to be a double. Sean's too much of a legend. I'll leave it. You got to leave it. He's a legend. So Sitha is bowling. 28 runs, given up to 5.2. Why should I come ball? Perth 1. Fake news. Go ball for the memes. Just go ball anyway. I'm sure there'll be some point we get you to go ball throughout this T20 World Cup. I'm sure there will be. Harry Brook on 35. Joe Root on 91. 9.4 overs to go here of this. Actually, I think we may nearly have a stream, at least one stream per day until like mid-March from here on out. I think it might be that way, or there might be a couple days. No, hold on. Stream tomorrow, then Pakistan, Australia, then Sri Lanka, England, T21, then Pakistan, Australia, T22. Oh no, Monday the 2nd of February we don't have a stream. And then, but then after that, from the 3rd of February all the way until the 10th of March, yeah. I'll be streaming every day. You know, Joe Root isn't underrated in spinning condition. We all know he's very good in spinning condition. He loves a good spin. That's why he was able to do Nathan Lyon quite well. That's going to be a single here for Joe Root. No, they're going to go for 2. They're going to go no. He wanted 2. I reckon you could have gone for it. Current run rate is 5.63. They got a single. That's why when Nathan Lyon was bowling to Joe Root had his number. He was doing well. Shame we didn't show the Bulls game today. I haven't seen the Bulls game today, Taz. Chicago Bulls. I haven't actually seen it today. Oh, fuck off. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. Bulls, there's something else, and you're an idiot. That game was a shit fest. No one wanted to go Bulls. Yeah, it was a shit fest game. That is going to be a single for Harry Brook. He'll be on 37. No, that was a shit fest BBL final. Especially after such a good year, too. September this year, CL20 is planned with top 3 teams of IPL, BBL, SA20, PSL. Oh, the Champions League trophy. Okay. That'll be interesting. So, top 2 to 3 teams. So, if it's 3 teams from the BBL, that'll be the Perth Scorchers. That'll be the Sydney Sixers and the Hobart Hurricanes. IPL, obviously, we don't know yet. I don't know anything about SA20 and PSL. But I would assume it'd be an IP. Well, actually, how does that go? Because, wow, he would have been out if he hit the stumps there. It'll be a single for Joe Root. It'll be a 93. Wow, he nearly got out from a run out. How does it work with that if a player is contracted to both the BBL and the IPL? For example, Steve Smith, if he, or no, I actually don't know if Steve Smith's playing T20 in the IPL. But for example, Travis Head. Travis Head's great. Oh, but he doesn't play in the BBL even though he's contracted to a BBL team. If you're contracted to both an IPL team and a BBL team and both your teams are in the Champions League trophy, who do you play for? Jaggers, it's a fun fact for you, Sean. LeBron was a rookie when Arsenal last won a league title. That's a wild thought process to have. 231 for 3 through 41. How many more? Oh, we've got 9 overs to go. Probably the one that gives you more money, which would be the IPL, I would assume. So current run rate is at 282, 7 is 294, 9 is 312. Again, I do think that England I think they just get to 300. Because knowing these guys, they just do. That was a good bowl. This pitch is changing a little bit. It is. It's known for it. It's known for being a harder team, harder pitch for batting in the second innings. Look at this. This is changing up. It is changing up. So hear me out. LeBron got drafted and his son got drafted all before Arsenal won the league again. That is true. Next bowl. And it's going to be a dot ball. Good bowl on this. Carlton AFL 2. Good when I was a teenager. Still love the Blues. That loss to Collingwood the other year to knock him out of the 8 was just wild. CL20 prioritises players' home league. Now, most probably have to play for the team from their league. Okay, fair enough. So, like Travis Head, he'd be an Adelaide striker. So that means that he would have to play for the Strikers then, correct? But then again, he doesn't actually play for the Strikers. Like, he didn't play in the BBL this year. Whilst he saw Steve come back and do it, but you didn't see Travis Head come back and play for the Strikers. Probably because their season was done and dusted already, to be fair. Oh, big swing, big miss. This is a great over here right now from Watchalong. Very good. Final ball of the over, and will give up a single. So there'll be 2 runs from the over. You'll be pretty happy with that from Sri Lanka's perspective. 42 overs gone, 8 overs to go, 233 for 3. We know who Cam Green would have chosen. Is Cam Green even contracted to a BBL team? I don't think he is. Obviously, we know he's going to the Kolkata Knight Riders, but is he even contracted? Is it coconut water or milk with your coffee? I actually don't know the answer to your question there. I feel like it would be coconut. It will be coconut milk. It'll be coconut milk. Yeah. It'd be coconut milk. Travis Head would play for Sunrisers Hyderabad as Adelaide Strikers do not. Oh, of course, yeah. But no, if the Strikers were to make it, though, of course they won't be there. But if the Strikers were there, would he be forced to play for the Strikers? Yeah, it would be milk. Would be milk. Fair play, Sean. Not too sure about the AFL. Yeah, AFL. Let's put it this way: Carlton, no good. Very previously successful many years ago, but since many years ago, success is the opposite of their middle name. I had coconut water in the fridge. Was going to make one. It's just something about this, man. Like there's coconut coffee that I actually took back with me to Fiji. It's just not the same. It just hits different here, man. It's like a Nottingham Forest. Yeah, but Carlton were even more successful than that prior. But sure, that'd be a comparison. And that's going to be probably 2 runs here for Joe Root. He'll get 96. Yeah, he will. 96 runs for Scooty Rudy. 96 runs. It's 236 for 3 through 42.2. What will happen first? St Kilda win the AFL or Arsenal win the Champions League? St Kilda. St Kilda got close. St Kilda have gotten more close to an AFL Grand Final win than Arsenal to a Champions League win. St Kilda drew a Grand Final in 2011. 2010. 2011. 2010. 2010. And that will be a single for Harry Brook. He'll be on 40. The friggin' 40s. 237 for 3. Mate, this is a big total England are putting up here. This is a big total. What a performance here from Joe Root. Stunning. They needed to get him out way sooner, man. They were like, oh, that's obvious, though. It's the most obvious thing ever. Sometimes when you commentate, though, your brain just goes straight to the obvious, like the blatantly obvious, just to say something. The fact the AFL took that long to have extra time in finals is crazy. The fact, if you were St Kilda going to win that grand final in extra time, I reckon, that's a 4. Beautiful shot from Harry Brook. He'll get to 43. That is huge. So that was a single from Roots. He got to 97. And now Harry Brook with a 4 to get to 43 in the friggin' 40s. So now they're 241 for 3 through 42.4. Beautiful. Beautiful stuff. Actually, I asked the Aussies here, are you going to stay up for tomorrow's New Zealand-India? Who's actually going to stay up for that? That's a late one for you. This will be a late one for you, but that's at least 220. Coconut coffee, coconut cream, sweetened condensed milk and ice with the strength of coffee you asked for if you have the right place. Oh, man. I'm staying in a really good apartment here in Ho Chi Minh. Got a pool and everything. And internet's great, as you can see. Oh, that's going to be 4 buys. Oh, dude, that's painful for Sri Lanka. 4 buys. Gets past Mendes. And we have like a 7-Eleven downstairs and GS25 and also a really niche coffee place, which is really cool. And this is from there, and it's some of the best coconut coffee I've had. There's actually a better place inside Ho Chi Minh, which is in District 1 called Hand Coffee. It was my first ever one. It costs 40,000 Vietnamese dong, which is ridiculous. How much is 40,000? It's like $3. 40,000 dong to AUD. It is $2.21. $2.21 Australian for a massive coconut coffee. It's legit. This one's an expensive one at 100k, and that's like $5. It's an ODI T20. It's a T20. But we've got the T20 World Cup coming up next month, at the beginning of this month, coming up in February, so it's a good warm-up. India are already up 3-0 in the series, though. So Harry Brook on 44, Joe Root on 97, and that's 43 overs down. I'm really starting to feel like I'm going to choose to go to Sri Lanka instead of Laos. If anyone's been to Sri Lanka or Sri Lanka and Laos, give me a reason why you would choose one or the other. 40,000 Viet Dongs. You sure you could handle that? I don't think I could handle that. Don't know if I could handle that at all. That'd be like £1 for you, by the way. That would be absolutely nothing. Maybe like a £1.20 or something. Oh, he's opening up for it, and he's... Ooh. That's going to be a dot ball. He was opening up for a shot there, but just curled away from him late. Dot ball. I cannot believe that Kraken is going to be spot on with a 300 potential. I can't believe it from where it was. Did you actually believe what you were saying, Kraken, or were you just saying that in support of the game? And just like back in England. Were you just saying that, or did you genuinely believe they were going to hit 300? Because there is a solid chance here. It's going to be a single there. So, Scooty Rudy back on strike. And we are seeing Hasaranga he's struggling with his legs right now. Got to give credit where credit is due. To who? To Joe Root? Absolutely. I'd rather a pound than 40,000 Viet Dongs. You guys need serious help. That's what you need. That's what you need. I had hopes from Brook and Butler. We may not even see Josh Butler here, Kraken. There is a potential we may not see him. Hasaranga, 151. I feel like it's a groin injury. He's grabbing at his groin area. Yeah, you could see him pull up stumps there just after he bowled. Oh, to Kraken. Oh, yeah, no, for Kraken, yeah, you definitely got to respect that. But with that being said, Kraken is English. Pretty certain. Unless I'm crazy, which I might be, and I probably am. We have Kraken balls and Lag and Ballsack. Kraken might be more up to date. Some interesting names, that's for sure. At least it's not the names that it changed it to anymore. Like this is actual. Yeah, I can't remember. It changed from people's usernames to the actual like. Anyway, I don't even know how to explain it, but it did change a couple months ago, late in the NRL season. I reckon it was. I was talking currency, mate. Come on, you're not talking currency. That's for sure. And if you were talking about currency, I wasn't. Jeez, round 24, Duck at 7, and then Root 97, Bethel 65, and Brook 45. That 7 is just awful to look at, dude. Awful. Awful to look at. So funny. Sam, obviously, I think he changed. Oh, no, he's got Sam Jenkinson there now. Someone ended up, like, Facebooking him and seeing... and like going into him, and then they came into the chat and started saying where he used to work, and it freaked him out, and that's why he changed his name to Skunkle or whatever it was, and then it changed it back to Sam with the with what happened with YouTube and that update. That's going to be a single for Joe Ruby at 98. Shakas Ducker is a village cricketer. Again, he got 65 in the first ODI and he got 36 in the second ODI. So he's actually had a pretty good series, except for this game. So maybe we're the thorn in his side. Maybe we are the thorn. I reckon we are the thorn. Good. Take it, son. Good fielding there. Be a single. Did they just say Sri Lanka have won 11 ODI series on the trot? You're kidding. Oh, they're going to push for 2. They're going to push for 2, Joe Root. They're going to push for 2. Oh, get back. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh, Joe. He does this every time he's into the naughty 90s. He does this every time. He makes it the most nervous watch ever, and they're going to check if this is a run out. They're going to check if Root just got run out at 99. Why does he always do this? I think he's safe. I think he's fine. But why does he always do this, dude? Dead set. And it gets 250, by the way. Why does he always do this? Yeah, he's safe. He's safe. He's safe. Yeah, he's safe. Bat's grounded. My gosh, why does he always do this, man? So not out. Lucky. Lucky. And Brook on 46. Still 6.1 overs to go. Oh, Harry Brook sends it 6 as well. And he's into the 50 bomb. 50 bomb. 50 bomb. 50 bomb. Ba-da, 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 ba-ba-ba. 50 bomb. 50 bomb. 50 bomb. Ba-da, 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 ba-ba-ba. Smack that one, Harry Brook. He's in the 52. This is unbelievable from England. How many overs in a T20? Shut up, Brendan. Yeah, 5 overs. Yeah. 5 overs. Great fun. Great stuff. Great stuff. Man's an entertainer. I don't know if I'd necessarily say Joe Root's an entertainer overall. He just does get it done, though. He just gets it done. I'd say a guy like Harry Brook is more entertaining in a lot of aspects compared to like a guy like Root, but Root just gets it done, whilst Harry Brook's at 52 from 40 and slapping around. But Joe Root, come on. He deserves it. He deserves it. Oh, get a grip of yourself, Watchalong. Just bowl the ball. He's done that deliberately to try and ice the batter. He's done that deliberately. Here we go. Oh, dot ball. Plays with the generational switch up of Harry Brook. You're calling him a space cadet last month. Well, for starters, I'm Australian who's playing Australia, but also in Australia, he is a space cadet. He's actually a potato in Australia, but there's a single. There's a single from Joe Scooty Rudy. No, it's going to be 2 runs. Oh my gosh, go back. It's a single. Horny hunch. Well done, Joe Root. Well done, Joe Root. That is an absolutely spectacular innings here, and he's still going with 5.4 overs to go. 100 runs for Joe Root. Harry Brook with 52 and 44.2 overs go for 257 for 3, and they're looking likely to 300. Brilliant stuff here from England. But no, it's you'll enjoy these streams a lot better when it's me watching it from a neutral perspective, because I'll give you a genuine take, and I'll give you a genuine take there, but I do think he's a potato in Australia. I think we all can agree the way he performed in Australia was just disgraceful for the most part. Sometimes he had some good innings, but overall, shithouse. But here in Sri Lanka, and overall, he is a more exciting player than Joe Root, even in Australia, because he's an idiot in a lot of ways in Australia. He's an idiot in Australia. Here, he's been a lot more sensible. But the way Harry Brook plays is a lot more of an exciting brand of cricket than what you will find from Joe Root. Oh my gosh, they nearly got run out just then. Then you'll see from Joe Root, who just gets it done. There is a difference. If Root wasn't playing, England would be at 157. See, Jacko Brenton gets here if he gets it. If Root wasn't playing, England would be really struggling here. Really struggling. Really struggling. I don't think they'd win with 157. But I will tell you, they're now 265 with a 6 from Harry Brook, and he's at 59 from 42 balls. There's no way England lose this game, bro. There's just no way. There's just no way. This would be a generational switch up. This would be a generational choke if England lost this game from here. It'd be generational. And yes, it was also because he was playing against Australia. But I think there is a significant difference between Harry Brook in England and Harry Brook in Sri Lanka to Harry Brook in Australia. Would you disagree that Harry Brook was a potato in Australia, Jacko? Would you disagree? 4 more from him, but 4 more from him. And that's 45 overs gone. Harry Brook into the 60 slammers. He's on 63. And England are at 269 for 3 with 5 overs to go. They are potentially looking at 310. This is ridiculous. Take us, if Duckett wasn't playing, England wouldn't be struggling. So you're taking Joe Root out and you're taking Duckett out. We're putting in Haseeb Hameed and Jack Leach. I feel like they might be still. I feel like they might be. A little bit. No, we're going to put Burns in. We are going to put Burns in. So instead of Hissy for me, we're going to open with Burns over the Duckett. We're going to put Jack Leach into Joe Root's spot. I think he might still be struggling a little bit. Maybe. 103 from 83 balls. So you break through the partnership of Scooty Rudy, Joe Root, and Jacob Bethel to get another 63 from Harry Brook. I mean, they always say that you can't judge a game until you see both teams bat, but England should win this easily. Yeah, I always say this. I agree that you can't judge a game until both teams bat, but I don't think Sri Lanka have the batting in them to get past this, and I think that I just don't think Sri Lanka have this in them. Joe Root with a 4 for 105. I just don't think they have this in them. This is going to be a healthy score, dude. This is going to be a healthy score. Yeah, Harrison would have put money on Sri Lanka for sure. Would have, absolutely. And I think Adil Rashid is going to kill it here with his spin. I do. He played some stupid shots, but he kind of had to play hero shots when his team was collapsing all around him for 3 runs. He was the reason for multiple collapses, Jacko. He was the reason for multiple collapses. What are we talking about here? It's going to be a single for Root. He'll be on 106. And Brook will come back on strike at 63. Jacko, is he facing Australian bowling? No, mate. That is why you finally see him make runs. Shit happens. Yeah, we're in Sri Lanka against Sri Lankan bowling compared to in Australia against Australian bowling. There is a significant difference. Significant difference. You got Hasaranga or you got Mitchell Stark? Which one are you choosing to go up against? I know Hasaranga is spin. Oh, actually, okay, here you go. Are you going Hasaranga or are you going Nathan Lyon? That's a wide, by the way. Because Hasaranga's given up 66 runs through 9.2 with a wicket. Nathan Lyon, don't know about that. Taylor says, pissing down outside watching Root get another ton while drinking a tea doesn't get more British. Sounds pretty British to me. All you got to say now is cheerio, governor, and then now we're fully Britain. Now we're fully England there. Cheerio, governor. So current run rate of 6.07 is above 300, and that's going to be a big time shot, but it will be single. Thought there wasn't going to be a man down the boundary. But Tatted, I just got to ask you. So you say it's raining. You do suggest that it's raining. Have you ever seen sunlight where you're from? Because from our opinion, not even opinion, from our viewpoint, I don't think that you've ever seen true sunlight, and it's always just raining 24/7. Brooks should push for 100. He could. There's only 4.1 overs to go. 34 runs is pretty wild because Root's still here. Jacko says Australia had special wickets that attracted the ball like a magnet to the wicket. No, that's just us being legendary. Yes. Yeah, you need scones. Yeah, no, you're right, Brenton. No, Tatted, you're not as it doesn't get more British. It does get more British. Oh my gosh, Harry Brook with a 6. Oh my gosh, there's no way Sri Lanka can come back from this. If Sri Lanka come back from this, I'm not streaming a single England game this year. I won't do a single T20 game. If I won't watch any more of their cricket this year if England lose this game from here, because this is disgusting. There's no way you choke this. You can't collapse this. You can't lose this from me. You can't do it. You can't do it. You can't do it. Taking Jack Leach over Lyon. We'll see you in 1 minute, buddy. We're going to see you in 1 minute, champion. That's what we're going to do. We are going to see you in 1 minute, and you're going to come back and you're going to say, I don't know if I ever should have said that. I did it a couple of months ago in Florida, and that's it. Yeah, look, that makes sense. Yeah, going to Florida, that makes sense. There's a bit of sun there. So Vandasay coming in for a bowl. He's 1 for 40 through 8. Don't forget, guys, in 4 overs time, we will be jumping off at 30 minutes. The stream will stay live. We will put something on the screen. It's a 30-minute break in between to see what Sri Lanka have to chase down, which is probably going to be about 310, maybe even 320 right now. 310, maybe 320. How about that free speech, Brenton? That backs up my claims from before. Yeah, cheerio, Governor. Love you, pup. And that is going to be probably 2 runs here for Root. Yep, 2 runs. Be a 109. This will be 289 for 3. This is just ridiculous. That's 6. It was a good... Look at the fake dive there from Parthian? I'm not sure his name. Put karaoke on the screen. Sweet Caroline. Do-do-do-do. That's gonna be another single for Roots. So good. So good. So good. Hope you sang along with me. Here's your karaoke. Jay loves it when we sing. Jay loves it when we sing. Brooke on 72. Root on 110. What a man Joe Root has been. So good, so good, so good. Da-da-da. I'm breathing fire. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, he's taking his gloves off here, Harry Brook. What's going on? I don't know. Don't forget, guys, if you are new here, hit that subscribe button. We're going to be live for pretty much every single game of the T20 World Cup, and we will be live for England versus Sri Lanka T21 in a couple of days' time. Also, Pakistan versus Australia. Also, tomorrow night, New Zealand versus India. Please stop. No, I will not do that. Jay has the BKR greatest hits. Absolutely. We've sung plenty of times on here. We've sung plenty of times. We are the champions. We sing that every time the Titans win. And that's what happens regularly. We sing that song. So I don't know what's happening here. I don't know why Harry Brook's taking his gloves off and we're in a bit of a break as we speak. Sean says, Jack, I'm going to jinx by saying, do we see a bowling bridge collapse and it's whack City for the home team? Yeah, but what Sri Lankan is really good. Like, Mendes is solid, but like, what Sri Lankan is going to be able to get a Joe Root innings? Oh, the Venga boys. That's an Olivia. That is an Olivia one for sure. The Venga boys. It's so ridiculous. Oh no, sorry, isn't it like this? Yeah. Dumb. Just a copy of the Brisbane Broncos. That is a 6 from Harry Brook and he's on 78. This is ridiculous. We come back for the next bowl and he's hit a 6 and it's 294 for 3. Dude, they could get 330. How long is the break for? About 30 minutes or so, Ibrahim. About 30 minutes. About 30 minutes. Jeez, big time whack there from Harry Brook for the 6. Amazing what you can do against Sri Lankan bowling. It's amazing, isn't it, Jacko? Amazing stuff. Yeah, they've shown the Sri Lankans in the crowd. Not too happy with this at the moment. Not too happy with this. Now you get a song stuck in my head, Joe. Unbelievable. Okay, next ball from Van der Say. And it will be a 2. They want 2. And they are going to get 2. 296 for 3. Amazing. Well, I didn't call you delusional, Kraken Balls. Did not call you delusional. I did not do it. Oh no, what has Tino commented? Someone just said... They're going to get 2 runs there, apparently. Damn, who's been in your ear? Why push a narrative about having to pick? Why not keep both? Oh, this is an interesting comment from Tino. Wow, that's a very interesting comment from Tino. Fair enough. Why push a narrative about having to pick? Why not keep both? Wow, that is an interesting choice of words there from Tino, but fair. That na 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 song is so views. Oh, what was it? What's it again? I can't even think of the tune of it. That's a single there, so it'll be 299 for 3, with 3 more overs to go. What is it? I can't even think of it. Na 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 na. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. 3 overs to go here, 299. Look, the way they're heading, I would not put it past 10 runs and over for 330 with the way they're heading right now. I do think Harry Brook will get to the hunch. Yeah, Brook looking likely for 100 now for sure, Grogan. With 3 overs, he's just killing it. I'm just surprised that he's publicly commented that. It's a bold choice to publicly comment that. Three overs. But yeah, no, it is super overused, that song. Anyway, a sitter. He's got 41 runs through 7 overs. Not the greatest of the old economies. Not the worst of the lot, but not the greatest. Hasaranga, I think, probably has the worst, but at least he has a wicket. Sri Lanka win this game from here. Surely you just eat a hat. Eat in a Kubra. I think you have to eat in a Kubra if England throw this away from here. Next bowl. And they're going to love the pace after all the spin. And that will be 2 runs and 300 up on the board. It is 301 for 3 for the English. Harry Brook gets it 2 runs. He's an 85. There is a world Harry Brook still finishes above Joe Root on the run sheet, which would be wild. He's 85 from 51. Joe Root 110 from 106. Harry Brook is 85 from 51. That strike rate is phenomenal. $47.1 down. And take yourself back to the first 10 overs. They're at 17 runs. Brook playing with a strike rate of 165. It's ridiculous. 85-52 is just stupid. If England choke from here, they just want their fan base to be made fun of. Yep. The bowling can't be that bad. It can't be. Can't be. Tastes good, doesn't it? What? Yeah, you talking about the coconut coffee? What are you talking about? Sri Lanka win. I promise I'm moving to Oz and never supporting England again. Look, that's valid. I think that's a must, actually. That has to happen. Oh, shot. If Sri Lanka win, I need you to eat the phone that you're watching this on or eat the computer that you're watching this on. I need you to do it. If Sri Lanka find a way to win this game from me here, I need you to never, ever, ever watch another England cricket game again because it's just pointless. Oh, he's replying to you. Oh, what a joke. I didn't even see your comment before Joko. It was hidden. Good. Good that it couldn't see it. I thought he was talking to me about the coconut coffee. I was like, why? Yes, it is good, if that's the case. Jacko says, you're right, Brenton. Mixing it with a wooden spoon for your boys. You get into him! See, Jacko's getting it already. He's understanding how to slap down Newcastle Knights fans already. He's already well and truly involved. That's a dot ball. That's a wide. Don't worry about that dot ball. It is a wide. Well, we all know what clubs do when a player speaks the truth. They play the victim. Well, you won't go down that path. If Sri Lanka win this game, you give up. You're just done. You're just done. Ah, boy. Footy's back in 2 weeks. How good? Less than 2 weeks. A week and a half. Next Saturday. Next Saturday. Harry Brook does deserve a hunch here. He does deserve a horny hunch. Next ball. Yeah, that's a 4. Dude, I thought I jinxed him just then, and my heart was in my mouth. I thought I jinxed him. I thought he was going to get caught out deep, back there, and I thought he was going to get caught, but he will get into the naughty 90s here on 93. I hate talking about a hunch when they're in the 80s and 90s, so I freaked out for a second because it looked like it might have been caught, but it does go over him, and it goes back for a 4. There is still a chance of 340 with the way these guys are batting right now. There is still a chance of 340. Who do you go for, KJ8 Sports? Hi, Brenton. Look at his profile picture. Look at his profile picture. Who do you think he supports? You think he supports the damn Cronulla Sharks? Look at the profile picture. That's over the top, and we'll go for... Oh, no. It's a 4. Oh, that's a mix-up, bro. Harry Brook with a 4. He's on 97. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. So Brook on 97, Root on 110. I can't believe Harry Brook may still finish above Joe Root's Joe Root score. He may. Crazy to think about. Yeah, look, valid mention, but for me, like, it's still maroon and yellow, and you've got a player there, and he's talking about rugby league. What do you think he supports? Even if it's tiny, tiny. Surely you could take Sonny's a virgin. Yes. Yes, the answer is yes. That's a wide. Don't think you should be getting free runs here, Sri Lanka, right now. I don't think that's the play here. When you've given up 314 already, now 315 for 3. There was just a switch that England had with Jacob Bethel and Joe Root. And then ever since that switch was made, they've just dominated the living shit out of them. Oh, look at that mix-up in the fielding for that 4 for Harry Brook. Yikes. Big old yikes. Root 110 from 106. Well, it's Harry Brook on the 97 right now. And another wide. Yeah, this is the way, Sri Lanka. This is the way to win the game. Yep, just give up as many wides as possible so that Harry Brook can't hit 4s, but give up more wides so that he doesn't need to hit the 4 because you've given up 4 wides. There's been 3 wides in this over from a sitter. Give up a 2, a dot ball, a 4, a wide, a 4, a 4, a wide, and a wide. That's the way. Don't let Harry Brook hit the 4s, so give up wides. Bethel set the tone. Root was the anchor, and Brook did what he exactly had to do. Spot on. Spot on. Okay, can we get through this over without giving up 4 wides? Yes, you can, but you will give up a single. So 4, 8, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 runs off of the over. Well done, Asida. Brilliant. Brilliant stuff. I think it's hard to say that Joe Root didn't set the tone, but I get where you're coming from with Bethel set the tone and Root was the anchor, because he definitely has been the anchor, as he has been throughout this series so far. So we have 2 more overs to bowl here. Now remember, this stadium is infamous for getting more difficult to play on in the second innings. And the team who bats first usually wins 70% of the time, apparently. The only pick I can make out is laggings. I don't even know what laggings is. Look at that. The first 10 overs was so slow. Look at the first 10 overs. This is a massive chase for Sri Lanka, bro. Current run rate is 330. 8 runs and over is 333. 10 runs and over is 337. 12 runs and over is 341. There is a chance they still hit 340. And that is 100 up for Harry Brook and 102 with a 4. Unbelievable stuff, Harry Brook. He's going to finish above Joe Root. It's wild to me. He's going to finish above Joe Root. This has been a performance from Harry Brook. This has been a performance. He had an awful 6 in the first game, then he had 46, and now he's got 102 not out. You've got to be happy with the progression. You've got to be happy with the change up from that first game. Favourite moment of the summer? Favourite moment of the summer might have been... I just think it's going to be Adelaide. No, Travis Head taking it over the top in Perth was pretty special. But I feel like Adelaide Day 5 was pretty good. Because everyone was getting nervous. They were getting nervous. But I think it has to be Travie Head. But that's... Oh my gosh, Harry Brook with a 6. This is spectacular, dude. 108 not out for Harry Brook. He's 2 runs off Joe Root. This is spicy, mate. Could you imagine if you put a bet on Joe Root to score the most runs in the innings, and then Bethel gets out on 65 whilst Joe Root is around a similar mark of like 65, I think it was like 72 or something. Bethel gets out. You're not thinking that anybody's going to jump above Joe Root on 72. Oh my gosh, that's another shot for a 4 from Harry Brook. He's above Joe Root. He is above Joe Root on 112. Joe Root's on 110. They're having a ball right now, dude. They could get 350. They could still get 350 here. They're at 14 runs off the over with 3 balls to go. They could still get 350 runs. Joss Butler probably does not even need to suit up. There's only 9 balls to go here. They haven't seen Joss Butler. The average of this stadium is 230, 250. England is way ahead. If they lose this, I'm never watching cricket. If they lose this, I am blocking. I'm hiding every English fan from the channel. That's it. That's it, Jacko. You're done. If you lose this game from here, all English. Kraken, you're gone. Jacko, you're gone. Tattered, you are gone. Any other English want to put their hand up right now? You're hidden. If you lose this game from here, if you don't, you're well and truly fine. But you lose this game from here, you're blocked. You're hidden. You're done. Until the Titan season where you can support us. Oh, Harry Brook. No way has he done that. Oh, they've dropped him. Oh, they just dropped him. Harry Brook just hit a shot directly up in the air. Oh, Harrison's definitely hidden. He's just hit a shot directly up in the air and they've dropped him. He got 2 runs. Brook's on 114. You're kidding yourself. Will Wakefield's is lucky I'm not a poem. They're not going to lose this game, Will. They're not going to lose this game. That's the whole point. But I tell you, I can't believe they've just dropped him on 114. And he's going to hit a 6. Oh no, he stopped it from going for a 6. He's jumped up and stopped it. It's going to be 3. If England showed this lag, and I've already said I'm hiding every Englishman on the channel, I'm blocking them, we're hiding them, they'll never be seen again. I don't think they would ever come back to the channel. I don't think they'd ever come back on social media again if they lost it from here. It was only a 2. I actually thought that was just a 6, but he must have... Let's have a look at this, how he stops this, because it's an impressive stop from going for a 6. And on the boundary... Wow, that's an incredible save for going for a 6. Well done. Jack, I do believe you're going to win this game with 7 overs to go. Honestly, the pressure, run-wise, on Sri Lanka could have this done in 30 overs. Because Sri Lanka are going to need a hit. Otherwise, there's no point coming out. So, you could see this game, because England have done it from the 25th over onwards. Or the 23rd over onwards, or whatever. So, the first 23 overs, it won't really matter too much. But they need to be consistently better than England in the first 23 overs, because they're not going to have the pace of what England have had since the 23rd over mark. Not out. Well, no shit, Sherlock. Why are we looking at not out? Why were we looking at if it was out or not? Incashable. Why'd that just come up with not out? No shit, Sherlock. Next ball. And it's a boundary. There's a 4 for Harry Brook. He's on 120. Dude, this is incredible. This is incredible. I feel for anyone who has bet on Joe Root to get the most runs in this game, because I guess could he get 10 runs in this final over? Sure, but 339, they could get 350. They should get 350. They will get 350. That's ridiculous. Guys, 1 over to go until we have a half an hour break. Obviously, hit that like button. Subscribe if you're new around here. Got plenty of cricket action. Tomorrow we've got New Zealand versus India. Day after we've got Australia versus Pakistan. God help us. God help us. If any of you English lot come here and start backing in Pakistan and getting around Babar Azam, you've done me in. You'll do me in. When this is what happens when you don't play Ollie Dope Pope. Well, yeah, Jacob Bethel is Ollie Pope's replacement, and he got 65, so I think you'd be pretty happy with it. We were talking 220 is a good score. We absolutely, yeah, we were, Jacko, we were. I I love a pork bun, Maya, but no coriander. Cheers. You got to have the coriander, Jay. You can't not have a coriander. Coriander is so important to the bun. Maya is beautiful. Got to have the coriander. Beautiful, mate. Beautiful. You got to have the coriander. You can't come to Vietnam and say, I want a banh mi, but don't put this in. You're going to get what you're going to get in Vietnam. You're going to get what you're going to get. Oh, Joe Root is going for a 6 that would have ended up in Nigeria. That's how hard that was going through. Can we boycott the Pakistan game? God help us, Joe. No, because if Australia wins, it's just going to be incredible. I hate coriander. Well, don't do this to yourself. Now, my mum hates coriander too. I like it. It's either coriander is something that it's not like you just don't mind it. You either love it or you hate it. I love it. But I know a lot of people hate it. So 5 balls remaining, 11 runs off 350. Can they get it? Well, that's going to be a good start with... No, it's a single. I thought it was going to be 4. Should be banned. Should not be banned. 340. 4 runs to go. And Harry Brook is the guy to get him past. Well, Joe Root's not getting above Harry Brook now. Harry Brook will be the man of the match. But he'll definitely be the player of the game. What we say there? $49.2. What format do you think Australia's weaker in? ODIs. Even though we're 3, ODI. I think that T20, we might win this World Cup. Oh! Harry Brook has sent that to Zimbabwe. He's hit it to Babarazam in Zimbabwe. That's a 6 for Harry Brook. He's on 126 with 3 balls to go. They're 4 runs away from 350. It's not fair. This game's not fair. Like he could still get 360. He could still get 14 runs here at the last 3 balls. They could still get 360 here, England. It's actually been disgraceful. England would be $1 to win this game. England would be paying 98 cents. If you put $100 on England to win right now, you will lose $2, and you'll be on $98 for winning. What a spectacular show, and you got to respect it. Even as Aussie, you got to respect it. Next bowl, and it's going to actually be a dot ball. Well, that's disgraceful, Harry Brook. Take yourself off. That's a shit performance. Get off the field. A dot ball with 3 balls to go. Not good enough. Well, if he can get 2 6s, which is entirely possible, if Brooks and Root weren't playing this game, Branton, if Brooks and Root weren't playing this game, I'd worry for England. I would. Yeah, no, I would. But Bethel 65, not bad. Not bad at all, that. But if Harry Brook and Joe Root weren't playing, I think Sri Lanka would have had a good chance. Pretty good chance, but we'll give him Bethel. But could you imagine if not only Joe Root and Harry Brook weren't playing, but if Bethel also wasn't playing? Oh my gosh, that's going to be a wide. I just want to see him get 350. I want 3 runs. 100 plus of the average is doing a good job batting. The average is 220, 230. Oh, it's no ball as well. Oh, dude, you're kidding. Bring back Leachy. It's the only one that could save England right now. It's the only one. Jack Leach is the only player that could save England. Alright, so 2 more balls to go here at the over. And that's going to be a 4 for 350. They're on 351. What if Bethel, Rehan, Brook, Root weren't playing? It'd just be Duck at 7. Duck at 7 would be pretty spectacular, though. That's pretty high for him. No, you got to take your hat off to that. That's a really big score. You can't hate on that. Well, to be fair, if Bethel, Rehan, Brook, and Root weren't playing, Duck at 7 would actually be the top score for this game. So how can you hate on that? It would be the top score. And if you're getting top score, you've got to be impressed with it. Well, if England didn't play, Sri Lanka would still be on 0, so that's a problem, everyone. They're still struggling. All right, we've got 1 more ball here of the over. 351, stupid. It really is stupid. And fire ball, and he hits the six. 136 not out. 357 for three. England take a bow. That is just unbelievable stuff. I'm so happy to have seen that. That is an incredible score of 357 for three. Harry Brook 136 not out. Joe Root 111 not out. Harry Brook 136 from 66. That strike rate is spectacular. Joe Root past 100 strike rate, 111 for 108. Jacob Bethel great. Ben Duckett. Ben Duckett got 7 on a pitch that we've seen 200s on. We've only seen 3 wickets. We've seen 200s. We've seen 350s. And Ben Duckett gets out for 7. That'll do me. Anyway, guys, we're going to be back in half an hour's time. We will be back in 30 minutes' time. We're going to put something up on the screen. So if you haven't already, hit that thumbs up button and subscribe. It is the innings break. Sri Lanka, if they chase down 358 runs to win, I'm stopping watching cricket. You'd nearly delete the channel. We're definitely deleting England as a country in cricket if they lose this game, and we're hiding every English person here. But I don't think that's going to be happening. But all right, guys, like I said, thumbs up, subscribe, and we will see you in 30 minutes' time. It's she, son. It's she. Alright, are you ready, you lads? Are you ready? There is surely no way they throw it away from here, son. There is surely no way that the English throw this away from here. They currently lead with a 357 run total in the first innings, where usually the average here in Colombo, Sri Lanka, is 220. It's usually 220. And yet, they have gone over that total by a mozza, by a bajillion. Joe Root, spectacular, not out for 111. Harry Brook, what a performance, not out for 136 and just went absolutely crazy. He went crazy when he was firing. He was absolutely nutso. And Jacob Bethel had a great performance for about 65 as well. Was it 65? I think it was 65. Yes, it was 65. Ben Duckett, not great at all on 7. And Rehan Ahmad with 24. But now we get to see what Sri Lanka are made of. And it's going to be the first bowl coming up right now. And that was nearly a catch. Oh my gosh, Jamie Overton's going to open the bowling here. It's actually going to go for a probably 3 off of the first ball here. It's a good sign for Nisanka, but it was also quite lucky. Also quite lucky there. But all right, guys, we are back underway. Obviously, hit that thumbs up button. Subscribe if you're new around here. Get in the chat. We've got India versus New Zealand tomorrow that we'll be live for in the T20. But for the time being, we've got 50 overs to go through here for Sri Lanka as they chase down a mammoth total. Actually, can you please Google for me what the record chase is here in Colombo and Sri Lanka? What is the biggest chase that we've ever seen here on record? Because I feel like this is going to have to be up there. I feel like this would be a record. All right, let me update this scorecard too. Let me just watch this next bowl. So it definitely was a 3. Actually, no, I will just update it now. And we'll go across to the Sri Lankan lineup over there. Sri Lanka. There we go. There we go. Yeah, it's going to go down as a drop catch, but it was a very difficult catch to make. Okay, I don't know what's going on there. It's freaking out. It's freaking out. Look at it. It's freaking out. But it'll be fine in a second. All right, there we go. Is it still freaking out at the moment? Yeah, it is. I'm going to have to refresh it and do it again. Next bowl, and it's going to be a 4. Oh my gosh. Well, Sri Lanka are starting off huge here with 7 runs in the first 2 balls. That's going to be a boundary. No, England, you couldn't do it from here. You couldn't. I refuse. You couldn't do it from here. You couldn't do it from here. All right, I think that might be working now. I think that might not be freaking out as much. I'm actually going to Google it. What is the record chase ODI history in Colombo, Sri Lanka? Highest totals in ODI at Sri Lanka are Premadasa Stadium. Not helping my epilepsy. Is it all right now, though? Oh, it's refreshing. Okay. So, India 375? Oh, highest totals. That's highest totals. Oh, but I want to see the chases. I don't want to see highest totals. Well, England just now are the 4th highest total ever. The 4th highest total here in Sri Lanka. Just now. Next bowl. And good fielding there, so it should just be a single. But oh no, they're going to get dot ball. No run for that. So the highest total was India at 375 for 5 back in 2017. Sri Lanka in 2018 against England, 366 for 6. India against Sri Lanka back in 2009, 363 for 5, and then England's total here, 357 for 3. But this is an ominous start here for the Sri Lankans, getting a few runs. But I need to know what the biggest chase was. Oh, that's going to be a 4. Oh my gosh, Jamie Overton. Jamie Overton has given up 11 runs in this over so far with another ball. This is a ridiculous start. Wow. This is like England got 4 runs off of the first over. That was it, and that was off 1 boundary. Outside of that, it was dot balls. Sri Lanka have just gone and got 11 runs. Jamie Overton is giving up runs galore right now. Get him out. Get him out of there. Get him out of there. Highest successful target chase in Sri Lanka. Okay, here we go. Zimbabwe 317. So they've got to break a record here today, Sri Lanka. And that's going to be a dot ball. So the first over, 11 runs for the Sri Lankans. First over, they'd be pretty happy with that. They would be pretty happy with that. So the highest successful run chase is 317 target for Zimbabwe. Score, they got 322 for 4, so that means that they would have hit a 6 to win the game too. That was back in 2017. And another one was Sri Lanka chasing down 314. And they won in 49.4 overs. Zimbabwe chasing that down is crazy with 2.2 overs to go as well. Sri Lanka chased down 311, which was against Zimbabwe, with 2.4 overs to go. Pakistan chased down Sri Lanka of a 301, which was with 1 ball remaining, and Sri Lanka 297. Yeah, you don't usually see, well, you never see things of this caliber here. This would be a record. So Sam Curran, he's coming in for a bowl. Average of 42.44, 36 wickets, 41 matches. He's got 1 fifer. Mishara 8, Nisanka 3. What a start. Next bowl. Double. Slow it down, England. Slow it down, son. Slow it down. So their batting lineup here today. The guys you've really got to kind of watch for, obviously, Kusal Mendes is one that we're all very well aware of. Damanjaya De Silva can have a bit of a bat. These two opening guys, look, you probably expect them to go at least to the 20-30 mark, which is more than what we saw from the English openers. That'll be a single there for Nasanka. He'll go to 4. That was more than what we saw from the English openers. But they don't bat deep. They don't bat deep at all. We should have just told England they only get 50 overs in the Ashes. They might have had a go then. Yeah, exactly. But the issue for Sri Lanka will always come down to the fact that they have to maintain this. Because England didn't turn it on until about 23 overs in. And then they absolutely whooped them from that 23 over mark. So this is a better start here for the Sri Lankans than what England had. But it has to be maintained throughout the 50 overs. They can't really have slow periods, because this is just such a huge score. What is the highest ever ODI score? I'm sure it's in the 4s. And there'll be a dot ball. Highest ever ODI totals. I'm sure it's going to be the early 4s or something like that. Or really late 300s, but early 4s maybe. No, wow. 498 for England against the Netherlands. Oh, it's against the Netherlands back in 2022. Come on. 481 against Australia, though, for England. Back in 2018, this was when they were at their prime. England were unbelievable back then. Yeah, it's late 4s. Wow. No one's hit 500, though, ever. 498 is the highest. And there'll be another dot ball. Sam Curran bowling. Okay, good save over here from Sam Curran. Only giving up the 1 through the first 4. Very good to slow it back down. Yeah, so England have the top 3. Sri Lanka have the 4th highest, and it's against the Netherlands. Netherlands are just the whipping boys at the moment. 443. Australia's highest ever ODI total was 434 against South Africa and 431 against South Africa, 20 years apart. But I think South Africa chased one of those down, didn't they? And that's going to be a dot ball. So this is a fantastic over from Sam Curran. Fantastic over. And Mishara on 8. Nisanka on 4. So what do they need? They need 346 runs from 290 balls. Yikes. Yikes. 0.5 overs down for Curran. Really good over here. And another dot ball. Wow, that is a really good over from Sam Curran. Just a decent over, they say. Considering they gave up 11 runs the first over, I think that's a pretty spectacular over. But I'm just waiting for the spin here. And I said this before the game started. I'm just waiting for the spin when Adil Rashid comes in. He's had a great series so far in the ODIs. He got 3 wickets in the first. He got 2 wickets in the second. I'm feeling like he's probably going to pick up at least another 2 here in this game. I think he's the key. He's the key to really break their spirits and spin them into oblivion, which we all know Sri Lanka pitchers are good for the spin. Obviously, not that it worked really well for the Sri Lankan spinners today. Getting up a lot of runs, but with that being said, it is well known for the spin in Sri Lanka. So Jamie Overton, you got to save yourself here. Don't give up too many more runs. That's a dot ball. Good start to the over. So what's it for you, Jay? It's 9. Are you 2 hours ahead of me? Are you 10:20 p.m. right now? I always get confused, man, because I'm in so many different time zones all the time. I always get so confused. ODI Korea, Nasanka average of 40, Mishara average of 26, Mendes average of 35, De Silva 25.88, Asalanka average of 42.52. Next ball. And another dot ball. Okay, good save over again from Jamie Overton as well. I can't believe it though. 279 votes in the poll. We still got 66% voting for Sri Lanka. They have consistently had the poll votes. No, oh, so you're only an hour ahead of me. Jeez, I always got confused, man. Required run rate is 7.26. Third bowl, the over from Overton. And another dot ball. Much better. They need to be consistent throughout, man. Super consistent. Are you going to be up for tomorrow's game, Jay? Actually, you're a night owl. You'll be up until like 12 a.m. or 10 a.m. like Chat. You never sleep. The only time Jay definitely does sleep. The only time you sleep is, like 9 a.m. until 1 p.m. Up in the air. Is that a 6? Is that a 6? That is 6. That is a 6. 4. And Sanka, he gets to 10. That's 18 runs. Jeez, Overton, man, I'd be taking him outright this very second. He is getting whacked. 3 good dot balls. Looked like he was having a good over, and then he gives up a 6 to Nasanka. Just way too easy there. Jamie Overton is getting pieced apart. You need the spin to come in because your pace is... Well, Curran did well, but... Oh, my gosh. He's been hit for a 4. Take Overton out, bro. Take Overton out. You're giving up way too many runs. Take Overton out. They're on 22 runs in the first 2.5 overs. This is ridiculous from Overton. This is ridiculous. He has given up 21 runs through the first 2 overs that he's bowled. Dude, you can't have Overton come out for his 3rd over. You can't. This is ridiculous. The pace is just getting torn apart right now. Next ball. And it's going to be maybe 2 runs here. Probably 2. Yeah, they are coming back for a second. They will get it. So Jamie Overton he gave up 11 runs. Now he's giving up 12 runs. That is 23 runs off of 2 overs. You just can't bowl him for his 3rd one. You just can't do it. You are allowing them to actually genuinely get back into this game. It's a ridiculous chase, but you are allowing them to get back into this game because they need to have that high-powered, high-pace attacking cricket. And by providing them this pace from Jamie Overton right now, it's just allowing them to actually have a sniff at this. It's a stupid amount of runs. 24 runs in the first 3 overs is just ridiculous. Dinner was beautiful. Beef lard and stick rice. Chili of its head. Oh, how good. Okay, Sam Curran, he's only giving up the 1 run. Up in the air. Is everyone there? No, that's going to go for 4. They're getting done right now, England. This is crazy. These openers are confident and they are whacking them around. Again, they need to do this on a consistent level, but geez. This is confident cricket from the openers. Surely we don't have a game here, England. Surely not. Surely not. 28 runs now through 3.1. Next ball from Curran. And it's another... Oh, no, there's a man in the boundary. I thought it was going to be another 4. That's a single. Can you believe this is the conversation we're having at the moment, though, with a chase of 357? The bowling in these opening overs has sucked so bad. It's just been set prime time for the batters of Sri Lanka just to smack them. Just like, yeah, fair enough. Dude, you bowled a pie right down bloody Broadway from him to smack that for. So Mishara on 13, Nasanka on 16. It doesn't look like this surface is slowing down like it normally would for the second innings here in Colombo. Next ball. You're kidding. You're kidding. They're giving up another 4. You are kidding, England. You're kidding. 33 runs now. Another boundary from the English. Maybe we might have to hide some English lads today. Dude, bring on your spin. Bring on your spin now. Bring on your spin immediately, bro. Bring on your spin immediately. Next ball, and it'll be a single. So in 3.5 overs, you've seen 5 4s and 1 6. Bottle job incoming. Daz, it would be, we'll want to be breaking a record. There is not been higher. I think it was 311 we saw. 311 was like the highest chase, or 3037 or something like that. But like it was 40, 50 odd runs below what England got. It would be a record chase. This is the 4th highest score that we've ever seen from a team in Sri Lanka. It's the 4th highest, just behind India and then 2 Sri Lankas, obviously. No, sorry, Zimbabwe, India, and whatnot. Root would be pissed. Current run rate is 9.27. Next ball from Curran. And dot ball. Get yourselves back into it, England. Settle yourselves down. You haven't won this game yet, clearly. Yeah, the damage has already been done from this over, so well done on the dot ball, but you've already given up plenty of runs here, Sam Curran, especially considering his first over. He only gave up 1 run through the first over, and then now he's given up 4, 8, 9, 10 with 1 more ball to go here. And let's make that 14 runs off the over. A boundary of the final ball. He gives up 14 runs off of the over. This current run rate is at 9.5. This is getting real spicy. And this is to win, by the way, the ODI series, because we have seen that Sri Lanka won the first ODI, England won the second ODI. This is for the ODI series wins. Obviously, Sri Lanka aren't going to be wanting to be embarrassed at home. Their bowling was embarrassed. Well, England's currently getting the same, but Dawson will come in now. Thank gosh we're not going to see Jamie Overton. Thank gosh. Look at that. First over 10. No, first over 11. And then... No, that's wrong. Yeah, first over 11. Then 1. Then 12. And then 14. Okay, let's see what Dawson can do here. Wow, he was really late to seeing that in the field as well. He had no idea where that ball was going. Dawson coming in for some spin. And it's a 4. England, are they throwing this away? It's 42 runs. This is generational. This is generational as we speak. You're begging for a collapse. You need a wicket. You actually need a wicket right now. Pressure is now on England. And dot ball. Cricket is not real. It never was. It was always AI. Kraken, can you believe what we're watching right now? Their run rate's over 10. But maybe Sri Lanka do the complete opposite to what England did. And that'll be singles at 43 from 4.3. England doing what England does. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it's possible. I don't believe it's possible. Again, they do. Here's the thing: to remain cautious for England's sake and say, England still probably win this game, is that they need to keep this up for another 315 runs. Whilst they look really, really good right now, Sri Lanka, it's not like they've well and truly got themselves back into the game yet. If they get themselves past the 100 mark for no wickets, okay, sure. But there is still a very long way to go in this game. There's still a lot of runs needed. They're still not under the 300 runs to go mark, and the average here in Sri Lanka is 220. And Rashid still hasn't bowled yet. So look, I'm still pretty confident England win this game because it's just a ridiculous total. But yeah, they just need to keep on hitting fours, and that is exactly what they've just done again. Mishara has given up before, it's 21 runs, 47 runs now. Chaco says Duckett couldn't make 10 on this pitch. Crazy, eh? Crazy. Current run rate is 9.72. This is brilliant batting here from Sri Lanka. You couldn't. You couldn't. Next ball from Dawson. And, good fielding there to keep it to a single. Good one-handed fielding. What do you do? They just don't have any answers right now. They bring in Dawson because Overton and Curran were getting smacked, and he gives up 10 runs off the over. Current run rate is 9.6. But it does tell you a lot, though, Jacko. Like, you've seen 111 from Joe Root not out. You've seen 136 not out from Harry Brook. You've seen 65 from Jacob Bethel. You've seen 24 at least from Rehan Ahmed. And then you see a 7 from Ben Duckett. And then you go to the Sri Lanka innings, and they've already got 48 runs through 26 for Nisanka and 22 for Mishara. It's like heat scorchers, yeah. We've actually got a game in our hands. Can't believe I'm saying that. 5 overs down, they've got 48 runs. 48 runs in 5 overs. So Will Jacks is bowling. Will Jacks is bowling. Up in the air. He's gone. Okay, that's huge. That's massive. Will Jacks will get a wicket. Will Jacks will get a wicket, and that was very, very much needed. Mishara will go on 22, and that is a poor shot there. And that is a big-time wicket there from Will Jacks. It's actually not even the greatest ball you'll see, but it's ended up being a wicket because he's just gotten too overconfident. And he's gone. There's one wicket. God is real. God is definitely real, Kraken. Definitely real. But that is a huge wicket that England needed to break up that killer partnership of opening. But now you see Kusal Mendes, who is, a really good batter here in Kusal Mendes before Dhananjaya Da Silva. Up until Rathnayake, I actually didn't really rate these two guys, but up until Rathnayake, they've got some really good averages here. I think Rathnayake averages 44, which might be the highest average of the lot. So, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 quality enough batters there. Back to the sheds. Yeah, you needed it. You needed it, man. Maybe that's why the poll's still saying Sri Lanka at 66%. Maybe. So Mendes, 151 innings, runs of 4,870, average of 35.55, strike rate of 87.24. He's got 35 50s, 600s. His best is 143. Well, you can't see him go down early, that's for sure. Yeah, England can count their lucky stars. I agree with the commentary there. Second bowl, and it'll be a dot ball. And that's the thing, spin. Will Jacks is spin. You get the spin on, you immediately get a wicket. You're getting done by your paces of Jamie Overton and Sam Curran. Dawson was a bit of spin, but obviously Will Jacks is a little bit more prolific. That's a single there for Mendes. This should slow it down for a little bit here, which you need, because they're already about to get past the 50 market before the 6th over. So you need to really slow it down. But 9 wickets in hand. And you still haven't got your prime timer spinner on just yet. Next bowl. Oh, that's a risky shot, but he will get a 4. Oh, Nisanka, that's risky, but he will get to 30. Nisanka will get to 30, and it's 53 for 1. They hit the 50. 4 bowls down here for Will Jacks. That's a very risky shot, man. There is a man back there, but he just gets it outside of him. Next bowl will end up being a nicely run single. So 54 runs at the first 5.5. How are you feeling, English fans, right now? How are you feeling? They've still got to chase 303 more runs. But it's the speed of which they've gotten here, which is the crunching part. And they've got a 4. Mendes hits a boundary. They're on 5. Sean says, sounds like they have confidence reading the pitch. 58 for 1 through 6. Mendes hits the boundary. That's 4, 8, 9, 10 runs off the over. They get that wicket, which is crucial. But they've still really not got much of an answer here for this Sri Lankan batting lineup. They still don't have it. Because at this point, what were England on? England at this point were dead set at like, where is it? Yeah, they're way above them. Way above them. Up in the air. Oh, that's a 4. Dawson's given up a 4. It's 62 for 1. Well, this isn't going 50 overs, is it? This is either they all get out, they get all out quicker, or they get past 358 within like 30 overs. This isn't going 50 overs. They won't sustain this. Surely they don't, but this is ridiculous. Their current run rate is 9. And again, another just easy single there. They know how to play this pitch clearly. But I'm still waiting to see Adil Rashid, who I think will do well here. He hasn't bowled yet. Bryden Cast would have been knocked for 300 on this pitch. He would have given up maybe 400 runs himself. This is, like, it's still a challenge. This is the thing. It's weird to say because this is still a very, very difficult chase. It's still very, very hard. Run rate is 9.95. Required run rate is 6.76. It's still very, very hard. People are going to get really over the top in their reaction to this immediate start. But if you know cricket, you know this is still very, very difficult to maintain this. As Jacko just said, maintaining this is the problem. They need to maintain for still another 300 runs. The new Kalani Bridge is falling down. Don't know if anything's falling down right just now, Jacko. I think it's well and truly standing up as we currently speak. And that's going to be a single for Mendes. So at least Dawson's fought back from that early boundary. Still getting up 6 runs from the over, but he's fought back a little bit. Two more balls at the over. And it will be top ball. You need to start knocking that bridge down pretty quickly. Because right now your bridge sucks. Right now your bridge no good. You're no good. Final ball of the over. And that is going to be absolutely smoked for a 6. 70 runs off of the first 7 overs. Their current run rate is 10 runs and over. You have no answers for them right now. This is insane. This is insane. 7 overs down, and you've given up 7 runs. I want to see what the odds are. I want to see if they've gone into favouritism. England were like $1.01 at one stage. And now it's, well, England's still $1.41, and Sri Lanka $2.75, but it's showing you how close this is getting. Oh boy. Alright. Bring my shit in. 288 runs off 43 overs is needed. So it is back to Jamie Overton. Oh no. Oh no, lads. Oh no. Oh, Jamie Overton's bowling. Oh, he's given away a 4 straight away. Oh, this guy sucks, bro. Overton, 27 runs given up through 2.1 overs. Current run rate is 10.33. I did say bowling failure, but it's just shit bowling all up. Dude, this is awful bowling right now. Sri Lanka are batting well, but this is awful. Since there's Go Sri Lanka, this would be a record run chase, and they are well and truly on their way to it. I don't think it's runs they have to worry about right now. I think it's wickets they have to... Oh, it's a 6. Oh, Jamie Overton. Oh, please don't bowl him ever again. Please don't bowl him ever again. At this stage, England were 20 for 1. Sri Lanka are 80 for 1 right now. 6 from Jamie Overton. It's 10 runs off the first 2 balls. For the love of God, please take him out of the bowling lineup. Please. I beg you, England. I beg you. This is awful. I'm actually astounded at what we are watching from England as we currently speak. And I've seen England throw shit away. I've seen them play poorly many a time, as you guys have. This is maybe the worst I've nearly ever seen. This opening few overs has just been disgraceful. Jamie Overton has given up over 10 runs and over. We've seen every bowler so far get slapped around. It's like they already thought they'd won the game at 357. You can, as fans, can think that, but they can't think that. And right now, Sri Lanka are coming back like... Oh my gosh, that nearly went back for a 4. That's a wide. Carl says, lads. Oh, Carl, you've missed out on the good times for England, and you've come in for the scary time for England. Required run rate 6.49. They're above 10. It's still so difficult for them to maintain this, but right now they're maintaining. Next bolt. Oh my gosh, he's hit a 4. The current run rate is over 11.33. This is crazy. This is actually wild. There's no way I bowl Overton. There is just no way. I refuse. There's no way you bowl him again. Until much later. You cannot bowl this guy right now. He has given up through 4 balls, which is actually 3 balls because it was a wide. 4, 6, 10, 14, 15 runs already in the over, and he's got 3 balls to go. He's got 3 balls to go. He's given up 15 runs in the over. His economy right now would be around the 13 runs and over mark. 38 runs through 2.3. Oh, he's got a wicket. Oh my gosh. Mendes has gone on 20. Oh, that is the biggest turnaround you'd nearly ever seen. They got so overconfident. It's what Travis Head did with Brighton Cast. They got so overconfident because his bowling's been so shit that they've actually just given him a free wicket. And it's now 85 for 2. 85 for 2. Well, England, count your lucky stars, bro. Yeah, Mendes not happy. Strike rate of 222 is 20 from 9. 3 4s and a 6, but he does get caught there. So that's 2 wickets. 2 wickets, and now England... You can breathe. You can breathe, but you've still got some pretty good batters to come in. I think Sri Lanka, if they're smart, they settle this down a little bit now and they don't go so crazy. I think you've got plenty of runs on the board that you can just settle it back a little bit. You don't need to just keep on punching these runs in immediately. You do need to be quite consistent, but also you've been so heavy in this first 7.4 overs that you have plenty of time here. So 8 wickets in hand. Watching this match feels like being in a toxic relationship. Kraken, I couldn't imagine how you English feel watching this shit. Carl says, hey, I won't hear a bad word out about Cast. Carl, if Bryden Cast was bowling here, he would have given up 400 runs in the first 7.4 overs. All right, Ben, have a good one, mate. Have a good one. Last wicket, Kusa Mendes on 20. So that's what, 14, 15 runs off the over. At least he's got the wicket. Next bowl will be a dot ball. So 38 runs, getting up through 2.5. His economy right now, 15, 30, 45. So not quite 15, but it would be about the 13 mark. He just couldn't get underneath it. He just got too overconfident. He's very relieved, Overton. Very, very relieved. Very relieved. What a game, though. This is a really enjoyable game to watch. Next ball, and it will be a dot ball. Okay, well, once he got that wicket, he's had 2 dot balls. He'll be happy with that. Yeah, but he would have got a hat-trick too. Carl, I don't think he would have been getting jack here on this pitch. At this stage, England were 21 for 1. Sri Lanka are 85 for 2. So you got less wickets than them, England, but runs-wise, you're about 64 runs behind them. But see, the thing is, and this is what we were saying before, they have to maintain it continuously across this game because England went crazy from the 23rd over onwards. And then they maintained craziness with Joe Root, Bethel, and Harry Brook. They maintained it across. They can have a slow period now, Sri Lanka, with how crazy they have gone. But they've got 8 wickets in hand now rather than England playing with the no pressure of having 7 wickets in hand for basically the entirety. And don't forget, we've got England versus Sri Lanka in T21 coming up that we'll be live for. I don't think we do T22 because I think that's when Pakistan Australia is on. And Sam Curran's just given up a 6. Sam Curran has just given up a 6, and Nissanka is just picking them off right now, man. 91 for 2. Nissanka smacks Sam Curran. And now that's 21 runs through the first 2.1 overs there from Sam Curran. You've got to be embarrassed if you're these lads right now. You've got to be embarrassed. You've got to be embarrassed that you're giving up this kind of shit. It is a toxic relationship for you right now, Kraken. This is, you have, some real bad moments, then you have these 2 wickets, which brings the hope back in, and then you have a 6 there from Sam Curran. Look at this. 6-4-2-4-1-4, dot ball, 1-4-1-4-1, dot ball, 6-6. Oh. Dot ball. That's for Nissanka, by the way. Just for Nissanka. Not the last, but that's just for Nissanka. 6-4-2-4-1. Oh, yikes. At this rate, we'll be in bed by 2 a.m. Dude, at this rate currently, they'd do it by the 40th over. They'd do it with 10 overs to spare. It's not going to happen. But, the point is there. I still think England win this game. I'll put that out there. I do still think England win this game. And that's in the gap, but it will be a single. Bethel will stop that for a single. Rathnayaki. I think they just got a little bit too crazy with that Mendes shot, man. And he knows it too. He knows it. I think they were rocketing back into being favourites in this game, despite the record run chase. And then that really just hampers them massively. By the way, currently speaking, they would be on target for 500 runs. if they kept this momentum up the entire time. They would currently be on target for it because they're at 93 runs through 8.4, 10.73. You times that by 5 for the 50 overs, and they'd be above the 500. If the home team could show the Poms how baseball works against them, I would tip my hat to them. Well, Australia did it in Australia. England didn't play baseball in this, though. So Pathum Nisanka, he's on 49 and will get past the foodie bomb, foodie bomb, foodie bomb, ba da ba da ba da ba da ba ba ba, foodie bomb, foodie bomb, foodie bomb, ba da ba da ba da ba da ba ba ba, foodie bomb for Pathum Nisanka, sorry, Nisanka, Pathum Nisanka. It'll be on Fiddy and it's Sri Lanka on 94 for 2. Bushka. I feel like they need Nisanka to stick in, though. They need him to be the staple like Joe Root was, which is what he's doing right now, but they can't have him going out anytime soon. All right, Curran's done. He gives up 7, 8, 9 runs from the over, so 24 runs through 3 overs, 7.21, so about 8 runs and over. Baseball was non-existent in the summer series for the Ashes. No, baseball was definitely existent, just wasn't great, except for the MCG. It worked at the MCG really, really well. Didn't work at Perth, didn't work in Brisbane, and they kind of stopped it for Adelaide, but then they brought it back for the MCG and won it. But yeah, they kind of picked the early points, and then it showed how shocking they were. It showed how shocking they were, and then gave it up. But then MCG was prime time for it. Oh, Jamie Overton's bowling again. Oh no. Oh, he's given up. Oh, he's actually gone. Oh, Nisanka's gone on 50. Jamie Overton has actually picked himself out of the fire here. He's picked himself out of the fire. The criticism has been justified and valid. I will put that out there. In hindsight, it sucks. But the criticism, while we've been watching Overton, has been justified and valid. But he will pick up another wicket here, and it's the big wicket of Nisanka. And now I've got England pretty much guaranteed to win this. You were scared, though, for a little bit, English. You were scared for a little bit. I think you should be pretty confident now. Adil Rashid hasn't even had a bowl yet. He hasn't even come in for a bowl yet. Strike rate of 200 for Nisanka. 50 runs off of 25 balls. Kraken says, what is this guy? I don't know what Jamie Overton is, Kraken. I can't give you a solid answer. I don't know what he is. He gives up 4 million runs, but he gets the 2 wickets. So, Carl, this is Bryden Cast right here. Jamie Overton is your Bryden Cast. He is playing. It's Bryden Cast's spirit in Jamie Overton's body. Carl says, I know I'm not so secretly an Aussie, but I like to see them win when I watch them against other teams. Do Aussies go for or against England when they're not playing Australia? As a general consensus, I'll say they'll go against England. But me, I just want good cricket. But I would say that generally speaking, you'll get 100% of Australians going against England, man. Generally speaking. Asked me 4 or 5 years ago, I would have gone for anyone but England. But now I don't really care as much in that sense. And then Overton's going to go and hit a 4. Gives him a 4 straight away. What is this guy? He gets a wicket, and then he gives up a 4. Just like the last one, he gives a wicket, and then he gives a... Oh, no, last one he got a wicket, and then actually slowed down and got 2 dot balls. This one, he gets a wicket, and he gives up a 4. Jamie Overton. This is going to go at maximum 40 overs. Probably more so 30 overs. Either Sri Lanka win it in 30 overs with 20 full overs remaining, or you see... No, it'd be like 40 overs. 35 overs. This doesn't go past the 35 over mark. It's either England bowl them out before the 35 over mark, or Sri Lanka win by the 35 over mark. It's kind of how it is. I just know he's going to get smashed for 10 plus runs this over. Well, he started off nicely with a wicket and a 4. So he's 6 runs away from it. Wouldn't surprise me to even get another wicket, though. but he'll probably give up 14 more runs than the over. He'll probably give up 14 runs for the over with 2 wickets. It's probably what's going to happen. That's what I'd be backing in. So Rathnayake is on strike at the moment. And another 4. And the 100 is up already for Sri Lanka in 9.4 overs. So, wicket, 9 runs off the over. The reason why he is getting wickets is not because he is bowling well. I want to really emphasise this. Overton is bowling absolute shit. But they are overconfident in how shit he's bowling that they're taking a dumb shot, and that's how they've gotten out both times. I refuse to believe that any bowl that Jamie Overton has bowled today has been good, despite the fact that he's got 2 wickets. They have become overconfident from the tripe that we are watching, and they are taking the shot when they shouldn't be taking the shot. Because they just believe that anything that he bowls their way is going to be hit for a 6 or a 4, which is what you saw from Mendes, because Mendes was trying to lift it up over the top and push it out for the boundary up deep Broadway, son. And it didn't happen. He just didn't get the lift on it because it just wasn't there for him. But he was so overconfident. And the same thing goes for the shot that was caught again for the second wicket of Nasanka. That is a single for Rathnayake. He'll be on 6. So 10 overs gone, 104. They would be currently on target for 500. At this stage, England were 40 for 1. Now remember, they did not start to open up as a team and start to really smack runs until the 23rd or so over. So you will see England start to chase down whatever total Sri Lanka has once we get to the 23rd over. But again, Sri Lanka's runs have been so heavy here, so damn well heavy, that... It is so heavy that by the 23rd over, it could be well out of their reach in regards to that runs. Whereabouts are you in the world now? I'm in Vietnam. I'm in Ho Chi Minh, Vietnam. Carl, lovely style, mate. England only play in the Commonwealth, and everyone wants to win at the game you invented. It could be it could even be racing snails. It is the same, yes. After 10 overs, Sri Lanka 104 for 3, England 40 for 1, England total 357 for 3. So Sri Lanka have the same amount of wickets already as England had across the entirety of the runs, but they've still got to chase 253. That's still a lot of runs to get, but Adil Rashid, this is the one. This is who I said should get some wickets here today. They need to, because I don't think that Rashid's going to give up too many runs here. I think he can pick up some wickets, and here he comes for a bowl. I think this is the crucial point of where we find out Sri Lanka's got it in them. And it's going to be a dot ball. This is going to be where we find out if Sri Lanka can punch through and actually fight their way back into this game. Because Rashid, for mine, is the guy that should be able to benefit the most from this pitch. Geez, he really came up the pitch to hit that one. But it is a dot ball. Next bowl from Rashid. And another dot ball. This is what I'm talking about. So now that run rate down to 10.06. It was up at over 11.4 at one stage. Now it's down at 10.06. I think you definitely can't target these overs against Rashid. You've got so much time, dude. You've still got 40 overs. Oh my gosh, that is going to go back for... That will go for a 4. I think it might be buys here, though. I think it might be buys. Oh no, it has actually come off the bat there. I thought that came off the... it definitely has come off the bat there. Nearly got taken by the keeper and Josh Butler, but just gets past him. Just sneaks past him there. There's an Aussie in the crowd. Next bolt. And that'll be a single for Rathnayake. Who is England's best athlete at the moment? Paddy Pimblett, Tyson Fury, Bryden Carse. Bryden Carse is a great shout. Great shout. Athlete. It's a great question. Athlete's a good question. Don't know if I could say. Oh, jeez, that'll be just dinked in behind. That's actually a really nice shot. That'll be 2 runs there for Sri Lanka. Yeah, I wouldn't know how to answer that question, Smithster, because I wouldn't be including Paddy Pimblett. Obviously, just lost, even though it was tough. Tyson Fury is a machine, but also athlete. It's a tough one. Oh my goodness me, that was a really good spin on that. But it's going to be actually 8 runs off of the over from Rashid. They're still getting runs against him, man. The first 2 dot balls, and they got the 4. So 112 for 3 through 11 overs. Like, he slowed the run rate down, but he slowed it still down to 8 runs in that over. Yeah, look at that. Look at how it really just starts to rise consistently around that 23. To be fair, it's more so around the 20. No, it is at 23. Look at the jump at the 23 mark. Yeah, it is around that 23 over mark. Yeah, the red worm, they're starting to go different directions. You are starting to see the Sri Lankan worm slightly come down a little bit here. Slightly come down. But Nasanka was such a big wicket. Okay, Will Jacks it is, and it will be a dot ball. Okay, so they're really emphasising the spin right now. They need to, because their paces are getting crucified. Okay, next ball. And it's going to be a dot ball. Sri Lanka on 8, Rathnayake on 11. Once you get past here, De Silva's still fine, but Leonage onwards is a bit of a worry. That'll be a single for Sri Lanka. At this stage, England were 47 for 2. They are 113 for 3. But it's a long time before England get their next wicket. Oh, Overton, 48 runs in 4 overs. Curran, 24 runs in 3 overs. Dawson, 22 runs in 2 overs. 11 runs through 1.3 overs for Jacks. He does have a wicket. It's just the wickets that matter right now for Sri Lanka in a lot of ways. Dot ball. Good over here so far from Will Jacks. Interesting part of the game, though. Oh, by the way, I will say I did see Tino's comment in regards to that video that was posted with Matty Rogers and whatnot. He was actually saying that effectively wants to stay at the club because he was defending himself and saying, well, why can't you have both? You don't have to choose between me and Cooper Bye. Why don't you have both? It's actually a good thing. Oh my gosh, that is the luckiest boundary you're ever going to see. Wow. Rathnayake will get a super lucky boundary there. You can see Joe Root is pissed off right now. So 5 runs off of the over. It's still a good over there from Will Jacks besides that boundary. But 5 runs off of the over, and that 4 was just brutal. 47 for 2 is where England were. Sri Lanka 117 for 3. So currently speaking, Sri Lanka need 241 runs from 228 balls. Very, very doable. But it's the wickets that are really going to be the ones that matter because they don't bat deep. They've got enough bat, but they don't bat massively deep. So I'm sure Rashid will come back in for a bowl. If Sri Lanka slows down and not throw wickets, England is done. I don't know if they can slow down though. I don't feel like they can because if they change up the game plan, like the game plan right now is working. What they're doing right this very second is working. Okay, Rashid again. And that is going to go for 2 runs, I would assume. Yeah, 2 runs. If they change their game plan and go super slow, I feel like they've bought into this. They actually do need to just keep going with it. Because if they change it up, they could easily collapse themselves. Yeah, Joe Root's not happy, bro. He just said fuck off. Next bolt will be a single. Required run rate is now 6.32. They're still up around that 10 mark. You've just got to work. They do have to work the bowlers. I'm not saying to. I don't think they should adjust completely. I think they still need to keep on performing at this high level, but just not get overconfident with every single ball, which is what they were. But that's why we've seen 3 wickets as well. Current run rate is 9.73, and good sight there to see that and not get dumped from that bowl. Good bowl. 3 runs off the over. It's only been a loose shot that a wicket fell. Don't change in the ball. Yeah, it's been multiple loose shots. It's been overconfidence. It has been. But England actually need to be the ones to get back into this game. And that will be a single for Rathnayakis. He'll get to 16. $121 for 3. This is even right now. It is. When the next wicket falls is the crucial part. Next bolt. Dot ball. Like, if they don't have another wicket until 200 runs, I think Sri Lanka actually win this game. If they get through to 200 runs without another wicket. They've still got 37 overs. So, final ball here from the over from Rashid. And dot ball. So, they just defended it. So, good over there. It's only 4 runs off the over. Required run rate is 6.41. I think this is a drinks break, is it? No, I think the drinks break's more at 17, 18, isn't it? Yeah. So current run rate's 9.31 now. They've just got to get through these spin bowlers and then target the ridiculous paces. Sri Lanka started very well, but they will lose. They lose 3 wickets. Yeah, the 3 wickets are the ones. If they didn't lose those 3 wickets, we'd be talking right now saying, I can't believe England are going to throw this. But the 3 wickets makes it so crucial why that next wicket is so big. If they do not have 200 runs, if they get to 200 runs without a wicket, then I don't see a world England win this game. If it's still 100, if it's still 200 for 3, I think Sri Lanka just go on and win. So you need to get. It's still 78 runs away. Like, that's a long way away for Sri Lanka. And you've seen that it has slowed down in this little portion here. There's still 7 wickets in hand. Like, the confidence is still well and truly there. Sri Lanka wickets first 48 runs, second 85 runs, third 94 runs. Next bolt. Oh, he swings at that one. You'll get a single out of it. Sean says Sri Lanka was always competitive up to the, say, 35-40 over mark. See what happens. Nah, from the 23 over mark is when England really pulled it away. Oh, no, I'll give you credit. I'll say more so 30-35. So we'll meet in the middle. I'll say more so around that 30 over mark. 23 is when they picked it up, and then 30 is when they were confident. And England started to really put the sword. I think he's still in. He really come up out of the crease there, but I think he's safe. I think he's fine. They're not going to review this, but I'm pretty certain they're fine. Umpire review for stumped. The feet of the bowler is fine. Okay, here we go. He's out. He's out. He's out. He's out. He's out. He's in. Yep, he's fine. He's fine. The bat is definitely grounded there. Very close, though. Very close. So, not out. Yeah, to be fair, it's very interesting why that wasn't called a wide. So a single there. Yeah, I'm surprised that wasn't a wide. Asalenka on 13, Rathnayaki on 17. Another dot ball. The spinners are really slowing it down right now. This is exactly what they need. Try and take him out of their rhythm. It's about taking him out of the rhythm, but you got to worry when the paces come back in that they go back into the rhythm. Well, we can't even see the overcount right now because it's a good bowl from Jacks, but it'll be a dot ball. Very good over there from Will Jacks. Very good over. So the last 30 years anyway, not tonight's game. Tonight they might break the seal and win. I don't think Sri Lanka win from here, man. I don't. It's still a lot to do. Again, it would have to be the greatest choke and generational choke of all time because it would break the record for a chase in Sri Lanka if England loses from here. I just don't see it happening. But at least Sri Lanka have made a significant game out of this. So Rathnayaki is going to be on strike. 124 for 3 after 14 overs. Rashid back out. Economy of 6 right now. 12 runs off of 2 overs. You're not complaining with that. Again, you need a wicket before 200 runs. Realistically, well, you don't need a wicket before 150, but that'd be massive. Required run rate is currently 6.5. Rashid. And they knock it just for a cheeky one out back, and it's going to be probably 2 runs there. Bethel will chase it down, and they will get the 2 runs out of that. If they can get a wicket before 150, they probably lock this one up. Because then you'd still need over 208 runs, 6 wickets in hand, and the confidence from England would really go through the roof then. Next bowl. And that was an awful bowl. That was an awful bowl from Rashid, and it's going to be hit for a boundary. That is an awful bowl from Rashid. Wow. Gives up a boundary. At this stage, England were 58 for 2. Sri Lanka 130 for 3. No, Jofra Archer wouldn't be doing much here. Jofra Archer would not be. They're not missing him here. Pace is not working at all for England. You do not want the pace. Jofra Archer, whilst he's decent, he also got kind of embarrassed in Australia. But Jofra Archer is not the guy that would be doing anything in this game. If anything, he would be having a massive amount of runs being scored against him regardless. This is not a field at all, not a pitch at all for a pacer like Jofra Archer. You're seeing Jamie Overton, who's given up 13 or so runs and over. You're seeing Sam Curran giving up like 12 runs and over. I know Jofra Archer is better than those guys, but he'd still be giving up a lot of runs right now. Rashid, 3 more balls left of the over. And I do think that hit the bat. Yeah, it'll be dot ball. Like I said, though, 10 overs and you'll start to see that run, the runs for England start to improve. And caught him. He's gone. Asalanka is gone. Rashid gets that wicket. I said he was going to have a good one. I was just waiting for it, and he does get the wicket there. Another loose shot. That's 4 loose shots there for Sri Lanka, and that's what happens when the pressure is on. And that is the 4th wicket. Asalanka is gone. It is 131 for 4, 14.5 overs down. And that right there, probably for mine, should be the sealer of this game. 6 wickets in hand is not much in the context of still needing, 200 and, 28 more runs? 227 more runs to win. You threw your openers, you threw Mendes, you threw Asalanka. It's not their last stand. Like, they've still got plenty of opportunity, but I just think that that's really going to set the momentum for this game, that England are well and truly back, and they've got a set foundation now to push on with this. I love you, Adil Rashid. Kragan, you've been nervous, haven't you? But this is an enjoyable game. I love it. I love it. This is why you love cricket, man. And this is why I enjoy I'm going to circle jerk myself a little bit here. This is why I enjoy how I've changed as a person over the last couple of years, because you go 3-4 years ago and I would be hate watching England right now. Genuinely, I used to be so passionate about my teams that my biggest rivals I'd never really enjoy. Last year I was able to enjoy the Brisbane Broncos win the premiership, and that's my biggest rival team in the NRL. Right now I'm able to enjoy England doing well in this game, and that's Australia's biggest rival team. Um, Man United can still eat a dick, but like outside of that, at least I enjoyed them beating Arsenal. But that's for our own benefit. I wouldn't enjoy them outside of that for any other reason. Dot ball there from Rashid. Great over for him. 7 runs off the over, but he got the wicket. Massive. Um, I appreciate that I can watch this game from a neutral perspective now, and genuinely from a neutral perspective, where I give you, for you guys watching, I don't think I've been biased throughout this stream against England or for England. I feel like I've covered this pretty relatively well, which is not something I would have done 3-4 years ago. And Jay, you're probably a good testament to this because you've been with us the entire time. You've been with us for a long time. If Sri Lanka can get through the next 15 overs, the better bowling with 1 wicket down at 240, then the Wankers bowling start again. Yeah, well, the wicket did come, Shauno. That was a bit quicker than I was talking about. All right, so Will Jacks again, and it will be a dot ball. Yeah, look, this middle bowling from the spin is just really crunching Sri Lanka back into it. The current run rate is now 8.64. Still great. They were up at around 11.3. They're down to 8.64 now, and that required run rate is starting to creep up to where they are currently. So England have fought their way back into being the leaders in this game, which is a crazy thing to say considering that he did get 357. Next bowl from Will Jacks. Oh my gosh, that's a lucky shot at the back. It's going to go just for the 2 runs. There'll be 133 for 4. You can't lose another wicket before 200 now. You have to have these guys in until 200, otherwise you're done. And I don't think Rashid's done with the wickets yet. I'm going to make a call. I'm going to say Rashid gets 3 wickets. Next bowl. Will Jacks has been good here, man. He's been good. 1 for 20 through 3.4. So he's basically around the 5 runs and over mark. If he doesn't give up any runs from these next 2 balls, he will be at 5 runs and over. That's really good considering what we've seen here today. Another dot ball. No matter what, he's still around that 5 runs and over mark. This is really good bowling from Will Jacks. He's got the wicket as well in hand. And that's what the spinner's done to this game. And that'll be a dot ball. 5 runs and over from 4 overs. That's good stuff from Will Jacks. Not have a great Ashes series, but this is a good game. This is a good game from Will Jacks. And I would bowl these spinners as long and as much as you possibly can. High successful chase for Sri Lanka. 322 against England in Leeds in 2006. Wow. 322 against India at the Oval in 2017. 314 against Afghanistan in Pallekele in 2022. 313 versus Zimbabwe in New Plymouth at 1992. And 313 for the West Indies in Bridgetown in 2003. So they've never chased anything above 322. They're chasing 357. 35 extra runs is what they... 36 extra runs is what they need. Wow, Rashid nearly just picked up another wicket. My favourite player in the England team is going to be Joe Root. I don't think you can have another answer. Joe Root's... It just has to be. When he's playing in Australia, he can suck one. But when outside of that, from a... Oh, that's a good shot. That'll be just a single. It's going to be Joe Root. To be fair, Jacob Bethel probably will creep up into it, though. I do think Jacob Bethel is going to be long-term a favourite to watch. $134 through 16.2, and will be a single. Does Australia have a lack of spinners problem? Sure, which will be proving a problem overseas. Australia's always kind of had a lack of spinners problem in a lot of ways. Overall, like we've got a clear leader, and outside of that, there's no clear leader. You know what I mean? This stage, England was 66 for 2, creeping up. Not as much as it will soon, but creeping up. Next bowl for Rashid. And it's going to be a single for Leonage. He'll be on 2. I feel like they'll probably have drinks at the end of the over, and I'm going to run to the bathroom at the end of the over too for the drink. When the drinks are on, I'll run to the bathroom quickly. Next bowl. Oh, wow. How did he not get out there? Wow. Rashid should have had another wicket there, but just snuck away from the fielders. That, I feel like, is drinks. It is drinks, guys. All right, guys, I'm going to have a quick bathroom break. We'll be back in 2 minutes' time. Hit that thumbs up button and subscribe. 136 for 4 is currently Sri Lanka, and it is drinks break. Sri Lanka is still at 65%, by the way. Through 337 votes, 65% is pretty solid. But I feel like there's probably more Sri Lankans voting. And to be honest, I feel like I probably think there's a few more Sri Lankans that'll be voting on that, because that's been pretty consistent throughout. Or maybe it's just Aussies as well. Maybe it is. Maybe it's just Aussies. We are just waiting for the drinks break to be finished, and they need 222 runs. Their required run rate is 6.75, but I think they'd be down back to around the 8 runs and over now, maybe even just into the late sevens. Overton 2 for 48, Jack's 1 for 20, and Rashid 1 for 22. So both of them around that 5 runs and over mark. Jack's a little bit better. But honestly, I would just, as much as you possibly can, I know they're going to get tired, but as much as you possibly can, I would be maintaining the spin right now. Did they just say there's rain? No way. Let me have a look. No, there's not meant to be any rain here at all. Sorry, I thought they said that there was a bit of rain. There's no rain, and on the forecast, on the radar, it doesn't look too bad. Oh, wait, is it actually raining? What's happening right now? Oh, there is a bit of rain. There is a little bit of rain around right now. Because the flag is wet. Oh, no, but they're back on. There is no rain. The flag was wet. Maybe there was a bit of... I don't know. I don't know what just happened. Anyway, we're about to get underway for the 18th over, and Dawson, with the spin, will give up a single. Required run rate is 6.73. Probably around the 7.9 right now, I would say. Dawson gave up a lot of runs originally, but the spin bowlers of Jackson Rashid have been able to really help him out. And that's going to be a dot ball. Rathnayaki, 28 from 31. Leonage, 3 from 6. And that will be a single. Yeah, 7.8 now. Okay, so the current run rate is 7.8. The required run rate is 6.7. So that really has been brought down. It really has been brought back in. And again, we're still not at the 23 over mark. So it has to be consistent. They're going to get a dot ball here. It has to be consistent. Tigers fans, apparently there has been a bit of dew on the boundaries. Yeah, it makes sense because it must be due with that flag because it was meant to rain today, but it didn't rain from what I saw from this game. We haven't seen any rain. But that's a big smack over the top. And will it be a 4? No, it's going to be good fielding there. Probably just the 2 runs. That's good fielding from Jamie Overton to make up from his poor performance with the ball. Even though he's got 2 wickets, he's been really poor. But no, I would assume that it is due because we haven't seen any rain. But the flag looks soaked. The flag did look soaked. And another dot ball. Honestly, the only reason Sri Lanka have lost 4 wickets is because they got overconfident. Every single time they've gotten out, it's just been kind of caught in between of what to do. But because they've been so confident in the way that they were batting and just their high power amount of shots and amount of runs they were getting early doors. I wonder who they bowl next. See, look, it's coming right back down now. They're still well above where England were, but they're getting to the point of where it's probably going to intersect in about maybe 7 overs, which will be about the 25 over mark. They'll probably start to really interject, but that's going to be a single there for Rathnayaki. So he'll get to the 50-30s. And if you're Sri Lanka, you cannot have you intersecting at any point. If you intersect at any point, you lose this game. You have to maintain consistently above England because of the way... Oh, Rashid nearly just got a wicket there. He's claiming, Rashid. He's claiming. Are they going to review this? I don't think they're going to review it. No, they don't review it. He wanted to review it, though. Yeah, Brooks and Butler saying no. Rashid was pretty confident. I'd love to see this again. Here we go. And... Oh, yeah, Butler would know, surely. Oh, good bowl. It's going to be good fielding there, but it's just going to be a single. Popped into TalkSport during the drinks break. Unsurprisingly, English commentators talking about how great Sri Lankan aggressive batting is better for cricket. Yeah. By the way, definitely doesn't hit that. Definitely doesn't nick. So good that they didn't review. Yeah, no, that's ridiculous. No, it's not surprising from them. But also, were they talking about how poor English bowling was? Jamie Overton was bowling awful. The only reason he got 2 wickets was off the back of Sri Lanka being too overconfident with his awful bowling, which is what we saw Travis Head do against Bryden Cars in the Ashes at times, and multiple batters at times against Bryden Cars. The bowling was absolutely putrid from Sam Curran and also from Overton and then from Dawson. But then once we've seen Rashid come in and once we've seen Will Jacks come in, they've slowed it down. They've really fortified this middle portion, which has slowed it down. And I don't feel like England can win if they intersect with each other. I don't think Sri Lanka can actually can win from that point. So I'm sure they had to have been talking about the poor bowling, because while Sri Lanka were aggressive, the bowling was awful. So that's 4 runs off the over there from Rashid. You're not complaining with that. Doesn't get the wicket, but 4 runs off the over. And really glad they didn't review that first one. I feel like he's their best bowler. Then again, I've been getting around him the whole time. No, all they were talking about was how this approach will do better to capture young Sri Lankan school kids. Okay, but they also gave up 357 runs. You know, like they've given up 357 runs. I wouldn't be surprised if they bring in Rehan sometime soon. They haven't bowled Rehan at all yet. They've got Dawson out again. Maybe the next over is going to be Rehan on the spin. I don't think they're going to want to bowl either Curran or Overton for a very long time in this game. Wow, Rashid bowls 76.8. Venice, oh, okay, went off the screen. And it's going to be another dot ball. Good fielding. Good fielding. They might keep him out for a little bit longer, Rehan Ahmed, but you'd think that they'd want Joe Root. Well, no, they got Rehan Ahmed that they'll bring in. Sure, but you just don't want to give them that chance to get that run on again. Again, they're past the big time, the big time batters. And you're at the solid enough batters, but not like massive batters. So you just don't want to give them that pace because the pace is being absolutely torn apart here. We saw it with England against Sri Lanka in their batting innings too. 30 overs down with no more wickets, 250 or some. What do you all think? Then I don't think they're going to get another 100 runs in the next 10 overs. They're not playing at that pace anymore at all. The required run rate is 7.02. Their run rate would be around 7 right now with the slow overs we've just been seeing. They will get a single. Yeah, 2 batters got hundreds for England. We saw 1 batter obviously get 65. Who's going to do that for Sri Lanka with 6 wickets to go? Ratnayake and Leonage. Ratnayake is probably like you need to see him go for 100. If Ratnayake doesn't get 100, there's no world that they can win. Oh no, they might get run out. Oh my gosh, they nearly got run out. Oh my gosh. Who has the better spin depth, Australia or England? Kind of interesting thought. Name me the Australian spin bowlers right now. Outside of Nathan Lyon, obviously. Kuhneman? Todd Murphy? Who am I missing? Bo Webster turned into a bit of a spinner. But obviously he's a medium pacer. He's not a spinner, but he was bowling spin. He was doing his best to bowl spin and picked up a couple of wickets in that Ashes 5th test. But yeah, so what? You got Nathan Lyon, you got Todd Murphy, Kuhneman. Who else have you really got? Travis Head. Not Travis Head. Steve Smith. Zampa is poo, Jay says. Zam's pretty good at T20. Zamstagram. So 20 overs gone, and we've got Will Jacks having his next bowl. So it'll be a dot ball. Lyon, Kuhneman, Murphy, Zampa, and like Head is next. Maybe Kennelly afterwards. Okay, now name the English spinners. And that'll be a single for Ratnayake, be on 33. Finally got Zampa. Zampa's good, 220. Yeah, it's a rough one there, but now name, the English ones. I'd probably say England are a little bit in advance in that capacity. Good shot there. That should be 4. No, it's not. No, good fielding out there to stop the 4. It'll just be the 2 runs instead. So when the goat leaves, we might be in a low time. Yeah, for sure. But also, Australia don't. The thing is, it only impacts us when we are travelling overseas. It doesn't impact us in Australia because Australia is built for pace, whilst the subcontinent is built for spin. It's going to be very interesting how we do go here in Pakistan, which is on Friday or Thursday. What day is it? It's on this Thursday. We have Pakistan versus Australia. We'll be able to really get a good sign here. That'll be a good sign. Because it's in Pakistan, obviously. Oh, that's going to be knocked in behind for a 4. No, it's not. Again, good fielding. Oh, great fielding out there. So it'll be 2 runs. Good fielding. Yeah, Stephen Smith did start his career as a spinner, but he's not a spinner. But he did start it. He did start the old off. He did pick a wicket up against England 4 or 5 years ago. As a spinner. 4 odd years ago. Yeah, there's no question here. Oh, that was 3 runs, by the way, not 2. So good running. So at this stage, England was 79 for 2. Sri Lanka 155 for 4. But again, England are about to start really up in that run rate. It's about to zoom. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Because they finished on 357. Currently, they're at 79 for 2 with 20.5 overs down. Oh, wow. That was nearly a wicket. Wowee. Smudge was supposed to be the next Warney, then became Bradman. Yeah, crazy. Crazy. That's a wild thought to have. Meant to be the next Shane Warne, but ends up being the next Donald Bradman. There we go. End of the over. You'd be pretty confident if you're the English right now. Pretty confident. Because they still need to get a bucket load of runs here. The Sri Lankans. I'm just happy they've made a game of it, though. 4 for 155, 203 runs from 175 balls. At least they have made a game of something that we never thought would be a game at one stage. We genuinely did not. Overton's back to bowling, lads. Here we go. Here we go, lads. Overton is back to bowling. This is going to be 1 wicket, 14 runs. No, I think he's at least into the stage where he's at least at the stage right now where surely they don't hit him for big. You can't tell me. Oh no, it's Dawson. They had Jamie Overton on the screen, but it's actually Dawson. So that's a dot ball. I was going to say there's no way you'd be bowling him right now. And when you look at that, 84 for 2. Starting up at there. Next ball. That will be a single. Who is the next big bopper, though, coming through that is unknown? You know, like with England, it's easy. You go Jacob Bethel. Who's the next? That was an awful shot that nearly got him done before. Who's the next big-time Australian player? You know, unfortunately, Constance doesn't look it at the moment. If you go based off of his first ODI, I'm not sure, but outside of that, no. Cooper Connolly has a good chance. We just haven't been able to see him at the international level yet. Good fielding, dot ball. Looking at Smudge's batting technique, you can forgive them for misprofiling him as a spinner. It's an odd one. It is odd. Yeah, the next up-and-comer really coming through would probably... Ollie Pete probably, but it'll take a while. Yeah, I'm taking Connolly as we currently speak, but it's so early. We haven't seen him on the international stage yet. Test-wise, anyway. I'm thinking test, because as an Australian, you always think test first. Next ball. And dot ball. Great over here. Great over. 6 balls, 1 run. That's it. Huge stuff. Required run rate is now at 7.21. Current run rate 7.09. Intersected. See you later. The current run rate has gone below the required run rate. You need to really push hard right this very second. You have now, the runs haven't intersected, which is what I was referring to, but with the current run rate going below the required run rate, considering they were at 11.3 and the required run rate was 6.2, and now it's come back down to 7.09 as a current run rate, and the required run rate at about over 7.2. It's showing right now that Sri Lanka have just completely fallen off a cliff in regards to the runs. They are also more wickets down than England had across the entirety of the 50 overs with the 4 wickets. I don't see Sri Lanka coming back from here. Punter believes Peake will be batting at 5 by the next Ashes. Tells me he knows something about their plans. So are you saying next Ashes is in next year? Or are you saying... Oh, it's a good shot from Ratnayake, though, for a boundary. That's huge. That is huge. For a 4, Will Jacks is bowling. Surprised that Will Jacks is still bowling and they haven't gone with Rayan. Are you saying Ashes in England or are you saying Ashes in Australia? Because Ashes in England's next year. Ashes in Australia is still, 4 odd years away. And that's going to be a single. 5 runs off the first 2 balls. Really nice shot there for that 4. Footwork was interesting, though, because he could have easily tripped himself up. And they will get a single? No, double. I could be wrong, but on the 7 coverage, I believe he said the next Ashes in Australia. That would make sense. I feel like a year and a half is probably super quick. Who's dropping out from him in a year and a half? I don't know. But if you're talking 4 years, then we're going to see a whole reshuffle. You're not going to see guys like Travis Head will be there, but you're not going to see Stevie Schmidt, I would assume. Oh my gosh, that was a really good throw. But it'll be a single. You won't see Stevie Smith. You won't see... Probably Marn's like 31, isn't he? Or 32. How old's Marn? We go through this conversation all the time on these streams. Marnus Labuschagne. How old's he? 31. Yes, he'll be about 35. There's obviously some of our bowlers are going to be gone. Open will be completely open. Alex Carey still be cracking on. Smudge start, Carey could be gone. You reckon Carey be gone? Nathan Lyon be lucky to play against the Ashes next year. He'll probably play his final game for mine. I think it'll be the swan song of that 1 game test match at the MCG. Chris says England for the easy win at the next Ashes. Chris, talk me through how your feelings have been throughout this game so far. Talk me through how your feelings have been, because we had one Englishman say this is a toxic relationship. A toxic relationship watching this game. I have to agree. England going with 1 genuine spinner, Adil Rashid. Will Jacks is a spinner. And Will Jacks bowled well. Kerr will be 37, I think, by the next Ashes in Australia. Ooh. Don't think it's out of the equation, but I don't think so, yeah. Don't think it's out of the equation, though. Required run rate 7.26. You got Dawson coming back in for a ball. Oh, he's gone. He's gone. No, he's not. That was outside off stump. In 4 years, we'll see a better version of Smitty, but with a different name. And this is the thing, Sean, I love that from you, because people don't realise this. They're always so stuck in the now, and they're like, well, we're never going to see another Steve Smith again. Well, they said that about Bradman. We're never going to see another Dolan Bradman again. We've seen plenty of players of a high echelon, maybe not of... Oh, jeez, that was close again. Maybe not to the exact same level as what we've seen from Dolan Bradman, but we do see guys like that. We're never going to see another Diego Maradona again. We're never going to see another Pele again. Well, then Lionel Messi comes in, and we got guys like Cristiano Ronaldo. You're never going to see another Joe Montana again. You get a guy like Tom Brady coming in and smack it. This is the point. It's always just revolving door. There is going to be someone who comes in and is going to be better. And if not better, at least to the same standard. Oh, they are going to review this. They are going to review this. They're going to review for a wicket here, England. Dawson to Leonage. Fair delivery. I don't know if this is the right review here, but then again, I didn't get a great look at it. It was a half shout too. Nah, that's... Ooh, this is going to be close. It was called not out, but this is going to be close. Oh, boy. Clearly comes off of the glove. You shouldn't have reviewed that. Not out. Don't compare that plumber Joe Montana to my glorious king Tom Brady. But you know what I'm saying. Bradman walked away somewhere down the line. Border came along. Soon after, there was War, then Ponting, then Smith. Someone always comes along to step in. Absolutely. You know, Brett Lee goes. Adam Gilchrist. You get a guy like Mitchell Johnson come in. You get a guy like Mitchell Stark come in. You know, there's always somebody coming through. So whilst you might worry about who's the opener, which is what's been a problem for Australia for a while now, but whilst you might worry about who's the opener, or whilst you might worry about who's the next spinner, or whilst you might worry about who's going to replace Steve Smith, a guy is going to come in and he is going to prove to be of that caliber. Maybe not to the same level, but of that caliber. But also potentially that level as well. Who's to say that we don't have someone right now who is going to be better than Bradman? Who's to say it? It's a big ask. It's a massive ask. You know, considering that I feel like most Australians will still have Donald Bradman as the greatest ever over Steve Smith. Steve Smith's close. Ricky Ponting's up there. Good dot ball there. Considering the heights that Ricky Ponting and Steve Smith have gone, to think and to them not have him above Donald Bradman shows you how big Donald Bradman was. I do think at some stage in history you will see someone who comes in and does it, but it's a massive ask. It's going to be a single. No, they're going to push for 2 here. Yeah, they do need to start pushing some runs. So 168 for 4 through 24 overs. And here comes that run rate for England, running it all up. Spiking it up, baby. Spike it up. Yeah. It's starting to come down to the intersection point. It is starting to come down. They're still well above where England were. But they need 190 runs of 26 overs with 6 wickets in hand. You need to get through to 200 for 4. You can't have 5. The fact that we produced someone like Smith in the last 15 years is crazy, considering how great what came before was. It's crazy. It is. This is the point. No one would have thought they would have seen another Ponting. People who didn't know what they're talking about would have thought that. Yeah, geez, you're just looking at all these wickets again. Every single one of them was just a really loose shot off of overconfidence. Except for maybe the Rashid one wasn't. It was a really good bowl. It was a really good bowl. New Kalani is wobbling. It is wobbling, Jacko, but I know you've been wobbling throughout. Jacob Bethel's going to have a bowl here. I know you've been definitely nervous at points of this game. I don't think it's possible for anyone to have not been just keeping an eye on what England were doing at the start. But as we both said, you know, it was never surely going to be Sri Lanka maintaining the consistency across the 50 overs. It would have just been ridiculous because they were on target for 500 plus at one stage, and that just isn't sustainable. Last 18 balls, dot ball, 4, 1, double. Oh my gosh, up in the air. That's going to end up being a 1. Their last boundary came 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, around 15, 16, 17 balls ago. But recently it's been 4, 1, dot ball, 3, dot ball, 1, dot ball, 2, dot ball, 1. At the beginning of this game, it was like 6, 4, 4, dot ball, 6, wicket. Dot ball, 6, 6, 4. That's the kind of what the start was. Great bowling here from Bethel. 4 bowls down. He's only given up the 1 run. We certainly didn't think the next would be a twitchy spinner, that's for sure. Didn't think that. Doesn't have the same ring to it though, Jacko. The new Kalani is wobbling down, falling down. Don't really have the same ring to it, son. It's going to be a single there for Leonage. So you'll get 215. Don't have the same ring to it, son. No. Does not have the same ring to it. It's not falling down. Is wobbling, could fall down, but it's just not like the London Bridge. Last ball of the over, and it will be a double. So 3 runs off of the over there from Bethel. Huge. Keep the spinners. Don't go back to this pace. Keep the spinners, and you can really just hound them out of the game now, and then, late on, you chuck in some paces when the game's pretty much done and dusted, really. You just chuck them in. Don't forget, guys, we'll be live for tomorrow's New Zealand versus India in the T24. And then Pakistan versus Australia on Thursday. And I'm going to need as much help as I can for that one, I reckon. Going to need as much help as I can for that one to get through it. 187 runs required off 150 balls. It's doable, just don't have a wicket before 200. Dawson again. I am surprised they're not bowling Rashid. That series already over? Yes. India have already up 3-0. They completely wiped the floor with New Zealand the last one. They had a wicket in the first ball of the second, when they batted second, a wicket off the first ball. I think they were chasing like 250 or 300 or something like that. And then they won with 10 overs to spare. 8 wickets with 10 overs to spare. Just demolished them. 186 runs of 148 balls. So yeah, the answer to your question is yes, it is. It's 3-0, but it's not even just an easy yes, it's a demolishing. It's a great setup for India going into that T20 World Cup because it's given me a lot more confidence behind them. And now I need to see Australia dominate Pakistan in a lot of ways to show that they're ready to take on India. Because Pakistan, I think they are going to play this T20 World Cup. I haven't seen any news that they're not going to play. I know Bangladesh aren't, but I haven't seen any news about it. There'll be another single here. Dawson's not been spectacular. At least he's only getting up singles here, but he's not been spectacular overall. Dawson's a pretty one-dimensional bowler, if I'm on. Next bolt. And it'll be another... Oh, no way, bro. Oh, that is so bad from Leonage. Oh, that is so bad. He's run halfway down the pitch. And he's just been run out. Oh, that is so bad, man. Dawson, who's been super average... Like, it's gonna be a wicket through his bowling, but it's not. Like, it's a run out. That was so bad from Leonage, especially when they needed to keep these guys in. I get the pressure's on in regards to the... I get the pressure's on, but no, dude. That's just not the go there. Australia's going to need to show more than something. With what we've seen from India, they're going to need to show a lot. A lot. Well, Leonage is gone. He gets run out. And I don't see a world that Sri Lanka can win from here. They show plenty of fight. But unfortunately, the old knockout blow has come a-knocking. One more ball left here at the over. Obviously, Dawson doesn't get credited that wicket. Luckily. It'd be so weird to see him have a wicket to his name. With how he's bowled. Who has been the best wicketkeeper for Australia and who is chasing the GOAT status? Carey will be the next GOAT of his position, and that is why you play sport and test yourself. Alex Carey is well and truly, making a big name for himself. He's one of our best wicket keepers ever. So Dawson, final ball, will end up being 8-dot ball. So 174 for 5 through 26 overs. That's probably the killer blow for mine in regards to Sri Lanka's chances in this game. We've had some pretty good wikis throughout time, though. Chris says, I've chosen an NRL team to support, mate. Yeah, welcome to the Gold Coast Titans, Chris. Yeah, Gilly. Welcome to the Gold Coast Titans, Chris. We appreciate you on the Gold Coast. Most beautiful city in Australia. We've already got Jacko on the wagon. Choo-choo, baby. Choo-choo. We've already taken over Bournemouth. And good to see we've got you in the ranks too here, Chris. Ratnayaki, 46 runs, not out. Gilly is the best, but history will tell you Gilly is the next best. And Bethel will give up a single. Come on, I want to be right. I want to be right. That light just turned off. I want to be right about Rashid. I said he'd get a couple of wickets. He's got one. Give me another wicket. Give me another wicket. Dhananjaya De Silva. He's got an average of 25.88. 1050, 0 hundreds. His best is 93. Get Rashid back in. He'll get 5 wickets in the next over. Next bowl. It's been pretty well rounded though. Like if you go across all the wickets so far, you've got 2 luckily enough for Overton, but Will Jacks, Rashid, and then obviously the run out there from Harry Brooks been pretty well rounded. Chris says drum roll. It's the Titans. Come on, the Titans. Yeah, no, I assumed as much, Chris. It's good to see that you're a Titans fan, mate. No, really good stuff. It should be interesting to see how the Titans go forward, Chris. It's good to have you on the bandwagon. Dhananjaya still hasn't got a run yet. 183 runs off 141 balls. Be monumental just to see Sri Lanka get through the 50 overs now. Look at the economy though from Bethel. Wow, 4 runs off of 1.4. He's basically at the 2 runs and over mark. And that's going to be taken for a single. So you have to be able to bat as well because Marsh, Gilly could play whack. Yeah, Gilly could play whack. Gilly is our best. He's our best, but Alex Carey is one of our best. I think he's super underrated, man. Very, very underrated. And I think he'll remain underrated too. I don't think he can really do anything that's going to take him out of the underrated category. That'll be a single. For Rathnayaki, he'll be on 48. The required run rate now is getting to ludicrous territory. Required run rate is at 7.87. Their run rate right now would be probably around the 6.5 to even potentially 6. That's how much it's dropped off. .27 overs bowled. Still 23 overs to go here. If we can get through that, which I doubt. Rashid comes back in for a bowl. Here he is. He's the man. I've been begging for more. We've been begging for more. Let's see him get another wicket here. Gilly was more versatile as a batter. Rashid, 1 for 26 through 5. He bats 6 or 7, so like it immediately feels like his ability is undermined. I agree. And it's going to be a double. Well bowled. What did I say? I think I said he'll get 3 wickets. Come on, 2 more wickets, Rashid. 2 more wickets. Get above Overton. Overton doesn't deserve to have the most wickets in this game so far. He just doesn't. That will be a single. So Dhananjaya comes on strike. Sounds like Thai music in the background right now. Muay Thai fighting music. 49 runs for Ratnayaki. Does deserve the 50. It does deserve it. Next ball from Rashid will end up being a single, so we're going to see Ratnayaki come back on strike. $179 from $135. Next ball. And he will get past the footed bombs. We're going to do it. Footed bomb, footed bomb, footed bomb. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. Footed bomb, footed bomb, footed bomb. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. Ratnayaki gets a 2 there and will take himself to 51. Come back on strike 2. Kelly was a great keeper, but as a batsman, wicket keeper, no most much. Carey is both, it seems, at this stage. Carey's definitely a batter and a wickie. Should be up the order. Should be. Up in the air. Oh, wow, that's edged, and it's going to go for a 4. Oh, dude, there was a good chance just then. Credit to Carey. I remember when people used to say he was an easy wicket. His batting has improved massively since his debut Ashes. Yeah, no, he's been huge. This last series has been really good for him. Yeah, that's a hard edge that goes out the back for a 4. Last ball of the over. Oh my gosh, dude, that was super close. But it'll end up being a dot ball. Alright, so 8 runs off of the over. It's still 173 runs off of 132 balls. Do 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 do. Geez, Jackson and Rashid have just been bowling the exact same as each other, 133 and 134. But no one's going to have the scores that you're going to... It's just not possible. You can't see these guys have the same score as... a combined 247 runs between Root and Harry Brook. 247 runs. Average runs needed per over at all. The required run rate will probably be around the 8 to 8.3 right now, and the current run rate would be about the 6. It's dropped off massively. At one stage of this game then, after about 10 overs, the current run rate was at about 13. Or no, sorry, it was 11.3. Oh, that's going to be a 4 there for Ratnayaki. That's huge to 59. So the required run rate is 7.78. Now it's 7.75. But the required run rate at one stage was 6.3, and the current run rate was 11.3. And that was about 10 overs in. But then obviously it's just worked its way back. So they're starting to pick it up a little bit right now, though, in this middle portion. But it's still too much, man. For mine, anyway. That'll be a dot ball. That run out is so crucial, Leonard. It's just such dumb cricket. Such dumb cricket in such an important time to get out like that. Next bowl. Kraken says, I think it's safe to say now that England's winning this. I think it's been safe to say for probably a good 10 overs. I think so. Well, at least 8.4 overs since the 20 over mark. It would be even more of a monumental choke from here. Generational choke from here. Not with 5 wickets remaining. Next bowl from Bethel. Oh, good bowl. It's going to end up being... I think he's safe. Good work from Butler, but I think he's safe. I don't think he's been run out here. They are going to review this. No, the umpire's going to review this. But I'm pretty certain he's safe here. Umpire's review for a run out at the striker's end. Pretty certain he's fine. Yeah, he's going to be sweet. He's going to be sweet. He is sweet. Well and truly in. So that will be not out. And there we go. But it will be a single. 6 runs off the over from Bethel so far. Sorry, 7 runs off the over with that single. I don't even feel... Oh, well, if you had your openers and stuff still in, yeah, sure. But I don't even feel if they were 192 for 3 right now, I still don't even think they'd actually get it done. It's just really dived, man. They really dived. Lost a lot of confidence from their stupid shots. Did they just say the stumps are broken here? Because we're still waiting for these next balls, the next balls of the over. Come on, I want to be right about Rashid. I want to be right. I want him to get 2 more wickets. So 1 more ball of Bethel's over, and they still must be fixing something here. And we're still waiting. I don't understand. The commentary's not talking about it at all. It's kind of pissing me off. Why is the commentary not talking about it? They're not letting us know anything about why we're still waiting right now for the next bowl. Okay, here we go. Okay, we're finally about to get another bowl here. Don't know what just happened for the delay, but here we go again. Final ball of the over from Bethel, and there'll be a single. Single 164 from 125. I'd hate to have a sniffy jar addiction. Bro, this is the first time I've had this in 4 months. 4 months. As if it's an addiction. The only person... You are addicted to it. You're the addicted one out of the two of us here. Because you, even when I'm in Fiji, were mentioning it the entire time. You mentioned it. Wait, I never even really mentioned it. The only time I would even bring it up, I don't even think about it outside of that. I don't have a sniffy jar addiction. I don't think about it otherwise. Rashid, come on, 2 wickets. 2 wickets. 6 balls here. ODI over. First bolt. Up in the air. Oh, just short of him catching it. Caught and bowled, but it will be a single. Jeez, it was close. No, you are. I don't think a person who's addicted goes 3-4 months without thinking about it. But no, when I have it, it's good. Started cold, yeah. Oh, dude, there was a great chance there, but just drops in too short. Very close to a caught and bowled. Next bolt. Up in the air. No. That will end up being probably 2 runs. Yeah, we'll get 2 runs out of that. Yeah, she's addicted. She's even talking about taking it over with her to England and asking if Customs will let her in with it. Next bolt. And up ball. Double. Fourth ball of the over. Oh my gosh, he's so close again. Yeah, everyone has one of the small sniffy sticks up their nose here. It's funny as, yeah. Well, it's so cheap, bro, and they last you for so long. Oh, big swing, big miss there. Next bolt. Up in the air. Oh, just short of the fielder. Rashid has gotten so close multiple times. Probably 3 of the 5 balls we've seen him bowl in this over. He's been so close. Nearly caught and bowled. Nearly stumped him. Nearly caught in the outfield. Or infield is what I'd probably say there. Next bowl. And that is going to be a single to the boundary. So 5 runs off the over. And they're at 198 for 5 with 160 runs needed from 120 balls. Rathnayake 63, Dhananjaya 7. One wicket they'll just crumble. One wicket, the Sri Lankans will crumble. I'm curious, heading to this series, did England fans think they would walk this series? Probably. I'd say so. And to be fair, they're going to win the series 2-1, you would assume. But it hasn't been a walk. It actually arguably should have been with their first. The second one was pretty confident. Rehan Ahmed for his first over here. The first one, they looked really good for an easy win and then completely collapsed and lost. Oh my gosh, that's going to be whacked to the boundary, but it'll be a single. He gets on the beetle nut when he's in India. Isn't that beetle nut in India? Isn't that Papua New Guinea? In India. India, they're on the Bangladeshi. Next ball. Wow, just completely missed it. Dot ball. So I swear beetle nut is more like Papua New Guinea. And another single. Still good bowling here, to be fair. So Sri Lanka have got to 200. They still need 158 runs. And we are under the 20 overs to go mark. So hit that thumbs up button. Subscribe if you are new around here. We'll be back live again for tomorrow's New Zealand vs India T24. Another single for Rathnayake. Brenton says that young fella has been letting them rip tonight and won't go to sleep. I'll probably be up for all the stream. Has he let them rip? Yeah, look, this is... Were you here at the start of the Sri Lankan innings? Were you here for it? Because it was crazy, man. I think you were only here for the first innings, which looked like England were going to be guaranteed. So you remember how England were only at 40 runs after the first 10 overs? Well, Sri Lanka are at about 120. They hit like I think they got 120 runs in the first 10 overs. 110 runs in the first 10 overs. It was ridiculous. It was ridiculous. Or maybe 90. Yeah, I think it was... No, what was it? In the first 10 overs, I think they were over 100. I think they were around 110. It looked like England were actually going to throw this game away, Brendan. But then a couple of wickets and obviously done and dusted from there. Welcome to parenthood, exactly. Sri Lanka need 156 runs off 114 balls. If they can get through without these 5 wickets falling. So Will Jacks in for a bolt. And that is gone. That is gone. The Dhananjaya is gone. And that is 6 wickets for Sri Lanka. 202. And it's mission impossible now, really. Mission impossible now. Will Jacks gets the wicket. 2 for 33. He's been good, Will Jacks. Yeah, just smashed. Smashed to Harry Brooks, and that is a catch. And now it's not looking pretty. Not looking pretty for the Sri Lankans. $202 for 6. Not looking pretty now. Yeah, now the poll has come back to 64%, isn't it? Yeah, you lot got Sri Lanka into the 70s, and now they're down at 64%, aren't they? I'm sure by the end of this stream, it'll probably be underneath the 60% mark. Yep, not surprises there. So who comes in now? So they're going to have Dunith Watchalong. Required run rate is 8.28. Actually, Chris, yeah, there you go. All you have to do is look at the screen. If you look at the screen, you'll see the required run rate. It's down at bottom. I heard the last pitch was dodgy. This being better, I take it. What do you mean? You won the last pitch. You won ODI 2. ODI 1, you lost, but also you choked that one away, realistically. You threw it away. You're like 118 for 1, then all out for 220. Or something ridiculous anyway, 230 or something. It was looking really solid, and then you fell apart. But the second pitch, the second game, England won it. That's why they're going to win this series. They're going to win the series 2-1, but I don't know what you're talking about in regards to that. Need one of those sniffy charts right about now. Look, valid, Brenton. Valid. I think Jay's just jealous he doesn't have one. I reckon he's jealous. That'll be another single here. That would be. This has been good. It's been good from Will Jacks. But the man of the match here for mine, the player of the match, does surely have to go to Harry Brook. It has to. Rathnayaki has to carry big time. He needs to go for 150. So that'll be another 84 runs. And that would take them to 50 runs needed with 3 wickets. And that is going to be a single. Good over there. Only 3 runs and a wicket. I know, but Root was complaining in our paper saying it was the worst pitch he'd played on. That was only why I queried it. Yeah, look, English are very well known for the old complaining, Mr. Chris. They complain about everything. So, look, maybe, sure, it was a tough pitch, but also they won. So the fact that they're complaining, even though they won, is something else, considering that England will complain if they lose, and they complain if they win, apparently, now. Ben says they couldn't have done it without me. I think they could have done it literally without you. Take 7 runs away. It's actually incredible that he only got 7, whilst Rehan Ahmed got 24. Harry Brook got Rehan is back to bowling, and he's going to give away a single there. We saw Rehan get 24. We saw Jacob Bethel get 65. Harry Brook a massive 136 not out. And Joe Root, a massive 111 not out. And then you've got Ben Duck at 7. Crazy scenes. Crazy. No, we don't. That's so judgmental. I want to complain. You are complaining, Chris. You are complaining. Next bolt. Double. Sounds like a complaint. That is a complaint. Stop being a complainer. You and J Root. Ben says, how much do you get, mate? I got 0, but I also didn't lace up today, unfortunately. But if you want to give me a crack, I reckon I could probably punch in maybe, on a pitch like this, maybe 8. I reckon. I reckon I could push 8. That account was made a month ago in the hopes of troll until now. Yeah, probably. Harrison, is that you? Harrison, is that you? Gotta be a single there for Watchalong. Rathnayaki on 67. I think Sri Lanka would be super happy if they could still get to 300. Obviously, not super happy, but like happy, because that's still a really good score here. The average is around that 220 marker, and if they can get a 300, they'd still be happy with it, even though they're going to lose. 150 runs off 103 balls, not happening. Next bolt. And it's going to be a single. So 4 runs off the over there from Rehan. Who do they bowl now? I don't think they're going to want to bowl at any paces at any stage. I really don't. I really don't. If they bring it in now, it'd be funny. But the pace has got so slaughtered. Now is a safe time to bring him in, really. But you also don't want to give him a chance. But now is a safe time. Maybe they want to get rid of Rathnayaki first before they do bring in the paces. But I wouldn't be wanting to bowl Jamie Overton whatsoever. Jay says, I hope Sri Lanka get rolled now. It is Will Jack still. I'm bored and there's still over an hour to go. There's still 17 overs to go here, bro. There is still 17 overs to go. There is so long. So long. And we all know Sri Lanka's not winning from here. So it is just going to be an absolute slogfest in regards to it's going to take ages. But that is cricket, son. That is cricket. That's what happens. That is what happens. That's the way the cookie crumbles. I'm surprised that Rashid only got the 1 over and Will Jacks, but then again, Will Jacks did get that wicket in that last one. What's going on here in regards to the stream? I mean, we're still streaming, but at the actual stream itself. So, Rathnayaki is on 70. He is on 70. What is actually happening right now in regards to being able to play this game? I don't know. Just use the DLS method from here. You don't want to know what the DLS method means here. You don't want to know. 146 runs now off of 99 balls. I might turn off my VPN and get back, because again, this is fine, but the actual stream of the game is struggling. Oh, no, it's back on. Okay, there we go. There we go. Oh, that's a 4. That is a 4 there. Oh, dude, it was so close to being a wicket too. So close. And dot ball. So 4, 5, 6, 7 runs off of the over. Not too bad. 243 for Jack so far today. That's 8 overs bowled for him. They probably do bowl Rehan again. They're just going to probably just finish off with spin. They probably are. This is going to be slog. Going to be slog. Yeah, it might still all be out for 250. Like, that isn't a bad shout either. So it is Rehan. Come on, I said 3 wickets. I did say 3 wickets for a deal. He's on 1 right now. Come on, get to 2 at least. At the very least. Required run rate is 8.88. Good luck. Good luck with that little bad boy. Good luck. I am going to, even though the game is pretty much done. What's happening right now? I'm going to go to a different stream link. Everything's gone all out of whack. What's happening? I can't even watch the game at the moment. I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to try a different website. I don't know what's happening. It just went crazy. 142 runs off 96 balls. We're not missing anything as we currently speak anyway. Alright, so where is the old cricket? Cricket over here. No, not the one. Go back to VIP box. We'll try again. Try again for the finisher. Come on, it's been so good up until now. And for some reason, decides that it wants to play silly. One Day International. Okay. Click there. And that's still taking me to some random spam website. How's that South Africa versus West Indies game going? Is that on yet? Oh, I can hear the police right now in the background. Has that South Africa West Indies game started yet or not? Okay, maybe we might be back on here. Maybe. Shouldn't speak too soon though. Oh my gosh, I'm having to get rid of about 1,000,000 ads to get this up. This is the worst thing about these streaming services. Okay, we're back on. Okay, we've got the game back on. So round, game of 4 off the first ball and then 3 dot balls. Oh, please don't tell me this is going to freeze up. What is happening with VIP Box? It was going so well. I guarantee you, if you need to test if you're a bit pissed, you can roll a joint and put a filter in it roll. There you go. No, it starts in 30 minutes. Okay. This could be done in 30 minutes, to be fair. this honestly could be done. Dude, VIPbox.tv is really pissing me off right now. There's nothing wrong with any internet. It is them. It is them. So Watchalong on 9. They need 133 runs off 90 balls. Who will bowl next? It is Jacob Bethel again. Why? Where is he? Get him back. I need to see my 3 wickets. One 133 off 90 balls is well and truly playable. It's just the wickets in there that are hard. Are you starting another stream after this? No, I can't, because this game was meant to go, and probably still will go past that point. No, I'll be doing New Zealand versus India tomorrow, but no, this will be the last one. I'm not going to start a T20 stream after this. It's South Africa versus the West Indies that starts in half an hour's time, but this game probably won't be finished by then, and I probably wouldn't have done it anyway, to be fair. Oh, big shot over the top there, and that's going to be a great fielding. Wow, it should only be 2 runs. Oh, wow, Chris is coming for Shauno. A filter is Sean, also a girl's name in Oz. Wow, he's coming for Shauno. Wow. You're out of control, Chris. Look, the English get 1 win here. That's not even confirmed yet, but 1 win here. And buddy Chris is just going for the throw to Sean. God help it. Imagine if they're actually good. Imagine if they're actually good. Complain about what Sean had to say. There you go. There's the complainer in him. Oh man, this is gonna. They're probably gonna hold out for the last 15 overs, aren't they? They really are. They're probably gonna hold out. To be fair, if Rathnayake goes at any point, they'll all fall very quickly. Next bolt. Dot ball. Bethel half looked at the ump there, not even close. That was about this far going over the stumps. Rathnayake on 82 though. And a single for Watchalong. I guarantee you I'm butchering these names, by the way. Like, it could be Watchalong here, or it could be Watchalong. Watchalong. Could be a lot of silent there. Rathnayake. I could be butchering these names. Current run rate is 6.39. The run rate required is like 8.3 or something like that. And it's a single. So 6 runs off of the over. Pretty good. And that'll be a drinks break. I might just have a quick stand up here. That is time for a drinks break, guys. Hit that thumbs up button, subscribe. I'm just going to stand up, have a bit of a stretch before we do get back underway for the final few overs. The final, I think it's what, 15 or so, 14 overs or so. So yeah, thumbs up, subscribe. I'll be back in just one moment. Yeah, the old pants are usually not there. You guys just don't know. You guys just haven't seen the amount of times pantless. You're lucky we're not shirtless as well. It's funny, when I interviewed, I can't remember his name, he was a UFC fighter for a podcast I did back in the day. Max something. Oh, I can't remember his name. He's from Sacramento. What was his name? He's a good fighter. Max Sacramento. It'll come up. Maybe it'll come up. Sacramento UFC. That will come up. Max Griffin. That's right. I did a podcast with Max Griffin, and the whole podcast he had no shirt on. It was a video podcast. He had no shirt on the entire time. So Bethel just finished up his over. We're about to come back from the drinks break. England are going to win this game. It just comes down to how much they're going to win by at this point. If they can bowl them out in the next 14 overs, or it's just we're not going to see them get to that. But yeah, no, Max Griffin had no shirt on the entire time. Which he can do what he wants, you know. It's cool as shit. Rathnayake, though, fantastic. At least he's looking good for it. Well, he's got a big time score already, but a massive score. I don't want to say the number. I hate saying the number. 83 off 85 balls, so close enough to 100 strike rate. After Watchalong, they've got Hasaranga, Vandasay, and Asitha. They just, once you get through, honestly, realistically, once you get through either of these two guys, it's just going to be quick, easy sailing, smooth sailing for the final three. Hold on. Who is going to bowl next, though? Don't bowl any more paces. Just keep bowling spin. One big challenge. It's an insane challenge. 128 from 84 with 4 wickets in hand and only one genuine batter left. I don't know if it's even a challenge at this point. It's impossible. With 4 wickets left, it's pretty much impossible with who they've got left. Unless Rathnayake just started banging in sixes left, right and centre. There's plenty of balls left, and the runs to ball count isn't out of the equation, but it's just the amount of wickets. So it is Rashid coming in for a bowl. Come on. I called him for 3 wickets. I called him for 3. Let's see him get it right now. Adil Rashid, come on. And it's going to be a single to start off with. Come on, Rashid, you big bopper. 127 off 83. Honestly, you just have to start nearly whacking it from here. What's the point of waiting to the 40 overs? So just start whacking it from here. And that is going to be a single. What time is it over there? It is 10:35 p.m. here in Vietnam. It's good because the district that I'm in isn't open 24/7 really, like District 1. I'm in District 4. So things close here roughly around the 12. There are some things that'll still be open, but I am quite hungry, so yeah, it'll all close after 12. So I was worried this was going to go too far, but I do feel like I'll have enough time to run down and get something to eat before everything closes. Again, I can order something from Grabbers from District 1. It's open 24/7, but I'd rather just go out and walk and get something. And that'll be a single. So 4 singles off these 4 balls. So 4 singles. They'll still have 2 overs to bowl after this too. I'm sure that Will Jackson and Rashid will both bowl their full 10. I really don't think they're going to bowl Overton or anything like that. So that's another single. Yeah, I feel like Sri Lanka are just going to keep on just batting real simple, man. I don't think that they think they can win, and I don't think they are going to win. But I think they just wanted back as deep as possible. Brenton says, "What's it like to walk around this time? Walk around town this time of night where you're at?" Uh, Vietnam's pretty safe, bro. But District 4 used to be real. This used to be where the gangsters and where the gangs and shit used to be. It used to be bad. It's been gentrified a lot in this area. I will say that this is a very judgmental area comparatively to other places. It's very traditional. Like, for example, this morning, had a bit of a weird situation that happened when we were walking through a pretty local area. So that's 6 runs off the over there. And that's the finishing of the over there for Rashid. I wouldn't say it's bad, but I wouldn't say this is the best area to walk around in at night over here. But again, it's still fine. Like, it's not like it once was. It's kind of like anywhere, walking around at night, anywhere you can kind of have maybe some problems at times, but overall, Vietnam's pretty good, bro. There's always so many people around, so you're going to be fine. Jacob Bethel coming in for his 5th over. 37 overs bowled. And double. I wouldn't say the same thing about India at all. At all. Udaipur was... Oh, that's up in the air. That's up in the air. Is that a 6 or is that just going to be out? He's dropped him. Oh, well, Large has been dropped. He has been dropped. Could have been a wicket there for Bethel. But instead, it is going to be, I think, 2 runs there for Watchalong. Hua Hin was really fine to walk around through at night. I'd say Thailand, I don't know everywhere in Thailand, but Hua Hin was safe as. There was no problems at all in Hua Hin walking around at night. Bangkok might be interesting. Vung Tau at night was completely fine in Vietnam. Kuala Lumpur was fine, but I was in a very specific tourist area. Is just street food there or westernized? No, there's a McDonald's literally 3 minutes from me, bro. But there's not many McDonald's in Vietnam. Not many at all. If there is, it's in like the big cities, but there's not many at all. Because you got your banh mi, you got so much food options. There's street food, there's westernized food. Yeah, no, it caters to everyone here. And that will be a single for Rathnayaki. He'll get to 87. Let's get him to his big time score. And then who cares from that point onwards? Just get him to his big time score. Next ball. That will be a double. Street food here is so good, man. But the street food in Hong Kong was amazing. I'd even say the street food in Hong Kong was better. I do love the food here, but the street food in Hong Kong was just something else. You don't really go wrong, though, at all. Oh, that's up in the air. That's up in the air. That should be gone. No, there was no one on the boundary there, so that's going to end up being a 4. Oh, it's a 6. I just went past the boundary line. It's ended up being a 6. I thought he was going to be gone. I thought there was going to be a man out in the boundary there, and I feel like if there was a man in the boundary, there was a great chance of that being a catch. Yeah, I thought India was going to be dodgy for short night. Obviously not everywhere, but majority. Delhi was not. Delhi was, I wouldn't say, is safe at night to walk around by yourself. And I'm a big bloke, but I wouldn't say it's safe at night. I wouldn't even say it's necessarily safe during the day. Udaipur was fine. Jaipur was fine for the most part, but it depends where you go. I remember I was walking one time. Sam Curran's coming in, so they're going to bring some pace in. I was walking one time, and this is during the day, and I was about to walk to cut through, like through an area which was like a housing area, but I could easily cut through, which would take about 20 minutes off of my walking time all the way around. And as I was walking through, they said, don't walk through there. And that was during the day. It was like 11 a.m. in the morning or 12 p.m. kind of deal. They said, don't walk through there. Luckily, one of them spoke English. Again, I'm a pretty big bloke. Most of the people there, I didn't see a single taller person than me there. But I listened to them. Udaipur was fine though. Agra, I would not recommend walking outside at night. Agra was not a safe place at night at all, which is where the Taj is. That was not a safe place at night at all. I wouldn't even recommend for a lot to stay. Backpackers, I guess, is fine, but yeah, it's just a lot. It's. I wouldn't necessarily say safe is the right word. At a Doppel, and if you're in a 5-star hotel, you'd be sweet. But I stayed in an Airbnb, which was a great Airbnb. The Airbnb was fantastic, but walking around at night, like I was assaulted, which was pretty full on, and that was by kids. Yeah, I know it's a crazy thing to say, but I think I've told you guys this before. Most places, if you're an Aussie, you're cool in Thailand, but some places, if you're with a local, you'll walk out, if not 50-50. Some places, if you're with a local, you'll walk. Are you talking about in Thailand? Whereabouts in Thailand would you say is the most dangerous? Surely it's going to be around the dodgy areas of like Bangkok or something. So that'll be a single. No, it's going to end up being two from a misfield. Two from a misfield. Is there like a groups of them that try gang up on you, even being a taller guy? Dude, I was assaulted by a good 10 to 15 kids around the ages between 6 and 10. Yeah, no, they were putting their they were literally putting their hands in my pockets. Like it was honestly, I was being grabbed everywhere. And the thing is, it's because I had my phone out like this, and I had my wallet in my left pocket, which I was filming, and I had my phone like this. So I couldn't put my phone back into my pocket to have both my hands free, because if I did that, my phone would have been stolen. I couldn't move my left hand from my left pocket because my wallet would have been taken. And I kind of had to just keep in moments like that. If you do anything back to say these kids, for example, if you start pushing and shoving to get yourself out of the situation, you look like the villain. You look like the bad guy. There is honestly hundreds to potentially even thousands, but I'd say hundreds for sure of Indians around, and they're not necessarily focusing because there's a lot of people in the area, and they're conditioned to not really care about everything that else is going on. So if you do something, you look like the villain, then you put yourself into a more dangerous situation, because then people think you're attacking kids or you're going back at kids kind of deal. If it's an adult, people will usually defend you. I had a situation in Delhi where one guy wouldn't leave me alone because I wouldn't give him money, because I wouldn't let him clean my shoes when I was wearing thongs. I was wearing thongs and he wanted to clean my shoes. That was incredible. And he wouldn't let me alone. He literally followed me for a good buddy 500 meters, 600 meters. And I kept saying, bro, fuck off. Like, honestly. And he just wouldn't. But then somebody came in and told him to leave. But yeah, that was a pretty dodgy situation. Like, they were literally putting their hands into my pockets, and I had to be like swiping away, but laughing at the same sense, as if like it's all a joke. And it took about 500 meters before I got away. Yeah, and all those kids work for adults. Exactly right, Jay. So you do anything to them, they've got handlers. And those handlers will... And that's why you don't give money to kids in India. Because although you want to, because you feel like you need to, don't do it. And Indians will tell you this. They'll back up what I'm saying here. Because most of them... If, for example, there was a girl in Delhi, in Hull's Cars, my first experience, she had half of an arm off. Literally half of her arm was off, and she comes up to me and immediately just kind of shoves it into my face like this to show, and says like money, 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 and she was doing this, and it was really confronting for me, really confronting. I've never had something like that, never had a situation like that before, but I immediately remembered not to, because most likely, and I mean most likely, that's being cut off deliberately so that they can earn money from begging for money and making you feel bad on the sympathetic approach. So by doing that, you're actually encouraging these bad people to cut people's limbs off. It's a full on situation. I think that too, Jay, like a little thief syndicate. Yeah, no, it's a real thing. She might just want a high five. You're an idiot. You are an idiot. But no, your inner instinct always will say, okay, I've got money. You obviously need it more than me, but don't do it. Do not do it. So 249 for 6 right now. 39 overs gone. And 109 runs and 66 balls. Still 4 wickets in hand. Yeah, no, it's not all just stories, man. It is not all just stories with that kind of stuff. That'll be a single. That is very real. Was it Slumdog Millionaire that gave a good insight to that? I think it was. I feel like Slumdog Millionaire spoke about this a bit at the beginning of the movie, maybe beginning to mid of the movie, which shows the crime syndicates. Chris says, get a temporary set of scary face tattoos and just walk on by. Trust me, in India, they don't give a shit, bro. They couldn't give a shit. What do they got to lose? These people, what have they got to lose? Also, I don't think that they would have the same thought process that we have on face tattoos. I don't think they would have it because they wouldn't know the representation, really. Sure, we see it because we understand that, you know, in our culture, face tattoos usually mean, and that's not me trying to be judgmental, but it usually means a pretty rougher lifestyle. You're not going to be getting face tattoos if you're, you know, in a clean lifestyle. That's not to insult anyone with face tattoos. But in India, I don't think they would give a shit. I don't think they would even acknowledge it. I don't think they would know if they'd see you as just anybody else. So Dawson, he's bowling. He's getting up 3 runs so far. And that'll be a dot ball. Do what the cops do and just walk around with a giant stick. And then you put yourself into more trouble. You do that and then you'll have people ganging up on you. You'll have hundreds of people going at you. Whereas, yeah, if they ain't got nothing to lose, they won't give a shit. That was what actually was running through my mind a lot when I was in India, when I was walking around in general, is that if someone wanted to, and this is a pretty dark conversation, but if someone wanted to murder you, they wanted to actually hurt you in a significant way, what's there actually stopping them? If they're homeless on the street, they're extremely poor, they've got no money, they're asking for money, you say no, that pisses them off, and they actually violently attack you. What is actually there to lose for them? Quite literally nothing in a lot of ways. And also, are they sure they're even going to get caught? So it's a thought process that went through my mind quite a lot. Oh, that's up in the air, that's up in the air, that should be gone, that should be gone, that should be gone. He's gone. He's gone. Dawson gets a wicket. And that is gone for Watchalong on 22. So it is now going to be 252 for 7. It's a good bowl. I've seen a streamer belted in some vlogs. Belted? Well, I got kicked in Delhi, and I got... there's another place I got kicked, didn't I? I think it was Agra. But I got kicked in the back of my legs in Delhi. In Channy Chow. In Aussie culture, giving someone the finger is normal. If you're driving in Thailand, you could get shot. No gun laws here. Well, I think this is the middle finger in Vietnam, if I'm not mistaken. Obviously, this is our one. But doing this in Australia is worse than doing that. Putting a thumbs up to somebody, that's going to be worse off because they're going to know you're being a sarcastic prick. And that's when they're going to get real upset at you. So 3 wickets left to go here for Sri Lanka. Thailand, you're not going to get in trouble unless you're seeking it out, for mine. I don't think you are. I think you really need to seek out trouble to get in trouble in Thailand. But you just see, I saw, you know, the clubs are still the same. 3 a.m, everyone starts to crack on. Once it gets to like 1, 2 in the morning, that's when it starts to get pretty lively. Some place that had the roughest time was in Poland. That wouldn't surprise me. That part of Europe would be interesting. I wouldn't assume it's completely safe at night there. I wouldn't assume. I'd get in trouble in Oz pretty quick, I reckon. Yeah, probably. If you thumbs up me when I'm in my car, I'm taking your rims. So Sam Curran bowling, he'll get up a single. Yeah, you give a thumbs up. I remember one time on the Gold Coast, this was probably about 2 years ago, and I was driving and this guy was... he was in a truck, and truckies are hilarious. He was in a truck and the light turned green. The light just turned red, but he had plenty of time to go through. We actually both would have had time to go through, and he didn't go anywhere near fast enough, but he had the ability to. He was on his phone. Anyway, He saw. He looked at me in the mirror. Obviously, he knew that he probably should have gone. Oh, he definitely should have gone. Oh, that's going to be shot back for a single for Hasaranga. So 104 from 58. Anyway, I did something like like this or something like that, and mate, I got lit up from his driver's seat. I got lit up. So they saw that aqua duck on the GC, yes. So land smiles for a reason. Just don't be an arrogant arsehole in life is good. Same with Fiji. You can find trouble if you want it. No, it certainly isn't. Eastern Europe can be dodgy at the best of times. Yeah, no, I've heard about that. Especially like, I do know that Bulgaria and Romania actually have a decent bit of safety about it. But also, if you're looking for trouble, you can find it. But that's everywhere, man. If you're looking for trouble on the Gold Coast in Australia, you'll find it. It's just not as bad as other places where you look for it and find it. I can't believe we're still going to get 50 overs out of this. I cannot believe it. That'll be a dot ball. I cannot believe we're probably still going to get 50 overs out of this game. Unless you get Rashid in and he gets the final 3 wickets. He's got 2 overs he can still bowl. But they're probably going to give Overton a bowl after this. Next one. That is going to be 4. Good shot from Hasaranga. He's going to get a boundary. Yeah. Can you stop bowling paces? Like, who cares? You've got 9 overs left. Your spinners can do it. You do have enough spin here that can get through the last 9 overs. What's the point giving up these freebies with these paces? I'm sure they're probably going to chuck in Buddy Overton next, and it's going to piss me off. It's going to be awful. Next bowl. Oh, that's going to be shot for a 4. Oh my gosh, please. I'm begging you to take your paces out of this game. I don't care. I'm begging you. You've just given up 11 runs in the over. I know the game's over, but I'm begging you. I'm just simply begging you to stop playing your pace bowlers. It's not working. You have got spin here. Bowl the final, I think, over for Will Jacks. Bowl the final 2 overs for Adil Rashid. You've still got a couple overs out of Bethel. And I'm sure you've still got Dawson overs. Like, you've got time. Just put the spin in, man. Don't bother with these runs from these paces. And Rashid is bowling. Good. So 1 for 45. He's given up through 8 overs. Give Root a crack. He's on 5 at the bat. Well, they're going to get back to Rashid. Okay, I called 3. Come on, just at least 2. Just to kind of make up. And just be like, okay. You know. Come on. First bowl of the over. That will be a single. So Ratnayaki is going to be on 95. Come on, he deserves it. He does deserve the hunch. I'm going to say it. He deserves it. Hope I don't jinx him, but he does deserve it. You really want to see Root bowl, don't you, Jay? You really want to see him out there. Next ball from Rashid. Up in the air, up in the air, up in the air. He's caught him. He's gone. There's the second wicket. Rashid will get the second wicket. Come on, I want one more. I want one more so I was right with the 3 wickets. There we go. Come on, Rashid, you bopper. He's got him. He has got him. And that... I just want one more wicket. Well, at least we got the 2. One more, and he would have had a great series. Well, he's had a good series anyway. 3, 2, and 2. But a third, that would take him to 8 runs for the series. Good catch too. Awkward catch, but he got it. Today is his name on it. Well, I think Harry Brook is going to be the player of the match here. I think he will be player of the match here. Rashid could get another wicket right now. Well, I tell you what, I've actually really enjoyed today. I've enjoyed this stream today. I think it's been really good, this game. I know the Sri Lanka fell off, but like the hype was going crazy. I'm now keen for tomorrow's India-New Zealand game, even though the series is done. I want to get a good view on how those teams are going into that T20 World Cup. And then Thursday we've got Pakistan, Australia. And I need to see Australia kill it. Oh, dude, can you imagine the slander we're going to cop if we get crunched in that series? Can you imagine? God help us. Do we play Pakistan in the T20 World Cup? I don't know if we do. I don't know if Pakistan play India. I don't know if we do. Okay, so Rashid got 4 more balls left of this over. Van der Sey will get a single. No, he's going to get 2 runs here. Oh, well done to actually stop it. It's going to be 3 runs. No, just the 2. Surely they would have put Rathnayake back on strike. They got 2? Why wouldn't you not go for 3? You had the chance for 3 there. Get Rathnayake on strike. He's only got 5 runs to get 100. And he's the batter here. Next one. Oh, up in the air. Oh, they're calling him. They might review this. They might review this. They have gone for the review. They are going to review this here, England. This might be the thread wicket that I called. Come on. Umpire did call it not out, though. Umpire did call it not out. Yeah, exactly, Brenton. So they have reviewed it. The umpire did call it not out. The English went up for it immediately. Come on, tell me he gets it. And that'd be 3 wickets for Rashid. Does it hit? Does it hit? Does it hit? Ooh. Does it clip the glove or not here? Seemed like there might have been a little bit of something. I don't think it clips the glove. Does it hit the bat at all? I think it's going to hit his forearm, his wrist area. You're just going to have a look at the Ultra Edge. To be fair, that helps the analytics on the channel, Brenton, so that they can go ahead. They can go ahead and do that. Okay, we're still waiting for Ultra Edge. I've been disappointed with the speed of the broadcast, the speed of the ability to actually watch the reviews. Okay, they're still showing us the footage of... We want to see the Ultra Edge. Standing by for Ultra Edge still. They're still showing us a shot that's not going to show us anything. They're still showing us a shot that's not going to show us anything. Yeah, the poll was pretty disastrous, Sean. I feel like it's probably a mix of... What is happening right now? Oh, here we go, finally. Oh! Yeah, hits the forearm. Oh, they're going to say not out. I thought there was a little bit of something that potentially came when it was going past the bat, but no, it's going to be not out. Well, we will make that stream a sub only to comment. Every single stream is a sub only to comment, Brenton. Every single stream. It gets away the spam, the fake bot spam ones. If you make it sub only. Up in the air. No. Single. Single. You know, we've had that set for years, man, because we used to have like these spam accounts that would spam a link to a stupid stream link kind of deal. So we got rid of that shit. And sometimes they still get through. Sometimes they will have accounts that will subscribe just to comment it. But it's easy for you guys to time out and hide when they do that. Next spot. Oh. I don't know what that was. I don't know what just happened then. He was giving up his complete wicket just then, though. So still one more ball here of the over. 2 for 49 for Rashid. And full toss, gets whacked for 4. And he gets a 99, Ratnayaki. He won't be on strike for the next over, but well, for the start of the next over. But a nice little boundary there from Ratnayaki. And he'll be on 99. 99. To be fair, this has been super well rounded. You've had 2 wickets from Jamie Overton. You've seen 2 wickets from Will Jacks, 2 wickets from Adil Rashid, 1 wicket from Dawson, and obviously the run out. Who gets most wickets? Does it come down to economy? Does it come down to the amount of runs you've given up? I don't actually know who gets given the most wickets taken for the game, because when it's equal. So 87 runs to win off 48 balls. Again, the run to ball count is not out of the equation, but the wickets unfortunately are out of the equation. They're not going to be breaking any records today, the old Sri Lankans. Not going to be breaking any records today. Okay, Dawson for his 9th over will be a dot ball. Still with us, Chris? I don't know if Chris is still with us. I don't know. That bloke's a loose cannon. He's probably complaining somewhere about something. I reckon Chris is probably... He probably hasn't even got... Like, he hasn't ordered any McDonald's, but he's just gone down to McDonald's just to complain about it. He's probably asking the question, how do you have so much meat when there's not enough cows to feed as many burgers as you make a day? I reckon that's what Chris is doing right now. He's complaining about that to Ronald McDonald himself. Wouldn't surprise me. Malik says on the 29th, it's not... Oh, here we go. It's not just Pakistan versus Australia, it's you versus me too. Shut up, man. It's not me versus Jack, it's you versus me. It's not me versus you, and this will show who is ready for the World Cup. Oh my god. We're still 2 days away, and we've got this bro talking already. It's gonna kill me. This series is gonna kill me, because it's gonna be just this guy times 100. You know what I mean? It's gonna be this guy times 1,000,000. And it's just, I don't know how I'm gonna survive it. I don't know. Like, even if we, like, for gosh sake, dude. Like, can we wait at least until the game starts before I hear this dribble? It's not me versus you. For gosh sake. I wouldn't have been surprised if Pakistan win that series in Pakistan, because it's an away series. Oh, shut up, Tata. Don't start. Don't start, please. I've been backing your England, boys. Oh, he's got the 100, Ratnayaki. Go, you good thing, Ratnayaki. He gets the 100. Tata, I've been backing your English boys in all day, and then we get you jump on here saying I'm a Pakistan fan. Go, Ratnayaki, you big bup with the hunch. Horny hunch. The horny hunch has been hit. And that is a huge knock in front of big man. They will lose, but a great knock from him regardless. Great knock from him regardless. That a you versus me too. Shush. Yeah, I thought it was set at one point. Proof I've never made an old here. Yeah, but that's because you're not a Muppet, Brenton. Like, you're a Muppet, but you're not like that kind of Muppet. That's 2 runs there for Van der See. Alright, 275 for 8. 83 runs off 42 balls. 7 overs to go. Rashid's still got 1 over. I'm sure they'll bowl Will Jacks for his final. They will surely not bowl any more pace. You've already seen it's awful. Dawson will probably get his final. Maybe they give Bethel a slap again. Ben says, if I was the captain, I would have scored a ton too. If you were the captain, I probably would have thrown up projectile towards you. That's what I would have done. I would have projectile vomited your way. So Rashid is coming in for his final over here. He will get his full 10 in. If Ben Duckett was the captain of this England team, I would have projectile vomited on the screen. And that is going to be a single for Ratnayaki. So Van der See on strike. 5 balls to go for Rashid. Come on, a cool 3. Come on, one more. Oh, just his 5th game for Sri Lanka, Ratnayaki. Well, he's got a good future ahead of him, Ratnayaki. It's just his 5th game for Sri Lanka, and he's got the horny hunch, the nice little ton. And that is going to be whacked, but only for a single. Only for a single there. Okay, Harrison. It really is giving Harrison vibes, isn't it? Brenton, Brenton will know all about projectile vomiting. Plenty of projectile vomiting happening in the Eslick household. Next bolt. Up in the air. Nobody there. Single. And see, that comment from Malik should tell you guys everything you need to know about what I've been saying about what we're going to probably experience on Thursday. Win, lose, or draw. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Next bolt. And double. Double. Two more balls, the over. Oh, nearly got run out. Nearly, but it will be single. So it will be Vandasay who comes up with the final ball of the Rashid over. Cannot believe we're going to get through the full 50 overs here. Kraken says, what a match. Look, I've had a great time. Sri Lanka have been out of this game since about the 20th over, though. Rashid, next ball. And that's, nearly caught on the boundary. But it's going to end up being a 4. It is going to end up being a 4. It's 2 for 61 is what Rashid will end on for the day. It was pretty good. Still got quite a few runs, but it was pretty good, especially with the 2 wickets there. Look, overall, this game's been over since about the 20 over mark, Kraken. The first 20 overs was thrilling, but then after that, we knew what was happening. You've only had one tonight, Brenton. Voodoo. Actually, I shouldn't do that. That's a bad thing. I don't want to see projectile vomit. I don't want you. I don't want your son to have a bad time. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't do that. God bless him. No more vomiting. I shouldn't do that. That was ridiculous. That was ridiculous. That was directed at you, not for your son, because that is a disgraceful thing to say for that side. Didn't say it for that. Said it for you. Wanted you to have a tough time. Wanted you to have it. Not for your son. So I'm not doing... Remove the voodoo. Remove the voodoo. Remove the voodoo. There we go. It's removed now. You can't be upset at me now. I removed it. I have removed it. Alright. Not too much longer to go of this game. Not too much longer to go of this game. And then I'm going to run down. I've got 50 minutes to probably go and grab something sneaky to eat. Why is it an ad? That's disgraceful. I'll show my son this clip so he can send you an email one day. That's a typical Panthers fan, though. I thought he was a Knights fan. I feel like maybe he's actually going down the Panthers route. That's wild for you to say, Brenton. TNT has stopped the viewing right now. Maybe I'll switch across. Oh, no, now it's back on. Oh, they've got a 6. Okay, we're back on the way. We missed the single, and now we've seen a 6 from Ratnayake. Very much enjoying this. From the Sri Lankan. He's only played 5 games, but he's got the old 6 there, and Rehan giving it away. Is that a Storm fan? That was a Storm fan in the crowd. Between Sri Lanka and England, you've got a Melbourne Storm fan in the crowd? What? We apologise for the poor picture quality and hope to correct the fault shortly. Thank you. Scroll down the scorecard a tad, mate. Okay, yeah, no worries. Scrolling down. I love how Malik comes in, drops one comment, having a slap, and then he's gone. Oh, that's going to be a 4. That is a 4, and Ahmed's giving up a few runs here. Okay, bring Jamie Overton in. Bring Overton back. 63 runs, 32 balls. There's no way, England. You can't do it. It's not possible. It's not possible. It's not possible, lads. It's not possible. You couldn't do it. Good point. I won't teach him bad habits like the toothless Panthers supporter. Yeah. Jay, by the way, I think he was spot on in regards to that other account. I think he was spot on. Oh, up in the air. Oh, it's going to be sneaky for a single there. Rehan Ahmed's been expensive this over. We haven't seen an over this expensive since the first 20 overs. 6, 4, 10, 11, 12, 13 runs off the 5 balls. When you go back to India, will you be staying at Shatish's Airbnb? Yeah, I'll go past Jaipur. See if I go past Jaipur, but I'm sure I will. A direct hit would have got him out there. Have a single. So 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 runs off of the over there from Rehan. And they've got 5 overs to survive here. 61 runs off 30 balls. Surely doesn't happen, but as long as Ratnayaki's on a strike, there's a chance. Who do they bowl here? Who do they bowl? Do they go back? They don't. I think they probably do switch up here and do go Pacer. Sri Lanka is still above where England were, by the way. Just an FYI. They are still above where England were, but England just went... Jay, don't encourage it. Don't encourage it, man. He is a good bloke. I understand what you do. I understand what you're saying, but he is a good bloke. I had to tell him, actually, when I was in Hong Kong, he messaged me, and I had to say, like, Jay's a great bloke. Like, I back him in completely. You guys should just hook up already, I reckon. I reckon you guys should just kiss and make up. And I know an Airbnb you can use. Ben Duckett, Malik and Harrison are working together. Maybe it's all the same person. Okay, Dawson is bowling here, and... oh, that's going to be a real mistimed shot. Did you, by the way, Jay, did you hide, because I'm surprised he hasn't been here today, did you hide his first account? I know you hit his second account, but was his main account hidden, or was it just timed out? Because he was saying I was ignoring his comments the other day, and I was like, I didn't see you. I didn't see him in here. And then he said the other day, he's like, oh, you're not streaming the BBL final. And I said, I did. I did stream the BBL final on Sunday. Well, every dot ball here is very, very crucial. 60 runs of 28 balls. And that's a dot ball. Is Ruse hidden? Yes. I don't think I timed out his original ult. You timed him out. I don't think you hit him, though. So maybe he's trying to comment on his ult and not on his main account. Maybe. Sure, I gave him 24 hours. Oh, did you? 24 hours is crazy. Yeah, maybe he's using his ult to comment and not his actual main account. That's probably what I'm assuming. So Ratnayaki on 115, Vandersay on 14. There is 4.3 overs to go here. Up in the air. Is it a 6 or is it out? It is gone. Vandersay out on 14. And 1 wicket to go. Come on, get 2 more runs. Just get to 300. They do deserve 300 after what they've done. I think they'd be happy with 300. You know, like it's obviously not going to be a win, but they'd be happy with 300. $60 runs on 26 balls, but it doesn't matter about that. It's just about if Sri Lanka can get to the over. I'd love to see Ratnayaki knock it out as well. He deserves to stick in for the entire duration. 24 hours is funny. Jeffrey Vandersay, alpha 14, off of 15, strike rate 93.3. Well, we might not get the full 50 overs, but we get pretty damn well close to it, son. We're going to get pretty damn well close to it. Well, guys, if you haven't already, hit that thumbs up button. Subscribe if you're new around here. I'm giving my man of the match, Harry Brook. Harry Brook. Dawson, 2 for 48. Couple of balls remaining. Can he get... If he gets a wicket, he'll go to outright leader in the wicket department for the day. And it's going to be a double. Still 4.1 overs to go here. Yeah, Roos got hidden. Roos was a weird one. I feel that's the one I was referring to, Jay, before. You know, he got involved, but also could be super trolly at times too. Gave us a ring-a-ding-ding of Panthers fan. Brenton says, fair enough. Thought he was being irregular here. Didn't see what he did. He was giving very strong vibes of Panthers supporter. That emailed. That's what I'll say. Very strong. And Jay called it. I didn't see it at first. Jay's usually a pretty good pick for it because he's been around for ages and sees it. But as soon as Jay mentioned it, he went super quiet. He went super quiet for ages. So he must have obviously realised that he'd been caught out. But it's like, yeah, he would get involved in the conversation, and it was fine. But he would always refer to like the microphone issues, or he'd always refer to the internet issues, or he'd always just insult the stream in some way, and it got a bit weird. So Sam Curran, he'll come in for a bowl here with 4 overs to go. There is an NRL video that will come out for you guys tomorrow at 5 p.m. Yes, I stream at 12:15 a.m. New South Wales, but there will be a 5 p.m. video of the NRL that comes out. And that is not one breakout player. Oh, the rising and falling teams. Whoa, that goes away for a 4. So 56 runs off of 23 balls needed. That goes away for a 4. Curran has been awful today. Just awful. Smoke show. Wow, I'm a young grasshopper still when it comes to picking up on these accounts. Yeah, you get used to it. Again, you guys see it a lot more than I do because obviously I've got my mind in multiple places. I'm thinking about what to say and commentate the game. I'm watching it and invested in myself individually. I'm looking at the chat. There's about 34 conversations happening at once. Some about football, some about cricket, some about rugby league, some about India safety. You know, you've got a billion different things, and then you've got 2 people punched on the chat, Jay and Shatij. There's so many different things going on for me. So it's a lot easier when you watch these streams a lot to pick up on it pretty quickly and pretty immediately. Because you guys are pretty heavily focused on the chat compared to me. Whilst I do focus on it, it's a lot easier for you guys to see it for what it actually is. Sometimes I'll pick up on it. It's not as easy. That's a 6. That's a 6. That's a 6. That is a... Oh my... Bethel, to not allow that to be a 6 is unbelievable. Wow, and it only ended up being 2 runs. That was smoked up in the air. But Bethel has prevented that from going out for a 6. That is massive stuff. Massive stuff. Whack. NRL team previews. I don't know if we can do a full preview per team. Maybe I'll do something for like members or something like that. Because the T20 World Cup is so strong in February, I just don't know if we've got the time to do a full preview per team. But obviously I've got the season preview that comes out a week before the season start. And we're going to have discussion videos, but it's too difficult to get through 17. Like, we've got at minimum 3 streams a day for the most part until from the first 5th or so of February till like the 20th of February before the finals, the T20 World Cup starts. It's going to be difficult. I'll see if I can, but like that's a lot of content. A lot of content. Again, February, I'll be streaming 62 times, I think it was. 62 times in 28 days. Plus videos, mind you. There are videos involved with that too. There probably is going to be about 80 videos on the channel. So 18 videos and 60. Oh, he's bowled him. He's bowled him. Curran will get a wicket. And England will win the game. They will win the game by 53 runs. And look, it's been a smoke show of a game. England went out and got 357 runs, which was absolutely spectacular, and it just wasn't going to be done from there, despite the fact Sri Lanka looked absolutely spectacular in the first 20 overs here, specifically the first 10 overs. Harry Brook, what a machine. He's my man of the match. He just killed him for 136 not out. Joe Root, he's super close to being man of the match, not out for 111. Jacob Bethel, fantastic on 65. You know, you saw a bunch of players, actually, a bunch of bowlers, all equal each other on 2 wickets. In Adil Rashid, also Will Jacks, also Dawson, and also Jamie Overton all got 2 wickets. And Sam Curran gets a wicket, plus also there was a run out. So, look, I'm pretty happy with Sri Lanka getting to at least a 300, which is about 80 above the average. Again, England with 357 just wasn't being chased down, regardless of how strong Sri Lanka was at the beginning. But, all right, guys, I'm going to jump off for tonight. We'll see you tomorrow for New Zealand versus India in the T24, which should be a belter. There will be an NRL video of the 2 teams rising and the 2 teams falling. One big controversial one in regards to the falling that we'll speak about tomorrow. So that'll come out 5 p.m. New South Wales time. But obviously hit that thumbs up button, subscribe for new around here. I hope you guys did enjoy, and I will see you tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Catch you later.